this map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta cry with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first, where your homies at? Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta cry with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you gotta cry with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, now I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride, working on me every single day and night, there comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for
sound sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars. That's right. We are getting underway with Season 2, and it's already been absolutely popping off. Teddy, how are you feeling today to be back with myself, and how are you feeling about the teams that we got coming up today?
I'm excited, man. Always love some more Brawl Stars action. It's an important time, I think, for the year as well for Brawl Esports in general. A lot of, questions regarding who is going to be representing EMEA the best at the World Finals, for example. And this is a great way to get a sneak peek of exactly that.
Well, we have gone through some very grueling splits, 6 cups of those in each, and now we are here today in the open final stages where it is getting down to the nitty-gritty, everybody. We have got, of course, the 4 teams from the Season 1 who have their golden ticket. They are here today, combined with those 12 teams who were able to qualify through the qualifying stages. And today is where we're going to be absolutely getting involved with the brackets, and we should also find out what they're fighting for on that side as well, because ultimately a lot of prize money is on the line here, Teddy.
Oh, definitely. So starting things off here with the open final prize pool, that's going to be $900 for the 8 teams that qualify, $700 for places 9th until 12th, and then 13 until 16. So the last 4 contestants, that's going to be $500. So just showing up today is already a decent bit of prize pool for all of those teams.
Yeah, not a small chunk of change right there. That is definitely something to be fighting it out for. And again, of course, the teams today fighting it out to get themselves secured into the challenge season. 8 teams, of course, will go through to that stage. And as we saw in Season 1, it can really just make champions. We saw Reply Totem reigning victorious, undefeated in Season 1. And again, everyone is going to want to make that name for themselves. We've also got a very large prize pool as well for the challenge prize pool itself. And this is just obviously over the course of day 1 and day 2, but this is what the players are fighting for. If they get to that challenge season stage, $2,000 up for grabs for first place, $10,000 for second, and even in 3rd and 4th place, you're still looking at a really good chunk of money at $7.5 grand, $5,000 for 4th, and then trickling down from there from 5th through to 8th, from $3,000 down to $1,000. So it really is all worth fighting for, not just to make a name for yourself in Brawl and of course in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but being able to come home with a pretty sizable prize pool, Teddy.
Oh, certainly. So very important here for those teams. I mean, it's what makes the difference between, this being a part-time hobby or maybe your full-time job. If you win those sort of events, it's life-changing.
It really, really is. Well, we should take a look at the bracket to see which teams are going to be competing today over the course of 2 days. Of course, there is a lower bracket. It is double elimination here, Teddy. We've got Reply Totem versus Colossal Gaming right at the top. Craze Clan versus Team Kesso. Shortly behind them, Navi, of course, facing against Dogster Lobster, Sky, and Humble. Humble, of course, coming back from Season 1 there. Tribe Gaming as well. EU, another team we had from Season 1 in the Challenge Finals against FA Locum. Cutes, which is kind of guess like the reformed Team Kesso roster, up against Mystic Esports, the former Kazaki team. FA Poland are up against Bax, and STMN EU are up against SK Gaming, Teddy. What do you make of that, and kind of who have you got your eye on today?
I mean, a lot of teams here have some solid chances at qualifying. I think, from what we learned as well in Season 1, is that everything is possible, really. A couple teams we assume are going to make it, looking at teams like Tribe, Navi, Totem, SK. But there's also just so much room, for teams like Humble that at the challenge season last time managed to qualify, even though, most people would have said other teams would make it instead. So I think that there's a lot of room here for some teams to qualify. It's top 8. Yes, I do think that, some of those teams are more likely than others to qualify, but there's still plenty of room for some upsets here as well.
Absolutely so. Well, one thing's for sure, we have got 16 teams, so we're going to be whittling it down to just 8 over the course of the 2 days that we're going to be on air. And of course, because we've got 16 teams, we can't necessarily go through every single matchup in that best of 5, best of 3. But we are going to be kicking things off, of course, today with SCMN EU versus SK Gaming, and that is going to make for quite a matchup again, because we know the history between those two teams. And if you don't know the history, we'll talk you through it in just a while. Here are the top brawlers, Teddy, throughout season 1, and definitely there already I can see some brawlers that are still very much relevant in the current meta.
Yeah, definitely. So the 77 pick rate for Lola is absolutely crazy. Might not be quite as present here in the open finals. We'll see, honestly. I mean, a lot of those brawlers, if you look at stuff like Jean, still quite popular, very consistent across a multitude of modes, and heavy hitters like Carl, Janet, Max, Bonnie still very much meta relevant to this day.
Absolutely so. And again, there's some heavy hitters that are not on that list to keep your eyes and ears on, of course, because Sam is playable today. Otis has had some pretty sizable buffs in that respect as well. I'm looking out for some of the new faces in Brawl to make their kind of competitive debuts. We've not seen a lot of those brawlers. But let's talk about our first matchup today, Teddy. SCMN EU, as we know, made up of Jet and Sunbelly and Scarix, and now Lars, it seems, has been added to the roster, and maybe passed ways from Baxus, I assume.
Yeah, we learn new things every day, Ark.
Yeah, right?
It's a team that, has had a very tough year so far. When it comes to both the Snapdragon Pro Series or the BSC, it hasn't been the year they were asking for. We'll see if maybe they can turn things around here in the season 2. It would be a challenge, but I believe in them.
Well, of course, SK Gaming, just runners-up. I say just runners-up. I mean, it was a grueling matchup, and they made it all the way to the grand finals of Season 1 against Reply Totem. And of course, we know Reply Totem did take it, but Guille, IKEA Semantic, and Coach Pedro have never looked in a better place. It was a bit of a rocky start to the year for them, a bit inconsistent here and there, but they really have been thriving, especially in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and I'm looking for greatness from them. Of course, this is the matchup that we saw time and time again back in 2021. I mean, this was the El Clasico of the European region, and head-to-head stats there as well, Teddy, pretty consistently there. But there's one stat that does stand out to me as being a little bit more one-sided.
Yeah, it seems like SCMN, probably just because they've been losing quite a substantial amount, more than SK have been dying a lot more too, so that KD is going to be in the negative so far. But I think, if you look at the head-to-head results when it comes to matches, or at least, how they've been doing so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series, it's a pretty night and day difference. As you mentioned, second place in the challenge season for SK Gaming. On the side of SCMN, I mean, they've had some okay results in the Open Cups, but it's still not as convincing as we'd love a lineup like that to be playing.
Yeah, it's been a rocky year for SCMN EU, but again, we don't count out anything here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we've got to also give a huge shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because again, season 1 was an absolute blast, but the fact that we've been able to continue working alongside them to bring you just the best of the best in the European and the MENA region, it is all thanks to them. Again, these shows, they are very, very demanding. We're not even just when it comes to the production, but bringing everyone together and bringing us the best of Brawl esports. So again, got to give a huge shout out to them for making everything possible. When it comes to SCMN against SK Gaming, Teddy, it's definitely fair to say that SCMN at the moment are, looking the weaker. I mean, actually looking back at the splits, I remember in the early cups thinking, are SCMN actually going to be competing? Because they came in at a later stage. They actually didn't play up some of the earlier matchups, but they did scrape through in the 6th cup. They got a big win against FB India was the name of the team, which is kind of interesting, but obviously we know that was just the team name. Whereas, it's fair to say, Teddy, that off the back of season 1, SK Gaming were far more consistent and had better results.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, on paper, I feel like going for SK is just, the easy way out for this one. STMN, I don't think they don't have any chances here to win this one, but it does feel like, you know, they're fighting an uphill battle and they need to really perform today if they want to make this one work.
Yeah, it could be an uphill battle, but nonetheless a battle that could be won. And let us know as well in the Twitch chat, who are you voting for? Which team do you think is going to bring the ice in this particular matchup? Because again, we know the players very, very well, and they're all capable of greatness. You can vote over on the Twitch chat right now. Let us know your thoughts. That's a little bit about kind of where we're sitting from and what we see. But again, you know, as we all know, with Brawl Stars, anything, Teddy, can change, anything can turn. It really is one of those games where if you just bring the fire on the day and get through the upper brackets, then your job is done for day one.
Yeah, no, certainly so. I think, as I said, that STMN, it's you know, a match that they can win. But so far, if we look at, you know, how they've been doing this year, it doesn't quite feel like, you know, it's a match that they should be winning. We'll have to see how they perform in the day-to-day. It's, you know, most often what pros are going to be referring to as an indicator is just, you know, today we've been popping off, today we haven't. It can be just like that at times. Although I do feel like SK just brings quite a bit more to the table at the moment. Whether it's, you know, the mechanics, the draft, the team synergy, it just feels like they've been kind of a step ahead all year long against Stamina. So it's a hard one because, you know, when I see the likes of Skyrix and Jeddah, I think, you know, those guys are legends. Sam Bentley and Lars too, of course, but they're legends within the Brawl scene, and I want them to succeed so badly. But so far, it's been not quite there. And, you know, we're heading towards the end of the year, so there's not that much time to pop off. So it feels like a now or never here for Stamina.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Lars could be the very secret weapon that STMN needs to have some regeneration, actually, to be fair. And it is going to be Casey as well. I saw on the roster there for back. So definitely some moving around. Casey was playing, of course, for Dogs Lobster throughout the season every now and again, but has now, you know, been dancing around as people are. So, you know, in that respect, I think that SK Gaming, you've got to just be a little bit cautious. Of course, a team that are very much, you know, used to playing against a team like Bax. But, you know, that is sometimes what you need in a team. Bringing someone in to just give everything a lift, and especially, you know, if they're able to get that early lead, it could give that momentum shift in favor of SCMN, and we'll have to wait and see today as to whether that is going to be the case. Of course, I think they're still in the running for the BSC. They would require a great deal of performance when it comes to their last monthly final to do so, but you know, nonetheless, this is a different competition. This is a chance to have a clean slate, a fresh chance to come out on top. And we've seen it before. You know, we've seen it in the double elimination formats where a team can just be able to thrive on the day. And it really is going to come down to, I think, how they've come in, have they prepared, have they got that kind of recent knowledge of the meta. As again, we've had a couple of small but really relevant shifts. I mean, brawlers like Sam right now are running riot. I mean, they really, really are. Otis as well was a bit of a, you know, balance change which seemed to slip beneath the radar for a lot of people, but one that I've got to say is great fun to play. And of course, the mechanic of being able to attach, seal that starfish, which prevents your opposition from doing anything other than move. I mean, you literally cannot shoot, you cannot use your super, you cannot gadget. You are so vulnerable. So I think as well, when it comes to that draft, if SCMN have got some tricks up their sleeve today, then that could go a long way.
I'm really excited to see it because I was a little bit more on the fence regarding Otis than you were when we were discussing before the show. So I want to see it. I want to see it at play. I do think it brings quite a bit more to the table than it used to. But, I mean, there's only one way to find out as we jump into the draft, and Otis is going to be banned. So no Otis just yet. Sorry, Art.
I honestly feel for good reason. I think that is wise from STM, and it does, again, just further my point of saying that I hope they've come prepared today with that kind of knowledge and awareness. And it does seem like so far that is the case. And, you know, whether we see any of Otis today, I'm still holding out for it. I think that someone's going to miss it in the bans. And it's Goldom Gulch to start things off for knockouts. Following that, we'll have Ring of Fire for Hot Zone, and then Center Stage for Brawl Ball. If we get to the 4th and 5th sets, we'll have Kaboom Canyon for Heist, Deep Diner for Gem Grab. The draft is shaping up to be the case that SCM and valuing Gene as that first early pick, and the response from well, Standards looks to Lobster, but it will be SK Gaming, is Janet and the Bow.
Yeah, just to you know, add on to what you said about Otis, I agree, because I feel like it's also not necessarily a mode and map where Otis particularly shines. So it being banned out might be quite a statement regarding, you know, where they see him and value him. He does counter Fang quite nicely. So having him banned out opens things up for a nice Fang pick on the side of Stamina, as You know, an Otis super onto the Fang mid-dash would be quite devastating, for the least. But Squeak is going to be the final pick for the side of STMN. One more on the side of SK. We'll see what they decide to go for. I don't see like an immediate, like, you know, easy way out here when it comes to the draft. Maybe something to try to deal with that Fang. It's going to be a Penny, which can do quite a decent job at it. So this is going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, Penny, we cannot underestimate at all. It's definitely a pick that you know, SK do really value and like, and will often try to secure. And I'm surprised, actually, you know, given how much of a game changer she can be, to have it as that final pick. But nonetheless, Bo, a great thing to have when it comes to those overtime stages. And you know, Janet as well, great for evasion, great for going on the aggressive, and also continuing that aggression forwards. If you know that you're 1 or 2 shots away from your super and you can just kind of go in and spam it and get safely away, it can leave the scraps to be picked up for your teammates in a pretty nice way.
Yeah, I agree. I think I love the damage gear also so much on Janet, because usually when you're going to be flying is when you're somewhat low HP. So I think that damage gear, just, you know, extra damage while you're flying over your opponents and bombarding them. We'll see how this one goes down, as early on Lars is low. He's going to get taken out. 3 versus 2 now, as they're not quite able on the side of Stamina to get a trade in. And that should be the start at SK we're hoping for this first round.
Yeah, that was a very early swift takedown, and it's one of those things, especially in a game mode like Knockout, to have those early advantages in numbers. It goes such a long way, and you've really got to value your life so much more in this game mode. Sam Bentley taking a few shots and also going to get taken down for it as well. 3 versus 1 now, and realistically here, the only play that STMN have got is to try to earn super, try to go to the gas as quickly as possible to not feed into everyone else. But look at that, Teddy. I mean, everyone on the side of SK has got their super. That's not the start that STMN were looking for.
Yeah, definitely not. I think it's tough, you know, when you have a brawler like Fang that goes down this early on into the round, because he's the sort of brawler that can get those trades, that can get those clutches. And I feel like, you know, a brawler like Squeak is going to kind of struggle to make that sort of magic happen. Lars gets stunned as well. Big mistake there. Only Jelen left alive. Does have a pull, but I mean, how much can he realistically do with that in a 1 versus 3? He should get cleared up here quite easily by SK, as they will be taking that first game quite convincingly. So as well, very early into the rounds as well, able to find some opening kills, which goes a long way, because the end game is the most volatile part, right? If you can get those kills early in, I mean, it makes the job just so much easier.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I've never, to my knowledge, seen a Gene 3 versus 1 payoff in favor of the Gene, so I think it was always going to be something that Jetson was just going to have to submit to. But you're absolutely right. You know, for me, STMN going into this next match, they need to be very cautious around how they open out. They can't be too aggressive. They're going to start to just kind of feel their pace a little bit better and get themselves warmed up. It definitely feels like SK Gaming have done that very successfully so far. If they're able to kind of just, you know, stay on their feet a bit longer, gain some utility along the way as well, and start to return some of this aggression at a later stage of the game, it will go a long way.
Well, it's at least not worse than the previous game so far. A nice super from Sun Bentley does connect only onto the barrel. So far, not too many opportunities just yet on either side, but it does seem like SK have just a little bit more confidence here with their mid presence. Lars low HP now as well, gonna try to heal up a bit before that final fight, but Ikios finds a big kill. Lars gets reset on the heal, taken out. Jelen is next in line. A good round here from SK, but there is some utility here to work with for Stamina, as they do carry over that Gene pool, which, if they can get it to connect early on, could absolutely turn things around.
It's kind of rough there, really, wasn't it? I mean, when you're stunned and the Penny Torres locked onto you, just, yeah, there's not really much way out of it. But it does seem like, for me so far, STMN have been finding those bow mines quite troubling. We saw Lars was struggling again, and it puts you in such a vulnerable position. Zematic takes to the skies now at half HP, and Jetson will go down with only 8 to his name, leaving Lars all alone. Not an impossible matchup necessarily, but one that is going to be very much against him. Ideally, you want to have that 2 versus 1 where you're playing a Fang, and just, yeah, I mean, the SK are enjoying themselves, rightly so, because it is looking so convincing. Lars is popping the STMN pin, but I don't know whether that's going to be enough to see him through this round.
Yeah, quite challenging indeed. Doesn't get the stun, does get the follow-up kill, but that is about all he'll be getting here as SK Gaming, very convincingly so, take this first set. 4 rounds going to SK Gaming. I mean, it doesn't get much more clean than that, to be honest. They barely lost any players, to be completely fair. I don't remember from the top of my head, but maybe not even any, or maybe one in the entire set. Which, yeah, it's a statement on the side of SK Gaming. It's somewhat what we were expecting when it comes to this matchup. And yeah, SK, they're delivering. They're simply delivering.
Yeah, SK are doing SK things, it's fair to say. And again, this is what we kind of come to expect after the the conclusion of season 1. And Reply Totem were the team to take them down, and we saw such back and forth then against big titans like Tribe Gaming EU as well. But STMN didn't actually make it through to the challenge stages in season 1, so this is going to be new territory for them if they can make it this time round. But the statistics are very convincing. I mean, even if you just look at the supers on the side of SK, I think that says a great deal. But I think you're right today. I didn't necessarily see anyone on SK going down. They looked firmly in control from start to finish. So much more damage. I mean, that's like 3 times the amount of STMN. And we can consider that, yes, sometimes brawlers can play a factor. Obviously, Lars was on the Fang, which is going to have a very small amount until that super's earned. But there's only 3 supers on the side of STMN. I mean, that's not what you want to see realistically. Those are such a game-changing mechanic to have at your disposal, and STMN didn't really earn any. And there was 4 rounds for them to do so.
I think what makes it even more complicated is that they had brawlers that rely very heavily on supers too. A Fang without super isn't really that valuable. A Gene without pool, I mean, provides some info and can, stop your opponents from healing. But still, the Gene for the pool, and we didn't really have either of those, connecting successfully in this set. So it's tough. It's tough for sure. We'll see if maybe they can turn things around in another mode. But I have to say, so far, I mean, SK, they looked as convincingly as ever and just somewhat unchallenged in this opening set.
Yeah, it does seem that way so far. And again, if they had some run-ins throughout the splits in terms of the cups, we could maybe look back at some score lines to see, whether there was any, sort of upsets between these two teams. But again, SK Gaming were able to have their golden tickets, following their performance in season 1, and they were not in the splits. It was STMN that were in both splits 1 and 2, and they were able to qualify through split 2. But again, it was really quite a last-minute win, and they won that grand final back in the final cup of split 2, and that really was enough to give them that big boost in. But we can look back at the other scorelines against other teams, but for SK Gaming, I mean, coming fresh off the back of a BSC monthly final win in the month just past, that's some huge momentum for them. So I'm expecting to see that kind of continuate unless STMN can just put a stop to it, and they do need to break the momentum. Look at that first pick today. I'm liking what I'm seeing already.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all down for it. As I told you, I want to see it. I want to see it at play here. And it's certainly going to be the case here as SK will bring it on to Ring of Fire. The Otis first pick. The bans are going to be a double Bell ban, and then also Penny and Jenna on the side of STMN. SK taking out the Lu and the Carl as well. Poco and a Lola, which, I mean, is definitely strong on the side of STMN. With Poco, you can just reset constantly, get those heals in, and have people forever in the zone, or even if you do go down, you can just get back to the action very quickly. I find it interesting that they decided to go Lola over something like a Max, which I think can make it, just pairs really well with the Poco in general. But I don't think it's a bad shout either, and it seems like it was very much planned as they took out both Penny and Bell, two counters to Lola. So far things making sense. The Amber is a good way though to try to compromise with that and get that pass-through damage that can connect on both the Ego and the Lola. The burn as well, very nice to keep your opponents low and just, require a lot of heals from that Poco. And when you require those heals and you have some anti-heal from the Crow applied to you, that makes things just a little bit more complicated.
Pretty interesting to see like these kind of comps now starting to arise, because it's it just goes to show how far the meta's kind of shifted around since recent updates. And Poco again, like in such a great place. Lola's been pretty consistently in a good place, one that actually SK will love to play here quite frequently as well themselves. And I do feel like they need to have something with some more range myself here. I mean, it's not the worst things having the Lola. It just depends upon what the matchup will be when it comes to Otis and how they're looking to play that on the side of SK for me, really. I mean, Crow, of course, still so dominant, and Amber in the right hands can do wondrous things. I mean, that's the kind of way that I see her myself. I kind of not necessarily get on too well playing the brawler myself. It just kind of feels a bit clunky, but in the hands of a pro player, again, it's no surprise that they're able to do the things that they can do with that. And if you can just break that bush in the middle, it can really give you some good visual idea as to where your opposition are going to be entering from, because as we know, Ring of Fire has that bushy areas around those mid placements, and that can really make a big factor. But SDMN still just kind of considering what that pick will be. In that same respect, I do feel like the Bell was quite a smart ban in that respect, and Janet as well, one that we can clearly see wrecking some havoc. It was going to be the Colonel Ruffs, well, actually now known as Ruffs, because the name was actually changed in game recently. Another little change which went under the radar, but yeah, I don't mind it as necessarily. It's not a bad shout, but I just feel like the SK comp for me has more legs.
Yeah, I think that Crow, pros have started to figure out that it is really good against the Poco, just because the anti-heal, it makes it so the super from the Poco is gonna heal for 1500 HP, or maybe a little bit more, but it's just not a ton, all things considered, especially since the Capo is not really in the meta. It means that the healing capacities are just much lower. So far, SK Gaming was a bit of a lead. It was a great start from STMN that gave them the early lead, but didn't quite manage to keep it for too long, as SK Gaming seemed to be running away with this one unless Stamina can shut it down.
I hate to be that guy, but Justin did miss a heal off there onto Lars, and I mean, you can't really be doing that. That's like a very simplistic, it's not the most mechanical of things to pull off, let's be honest, but these are signs of clearly of nerves and some insecurity. Is they're up against it, but now having taken back some control, they are starting to bring back the deficit. There's only about 15% in it now, 10% in it. So now SK have got to push this out. They can secure it quite easily in these final moments. They can stand their ground.
Good super from Jeden there, resetting the heal as well, slowing things down a little bit for SK, as they only need 6% to close this one out. Jeden does fall, and Sam Bentley does not nearly have the DPS to take care of those two players. That's going to be SK with another game, and this is the moment where, it does kind of feel like this needed to go the way of Stamina, because they haven't been given too many chances. It did feel like there was some room for them to win this one, and I certainly hope for them that they win the next one. Otherwise, they're going to be 2 sets behind.
It is, for me, a game mode that does kind of tend to favor if you're able to just, pull your socks up, get into position, hold your ground, keep that control. Hot Zone is that kind of game mode that could bring things back here for STMN, but it is going to be, again, an uphill struggle. But that was showing a lot more potential than we were seeing previously at Knockout. So now the 3 versus 1, though, Jetson really has nowhere to go, but there's the mark of seal there from Semantic onto Lars, so that is going to delay his ability to be able to fight back under that respect. Can't quite find Semantic now. He's doing a good job of keeping himself at arm's length. But in the meanwhile, Gia is staying firm in that mid, and that is the objective. And STMN do need to get him off that mid.
Yeah, I do like the approach from SK here as well, right? They went really aggressive because it meant that, if they take too much damage, they just fall back. A defensive super from Achilles earlier to just get back to their side of the map, not lose a player, not get reset. And as you mentioned, in the meantime, Gia is just sitting in that zone, getting percentage after percentage for the side of SK Gaming, nearly at the 70% threshold. And SKMN are just quite a bit behind. Lars in the zone are trying to catch up, but he's all alone as both of teammates went down. Jeden did respawn. It feels like it's a little too late here to turn things around for Stamina. A nice super from Jeden. Claims the kill with the solo Screech. And at last, we do have some decent control now for Stamina, but there's not much room for a mistake with 18% missing on the side of SK.
Pretty certain that protected tunes there actually cancelled out the effect of Seal from yeah. I mean, it's really interesting to see Otis for the first time in competitive as a brawler, which again has kind of been taking a bit of a back step just simply because it's been pretty weak until the most recent balance change. But actually, that makes a lot of sense and a great counter to it. I'm absolutely going to be marking that one down in my book for sure. But now look at the deficit, so tight here. But this is where SCMN faltered previously. They've got to stay on their feet and play this slow and patient game that SK like to let you make the mistakes, and the best way to go about that is by staying on your feet. They can turn things around in such a small amount of time. That's a good takedown, but look at this now. They're able to stay on the zone, and I think they're going to take it, Teddy.
Yeah, this seems complicated. Oh, a big kill there, actually. 4% in it, but iKills is going to secure it for the side of SK. And that is going to be a second set going their way. 2-0 now for SK Gaming. And yeah, SCMN, they look better. They looked substantially better, to be honest. I think they had a better draft too, than at least compared to set 1. I mean, Poco is Poco, right? It kind of does wonders all around. And I think that, you know, the Lola had a great time as well. Still, yeah, it's a set that they didn't win. And that's kind of the problem here, isn't it? Because even though the stats are much better too, it's still in favor of SK Gaming for both the stats and the set. And yeah, Stamina, they need more than just some better stats. They need to start winning those games, winning those sets, because one more and they'll be dropping down to the lower bracket.
Exactly that, and this is the concern really, because they could have won. You know, it wasn't just a walkover. It was absolutely looking far better, but that inability to tie things up and to start getting wins on the board that really carry an impact, if you know that gone another way, it would have definitely been a set, and that is enough to really shift the way that things are starting to go. Now, as such, it just kind of only aims to feed more, you know, more aggression into SK, more confidence into SK to get this wrapped up in the third and final set. I mean, that was the best chance that SCMN have had in this series all day, and I feel like they should have really sealed it under the circumstances.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know, it's something I say very often. I think it's kind of a double-edged sword when you have those sets that are closer than the previous ones, because yes, you've improved from the previous set, but at the same time, how many of those chances is SK going to be giving you? Not a lot. And if you don't manage to seize them, then suddenly it makes your chance of winning this one much more unlikely. And yeah, so far Stamina just not really able to convert, even though it looked substantially better. That final game was 4% in it, 5% in it. The one before about 20 or 30. So it's a lot closer, a lot more competitive, but it's not there quite yet. And now we'll be moving over to Brawl, a game mode where, I mean, we just know SK for being very solid at it. Very annoying to face there too, as you know, they tend to go for a goal in the earlier stages and then just kind of sit with the ball cornered up. Something that can be very frustrating to play against. But looking at our bans, we'll have Gil, Janet, and Otis banned out by STMN. SK taking out the Squeak, Carl, and Gene, and the first pick, Penny, on their side as well.
Yeah, they do love that early Penny pick. It's a great brawler to have on this particular map, and I think it was a very smart ban of the Gale, to be honest, from STMN, because we know that SK love that brawler more than any other when it comes to Brawl. I mean, let's be honest, it's a great strategy. When you're ahead, put the ball in the pocket and just place your twister over the top, and it's inaccessible by your opposition. But Griff, Max, I do like this draft. This idea that STMN are starting to place together. Certainly with Griff, you know, being able to break open this particular map at an instant with the button press of a gadget, really can make a big impact. The Max is an aggressive thing that, you know, I think against a team like SK Gaming, you have to go on the aggressive and really, you know, at this stage of the competition in this first round of the brackets, STMN can't afford now to go easy on this situation. They do have to start going in harder onto SK and asserting more pressure. The bow pick was one that I did think that maybe SK would be thinking about, but I don't know. It's kind of a really safe pair of hands. It's not the strongest and most outrageous of picks to have, so I thought that maybe they wouldn't, but I quite like it here, Teddy, not gonna lie.
I don't think it's a bad idea. It's a fairly consistent brawler. I like that B, man. It's a brawler that has been surging in its popularity lately. Not because it was buffed or got much better than it was before, mainly just because it has a lot of good matchups in the meta, notably against Bonnie as well, which can be a threat on this map. You know, there's a decent bit of push, and there's a speed gear that can mitigate for some of that slowness that comes with that Brawler's kit. Let's see still what the final pick here is going to be on the side of STMN. As I mean, with that B pick, there's just not a shot for anything a little bit tankier or a little bit more close range. We'll be sticking to at least medium, if not maybe trying to have some matching energy with a longer range baller. Maybe the likes of a Bell or something along those lines. We'll see what their final pick is.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind to do him myself or Spike. I mean, Spike's not necessarily the worst of ideas just because it's like, you know, it's quite a common final pick. But ultimately, you know, I think that the B pick from SK was quite smart because ultimately, if you're going to have a Griff, you're going to be breaking open so much of the cover, and that's only going to serve to be able to have BB in an even stronger position. It could be Poker as well. For me, I think that that's not a bad shout in Brawl to combine with Max to have that survivor ability when you're going on that, you know, big push towards the goal, and those clutch final moments can make a huge difference between scoring or not scoring. But ultimately, yeah, we'll look into what their third pick is. It's the duplication of the Max icon for the moment. But there's a good amount of synergy that you can have with Griff. My biggest concern, though, is the fact that they've got the B on the side of SK. So they kind of are now in a bit of a spot where they have to kind of either commit to the idea of range or you know, try to, you know, break less of the map and go with something close up and personal. But it's going to be a very swift goal for SK as we get into the spectate, and that's not the start that STMN needed.
Yeah, no, definitely not. A nice slow to connect onto some Bentley, gets tagged quite heavily there as well. So far, things could not be going all that much better on the side of SK Gaming, getting a step closer to that match point as Sam Bentley is quite low HP, and it's something I was a little bit scared of with this comp as well from STMN, is the bow also has just such a good matchup with when it comes to range, you know? Being able to outrange pretty much anyone here on the side of STMN, and when he doesn't straight up outrange them, just easy shots to connect as well with those explosive arrows. A nice double slow from Semantic, the value is huge, but no follow-up kill just yet. Jeden trying to catch Guille on that right side, but instead it seems like the patience from Guille is going to be paying off here as the kill comes through. Team Wipe follows up, and that's going to be the second goal as match point comes in now for SK Game.
Well, I mean, now it really is a case of, you know, do or die for STMN in this particular matchup, because we haven't seen them win a single game yet. And, you know, maybe the reverse sweep dream, Teddy, is still alive. I'm not too convinced myself. I don't know whether I've seen enough. The biggest glimmer of hope was in Hot Zone so far, but SK just looking by far the more superior of the teams. If you are just joining the stream, of course, welcome first and foremost back to a fresh new season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've got STMN versus SK Gaming, and that is Lars playing for STMN. Clearly not with the Backs roster this time round, and this could be a goal, Teddy. I feel like it's only going to be a goal here. No way it's going to be anything else other than that. So if the score line doesn't change here, there will be SK going through to the next stage of the upper brackets. It is a double elimination format, so STMN will not be out, but obviously it will be a huge blow to their composition. I can't speak, Teddy. Composition. So their prospects in the competition.
Okay, I thought you were gonna go with confidence, so I'm glad I didn't like finish the word for you. But yeah, it's looking tough. It's looking tough. Guille placing down some mines now as well, making it even harder to protect that goal area. Lars doesn't have a super to try to shut this push down. Guille gonna be put on a very low HP situation as Lars does clean up Semantic on the left-hand side. Still a very much tough situation to be in for Stamina, as they need a goal within the next minute, and this is looking like the SK we know. There's the ball cornered up, and the Honey Molasses as well, blocking off easy access to it. Jeden and Sun trying to desperately heal up, but IQ is getting some good value in a pickup there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strategy that we've seen time and time again from SK, but one that they are just so good with. And again, when you've got a lead, then why just go on the aggressive and make a fumble of things when you can just do exactly what they're doing right now? It's got to come from SCMN or nothing at all here. And again, we haven't seen them take a game just yet, and I can't see them taking a goal here to stop them in their tracks. I'm pretty certain it's going to be SK Gaming continuing in this upper brackets, and SCMN have to come back on day 2 to be able to fight their way forwards there in that lower bracket. But SK looking so good today, Teddy, so far.
I mean, this is a very, very convincing series. Hot Zone, I feel like was the chance for Stamina to, get a little bit of a hit, but they couldn't quite make it there either. So I think, this is also one of those things about teams like SK, is that they have those games and sets that are so convincing on their end. And then the ones where they struggled a bit more, they still managed to clutch them up. Because if you look at Hot Zone, they were multiple times behind in percentages, had a really tough start in that first game, and still they managed to clutch those up. And that is a sort of a consistency that we like from them. Brawl here as well. I mean, just classic SK, right? Bull is cornered up. You have Honey Molasses. You have Bow Mines on top of the ball too. Not much that Stamina could do at that point. And it's been a rough series for them. But as you mentioned, they still have a second chance tomorrow in the lower bracket. We'll have to see if they manage to make the most out of it.
Well, we have a lot of other matches underway at the same time, so we'll be able to see who they're going to be facing in the lower brackets very shortly as well. But one thing's for sure, the fact that SK came in very much the same way that they left season 1. I was hoping to see that exact thing, and they didn't disappoint in that respect. It's more of a question for me as to whether they are just looking absolutely on the top of their game, or whether perhaps SCMN have been struggling a bit more than meets the eye recently.
I think it could very much be a mix of both too, as Stamina. I mean, it's no surprise that they've had a tough year and performance overall, but SK Gaming, man, they're on top of the world at the moment. They won the previous monthly final. They're gonna be winning this first match here as well, so things are looking very, very convincing on their end. And I don't know. It's kind of tough to assess at this point, as we haven't seen them play against other teams so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But they are looking like what we expect on the side of SK, at least when it comes down to this opening match.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. It's a tricky one. I'm curious to see who SK will be facing off against tomorrow. It's that stage for them now in the competition where they cannot afford another loss, so the pressure definitely is going to be on them. But SK, again, we kind of expected them to be able to continue on this upper bracket at this stage. I think that they are just kind of only getting started in that same idea, but very confident. I mean, as always, drafts are on point. As we were talking about before the matchup began, it's been one of those rocky roads for them a little bit this year with some inconsistencies, but I feel like this is that moment where they're really at the top of their game, much like Snapdragon Elite Gaming in that same idea, because again, huge shout out to them for everything that they brought to the table here. And we wouldn't be here without them. The players wouldn't be playing without them. It's again a wondrous thing to be back for another season. Season 1 was just so enjoyable, and it wouldn't have been possible without them. But so to add that cherry onto the cake, season 2, chef's kiss from them. Teddy, any final words on that matchup before we go to a quick commercial break?
Yeah, and I think we covered it quite extensively, Arik, to be fair. I mean, Stamina, we'll see them tomorrow, hopefully in a better shape. And they might have learned a little bit from their experience today as well. SK looking like SK, very much so. So, I'm excited to see them more as well. Along the I was gonna say the weekend, but the next 2 days, as we definitely will. And that's about it for this moment.
Well, we're going to go to a quick break, guys. We're watching at home, but we've got Navi up against Dogster Lobster. I love saying that. Right after this. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello guys, I'm Guille, BTX, the player for SK Gaming. So I was playing for a lot of years ago in Brawl Stars, and nothing was competitive in these years. But yes, little by little I was grinding from teams. Sometimes I was starting my team created for me and my friends, and I was grinding from better teams, and now I'm here in SK Game. I started playing like 5 years ago when the game started in the beta, but playing competitive, I think I was started from 4 years ago when the competitive started 4 years ago, I think. The land was amazing. I think it's the first land that I see that there is more people in the public. And it was insane. We don't win that land, but it's still insane. And yeah, I want to repeat that. I think the only difference that playing in London than in online, I think for sure is the nervous. Maybe the public that you have a lot of. Maybe you need to think about a lot of things. Maybe you play more nervous because there is a lot of people in public seeing your matches, and maybe you are more nervous, but maybe you can be more focused because you know that you have more people seeing that. But I think this is the only thing, because maybe you can play the same in your house that in LAN, but if you manage to do it good, you don't need to play bad because you're nervous. So that's a bit that. For me, I would say the people that we have in the community, that obviously this game is for play 3 vs 3, and I think if the game was doing maybe 1v1s, I think I was not playing more this game. But the people is the game is 3v3, so I think this is the reason that why, because the people that I have in the community is insane, and I love it. Yeah, I will say that I'm super excited for play this GSL this time. Let's see what happens. Let's see who wins this time. I hope don't get the second place again, but let's see.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars, where we are doing the Open Finals for Season 2. And Teddy, it's already been an eventful day so far. We just witnessed STMN go down to the loser bracket in their matchup against SK Gaming. But we are going to be coming back with another matchup right now with Dogs the Lobster up against Navi.
Yeah, an exciting matchup here as Navi have been popping off lately, to be completely honest. I think you were maybe a bit more enthusiastic than I was, when it comes to Navi this year. At least a little earlier than I was, but I'm with you now. I'm definitely with you now. I feel like they've, gotten a long way, and they're back into the shape we saw them at the end of last year. Dogs the Lobster, another team that's been popping off. So this is going to be a really, really fun matchup. Two teams that I really like to watch, and they're facing each other right now.
Yeah, as you know, I mean, I've been sort of hoping to see them get back to their former glory. It seems like at the beginning of this year, it was a bit slow to the idea of draft and the kind of things around that they had to kind of like learn and, be able to adapt towards. But the bracket is still underway in the rest of the competition at the moment, whilst the teams are collecting themselves. We've seen already Reply Token get the win against Colossal. We've also seen Tribe Gaming EU get the win up against FA Locum. And of course, as we just saw, it was SK Gaming who took the win over STMN. But now we got Bax on the other side of things as well after they took down FA Poland as well. The sweeps are really flying in thick and fast today. So not a single one of those matches went to a full set.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't want to say to be expected in a round of 16 But you know, hopefully, as we get to round of 8, things are gonna slow down a little bit and give us some more sets to watch. But by the looks of it, I mean, we'll have some really exciting matchups lining up already over there. As in the lower bracket, we have teams like Locum, SCMN, FA Poland, and Colossal Gaming already joining their ranks and playing on their final live now for the rest of this open final.
I really like to see how things are shaping up there, because again, you know, we are going to be crowning 4 teams from this lower bracket tomorrow on day 2 to go to the challenge stages. So do not count out anyone that ends up in this lower bracket. It's fair to say that we won't be seeing anything more from them today when they reach that stage, as we'll be continuing through the upper brackets for day 1. But nonetheless, you know, 4 of these teams on the screen will be making it through to those challenge stages.
Yeah, definitely. So it's rough, you know, it's always rough, but Na'Vi, man, they are a team that is looking fierce at the moment. MMA, Alex Cube, Angel Boy, a roster that has already cemented itself in the legends of Brawl Esports. They're looking to do the same again this year, as they're having a terrific end of the year. Let's see here how they're going to do against Dr. Lobster. They did win, I believe, against them in the final cup. So it's looking like a pretty decent round of 16 matchup for them.
Yeah, this is the grudge match of the splits, and it was Navi who did take the grand final win in Cup 6. It was 2-0, so a convincing victory as well. But nonetheless, Dr. Lobster have had some really, really good promise. They had a grand final win in Cup 5 in the second split as well, and have been really making some great moments happen for themselves up against some very reputable teams. Kanan, How to Win, and Tom is the roster for Dr. Lobster, and I've got to say Dr. Lobster roster again, because it never gets old. But you know, again, we've seen them, you know, create upsets along the way. We've seen people underestimate them and be proven wrong with this team. So depending upon how they've, you know, come into today, I think it's fair to say this is quite a close matchup. Navi, it's fair to say, have had some really, really great success though, of course, and they cannot underestimate that.
Yeah, I think that, you know, if you compare it to the previous match, for example, I would assume this one should be closer, at least in theory. Because, you know, on the side of Dr. Lobster, I would say they are the underdog, as they usually are, to be fair. But, you know, they've had a terrific year. Even though it hasn't been, you know, all successes and glory, it's been a great year, all things considered. Definitely an improvement as well compared to last year. So it feels like they are constantly on the way up and getting better and better. Na'Vi, you know, they're Na'Vi. They're really, really strong at the moment. I wouldn't quite put them at the same level as a team like SK, but they're up there. So I think they're coming in here, you know, confident as a favorite, but by now, they know you should never underestimate Dr. Lobster, and I feel like Na'Vi, they're not really the type of team that will underestimate any opponents.
Yeah, Navi are looking fierce, but, you know, today could be, you know, Dr. Lobster that, you know, bring out the monster. Speaking of which, I've got to give a huge shout out to Monster, our valued partner here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, keeping us all energized for what is going to be a very long day 1 and day 2 for me and yourself today. I've actually got mine sitting here. I'll prove it if you enforce it upon me. You know, again, this all would not be possible without having such fantastic partnerships along the way. So definitely as well, when we do our events live in the LAN environments, you know, there is always a monster fridge there waiting for us to do, because they just know us so well.
They do. I mean, long shows at times. Long shows and staying energized goes a long way in keeping us, you know, sharp and ready to cast, and for our players as well, you know, to perform at their best. So it's very much necessary in the ecosystem. That being said, I mean, you guys saw it on screen as well. Cast your predictions, guys, in the Twitch chat, because we want to know what you guys think about those matchups. Let us know, you know, what your thoughts are for this one. I have a feeling that chat usually goes with Na'Vi, no matter who they are playing, but maybe today is different.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough match here. I mean, Navi have certainly got the might of the chat behind them, and there's no doubt about that. I don't even have to take a look. It's going to be filled with black and yellow hearts, and it's going to be the copy and passes that we all know and love. And, you know, absolutely why I enjoy when they play it, because they just have so much, you know, love behind them. But so do Dogs the Lobster. This is a team which has, had a team name above all others this year that has just been able to bring such a fan following to the occasion to match the skill of the players involved. So I think as far as that's concerned, both sides are going to have an ample amount of support. It's just about today when it comes down to the skill and the draft. Who is going to continue on in this upper bracket stage?
Yeah. I mean, on paper, again, I feel like Na'Vi have the upper hand, but over and over again, Dogstar have shown us that they beat the odds more often than not. Maybe not quite more often than not, because then I would say the odds would be in their favor, but still very often they manage to turn those around and get those surprise wins that to a point where they aren't as surprising as they used to be. They aren't the underdogs they used to be. So even though they did have some roster changes since then as well, with Xiaoku leaving the team, and KC filling in here and there as well. It has gotten a little bit more messy on the side of Dogstar. I'm excited as well to just see, in what kind of shape we can expect to see them today. And it's all going to be up to them to show that to us, as our draft is already coming true. Otis, Bell, and Gent Ban here for Na'Vi. Dogstar taking out the Bonnie, Bo, and Fang, as we'll be playing Goldarm Gulch again here for our first set.
Well, I kind of agree. Otis now has just been catapulted into the forefront of the meta, and Na'Vi taking no chances in that respect. But I did like that counter we saw earlier with the poke and the protected tunes. I think that's a really, really great idea when it is available. But I think Na'Vi are onto a good path here. Nani as well, great counter for Piper. This is going to be a solid response to Dogs the Lobster's opening pick here. It is a very daring first pick to go with a Piper. I mean, to be fair, with Knockout, it's probably more catered towards being able to take the risk to do. But Nani is one that doesn't necessarily always come out of the woodwork. Adding to that with the Penny, I like the way that Na'Vi are shaping up this draft. And this is just the first set, of course. We'll have Ring of Fire for the second set for Hot Zone, and Center Stage for Brawl in the third. Kaboom Canyon and Deep Diner yet again as the fourth and fifth sets, if we get that far.
Yeah, the Nani pick is an interesting one to me. I mean, I can see its value, but it's going to have to be played really well. And I mean, obviously it is quite a decent counter to that Piper. So I'm curious to see how this actually is going to play out. The Max usually just, works well with pretty much anything at this point. Very, very strong at the moment. Let's see what the final pick here is going to be for Na'Vi. Maybe something slightly more aggressive, so we do know them for some of those ideas. But so far, it does seem like Dogstar are going to be opting a bit more for like a ranged approach with that Brock and Piper. And it's going to be a Carl, so indeed a little bit more aggressive. I do like it on the side of Na'Vi. I feel like on paper, this is a fairly even draft. But, I mean, in practice, who knows how this one is going to go down.
Well, I think Carl's always good, I'll be honest. Max and Piper and Brock, I mean, I don't necessarily mind it. Max, of course, not necessarily the kind of brawler that we tend to often see in Knockout. And that could be something which Dogs the Lobster are going to bring to the table today, which does take Na'Vi by surprise. I mean, Na'Vi are an aggressive team. So I think that's the best way to play it in that respect as well. Going up against them and, showing that you're able to do those plays. And I've seen Dogs use Max a lot. They are a good team with it. But as the outset is still early, it's I think a bit of a missed homemade recipe from How to Win, not too sure, but Tom's wasting no time at all to break up on these walls of a little flying hook from Cubic to get away from the aggression. But so far, so good. A pretty decent start from Dogstar and just shaping the map to their will.
Yeah, that is going to be a big advantage of the Brock, was that free wall break. Opening things up nicely. Not something that, a brawler like Nani is going to necessarily mind. But Penny and Carl don't quite have that level of range, and a nice controlled aggression here from Kanan and Hunt. How to Win on the bottom side of the map. Able to get a kill and the upper hand here for this endgame, which slowly but surely is going to be coming true. A lot of aggression there from Kanan. I like it a lot, changing the pace, and so far just very much in Dogs the Lobster's favor as they take the first round.
Well, Angel Boy now has Peep. Let's see if the connection is there, and is getting some good distance, but that's a great phase shift there from Kanan. And again, another reason why it's great to bring Max for this matchup. They can just continue to do that and tank those shots. Is going to go a long way. Cubic as well, taking some shots from How to Win. Tomsy, though, shoots over the wall. Does not connect, though, with MMA. They have to work on making sure the next ones that follow do, but already you see how much the map has changed the outcome here, and it could potentially be something which could be for Dogs to Lobster, or it could go against them. It kind of needs to be wrapped up in the early outsets realistically here, because Piper in the later stages of Knockout is not going to fare that well, but that takedown of MMA is going to go a long way. Cubic now as well, looking weak and weary. 2 versus 1, but I think How to Win now stands a great chance if he just can play this defensively.
Yeah, a good matchup though for Angel Boy. How to Win very low HP as well, trying his best to juke as he can. Oh, but he still wins it. My goodness. I mean, Piper doesn't have the upper hand in a matchup against Anani. In a 1v2 as well, manages to get the first kill and then wins the 1v1 in an unfavorable matchup at quite close range too. That is, wow, absolutely well there from How to Win. Big clutch, as that is going to secure them the first game.
Yeah, I thought he was running homemade recipe. It just must have been the star power that threw me off. And yeah, that is a great auto aim. I mean, to have that be, I said he had to go pretty defensively because ultimately, like you rightly say, Teddy, it's a really rough matchup. You got to be able to heal up and make sure that you stand the best chance possible. But despite being low on health, just a great time gadget to give themselves that early game win. Fantastic stuff from Dogster, looking really quite confident around the scenario, and it already is looking to continue on so far with a 3 versus 2 is a big advantage for them. But again, that can shift very quickly if Angel Boy and Cubic can make some of these pinches count.
Cube taking a lot of damage. Tom has a super, but might not even need it here as Angel Boy falls and Cube is left in a 1 versus 3. Not necessarily an unwinnable here for Carl, but still a tough situation. And yeah, he's going to go for the gas round, not to feed any more supers. Will not feed too much, as only Tom will be carrying over his super to the next round on the side of Dogster, and Cube gets to keep his, of course, as well. He takes a lot of early damage and enough to take him down. Angel Boy nearly follows him with him. It's a 3 versus 2 this early into the round. That's going to be rough here for Na'Vi.
This is phenomenal, honestly. I mean, when you consider as well the fact that Na'Vi had 2 grand final wins in the first split, arguably the harder of the 2, considering how many more teams there were to really go up against, and they're just looking so good at the moment against a really great counter comp actually on many levels. But now the max has gone down, so if Angel Boy wants to utilize the PP, he can, but it looks like he's going to be reserving it just a little bit, using the return to center. But MMA sort of position here, a great auto-aim gadget as well, leaving it with just Tomsy and Angel Boy to finalize potentially this set, Teddy.
Yeah, good connections from Tom. Angel Boy gets him low as well. Tom trying to close this one out. Nearly does. Return to sender here. Going to keep him alive, but the super from Tom connects, and that is going to be another clutch, another 1v1 that goes the way of Dogster, as they will be taking this first set 2-0. Impressive stuff from Dogster. I mean, we said earlier, they can't be underestimated. I do feel like the Nani pick was an odd one, to be completely honest. I was already somewhat on the fence when I saw it being drafted in. I didn't they didn't convince me with it, because even though it has a good matchup against Piper, ultimately it's just a kind of a weird brawler for the mode. I mean, stats wise, it's just much better pretty much in every aspect besides healing for Dogster. There's still more healing, but not quite as much, and considering how much more damage they have, the ratio here between healing and damage is just looking much cleaner here for Dogster. But again, that Nani pick, I don't know, man. The only peep they were able to use was when they were in their spawn, and by that stage you have so much room, not a lot of pressure, and later on you just can't use it, right? Because if you use it, you're leaving your team with a player that's just sitting there still. So I don't know, man. I think it was a very on pick. I would probably have felt very differently about it if he was maybe able to get that kill super early in the round and instantly it's a 2v3 while you're still sitting in your spawn. Then I would have been there like, oh, I like this, but it wasn't the case. So I don't know. I'm kind of unconvinced by this draft here from Na'Vi, and I didn't feel like their execution of it convinced me any further.
It's like, for me, it's one of those brawlers where it just kind of didn't. I think it can work really well. I mean, it's straight up a hard counter to Piper, but the map as well, like, was opened by Dogster, and that didn't help the situation, which is normally what you'd expect to see, and actually look to combine within the draft something which kind of complements it. But they went with the Penny, which I don't mind. I think Penny's great here, but it is a brawler which kind of requires cover, and you're playing against an idea which would kind of prefer to have the map be completely open. But again, it didn't seem to make much difference. They weren't able to make the additional space really count. But going into Ring of Fire next for Hot Zone, some catching up to do for Navi. We're banning out Otis, Janet, and Max this time. Clearly, I mean, I did feel like the Max was doing a lot of work for Dogster, but I don't necessarily feel like it's one of the strongest brawlers on this particular map. The Amber and the Squeak and one other being banned by Dogster Lobster. The first drop of the B, I quite like.
Yeah, I like it too, and I think it's actually quite wise to ban out the Max, because it's one of the comfort picks for Kanan, one of those brawlers he's quite known for. And he was able to get it in the previous set. How to Win is known to be a very decent Piper, so also able to get it. You know, and it's sort of mistakes that we do see Navi do once in a while, where it feels like in their approach to draft, they don't necessarily like focus too much on who they are facing, rather than just the map and the meta. And, you know, leaving Tom on the block too. Like, I just feel like Doxer in the previous set, all things considered, just every player at Brawlers they are incredibly comfortable with, which you should try to, you know, get out of the mix when it comes to those sort of situations. Bonnie and Penny, I think, are good answers here from Navi. Not the easiest to pull off on this map as well, but I mean, there is definitely some potential here. A good mortar and you know, the top left side or bottom right, I guess, behind those walls can be a nightmare to take care of. Get a ton of value all around, and Bonnie is still a very decent. Poco and Studo, really good brawlers as well here for Dogster Brawlers to bring in.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot, and also knowing that Navi play a lot of Poco, love a lot of comps that are really centered around that particular brawler, it's definitely taking away something which they would have liked. I think Penny here is good. I don't think it's great. It's definitely solid, but I much prefer the Bonnie that they've gone for so far. But again, the comp that Dogster have got here, I think is a winning one, to be honest. Jesse just does not cut it for me. I don't think, well, you know, Teddy, as well as anyone, that I don't hate on Jesse. In fact, I'm very protective of Jesse. I love Jesse. I think it's a great brawler to have, you know, and can work in specific circumstances. Maybe it will work here, and I'll be proved wrong, but I just don't see that brawler being the best when you consider kind of like some of the more, you know, front heavy hitters that there are to utilize. I'm not overly convinced on this comp, I'll be honest.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, I get the idea that, you know, with a Poco, everyone is going to be, like, somewhat grouped together, but I don't even necessarily think it's the case all that much, because you have so much range with that Poco super, and more often than not, pretty much all the time, you're going to be playing solo Screech anyway, so it's not like the, you know, the capo, like Poco double tank meta that used to be like a year and a half ago, where everyone is going to be really grouped up, and then I feel like Jesse can make a bit more of a play. I mean, so far, it's not half bad, but I don't know, man. I really don't know why that Jesse is here right now. And I mean, as I said, it's not doing half bad so far, but I do feel like it's going to hold them back in the later stages of this match.
I wouldn't say that. I actually think it's doing better than not bad. I think Angel was popping off a bit, actually. I mean, like the value that he's able to obtain off the back of the ricochets between the speed zone gadgets and some of the shots that he's been hitting with the back of the damage gear as well, it's definitely helping out considerably, but they need to start to get Dogster Lobster off this zone. Great splash there from MMA. I mean, now that I'm kind of seeing the shots and the accuracy of Angel Boy, I'm much more convinced on the pick, and clearly something which Navi have been working on and kind of tried and tested. And that gives me some confidence, but they do need to get on the zone and start to assert more authority for the objective. Great jump in from Cubic there as well. Kanan weak. So I like the way this is going, but I think that they just, you know, may have made things a bit more challenging for themselves than perhaps they would have had otherwise, but clearly something which they're comfortable doing, and for that reason, I'm all for it.
All right, more convinced than I am But I mean, as I said, it's definitely not doing bad so far. Don't get me wrong. That slow is nasty as well, as the mortar is going to be there to secure the elimination onto how to win. Na'Vi are overtaking the lead right now, starting to run away with it as well. Some good presence from how to win in the mid. Slows things down a little bit to 10% in it, rather. As Tom is trying to keep them at bay, has a super as well, and they know on the side of Na'Vi that just Tom having that super is a big problem, because if they get up close, they get slowed, and then suddenly it's really, really tough to catch up. And nice skill from Cube after that jump in. And even though Donkster took over the lead, wasn't for long as Na'Vi in the advantage once again.
Great timing by Navi. They're just got to stay on their feet. Great slow there as well. The turret therefore was able to lock on in such a beautiful way. And yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. The Jesse turret was, proving to provide a lot of value as well behind the B shots, and ultimately requires a couple. If you haven't got that amplified shot to hand, it's going to be able to stay there for a fair amount of time and just healing it up along the way. It worked. I mean, it wasn't to my taste or my particular liking. I think there's still stronger ideas meta-wise, but this is kind of the Navi that we've kind of known and loved over the years for that same reason, in a way. They are a bit more daring when it comes to their drafts and their compositions. They are a bit more out of the box when it comes to those sort of things. So the question now, realistically here for me, is have Dr. Lobster been able to really kind of understand what they're up against, and they're going to make the adaptations that they clearly need to here, because, yeah, Navi are fighting back.
It definitely looked good. I'm going to be honest with you. It definitely looked good. I do feel like, the most value I saw from it was also with those slows, and then the mortar just, being an absolute threat. But I feel like then might as well go Crow, because you get the anti-heal too against the Poco. So, I don't know. I like the approach. I just feel like, there's probably just better ways to approach it. But then again, they're winning so far, so that is definitely a welcome change, as Kanan will get a kill into MMA on the right-hand side. He's going to try to go for that mortar, but Angel Boy and his presence on the right side will be enough to dissuade him from pursuing any further aggression on that front. As now it's going to be Donkster again with the lead, and decent control, but that jump in from the Bonnie is brutal, and a free kill very much so onto Hard to Win.
Yeah, for me, I can't remember whether Bo was banned or not, but, Bo, Lou, anything that's going to kind of buy some time in the mid would have gone a long way for me instead of the Jesse. But one thing for sure is that Kubik's able to keep this pressure going by being able to jump in and just assert that authority back into the favor of Navi. But they are behind now by a fair margin. They're going to have to really shake off Tomsy and How to Win. And MMA got turret to hand again if that one goes down, but with 10% remaining, it's a now or never moment here for Navi. Jump in from Kubik is good. Thompson is staying alive, and the support there from Kanan was fantastic. Now I feel like Doxter should be able to wrap this one up, and this one gets a lot more interesting now at tied in this set.
Yeah, I feel like some of the surprise factor from the Jesse pick has maybe also worn off a little bit, because yeah, it's a brawler you're also at a pro level not going to be like scrimming much against. So some of the mechanics of it, because it's just so meta irrelevant at the moment, are just you might not be as used to dodging the shots and all that stuff. Get caught off guard a couple times by the turret slows. But the turret slow, if you just stay far away enough, which they have the range to do so, it's not like they're playing tanks. It's just not a problem. It wasn't a single time in that previous game, and it was really a night and day difference here for Donkster. Although the start here is good from Navi. Have to see if they can hold on to it. As in the previous game, that good start was just not quite enough.
Yeah, I like the positioning. Angel Boy staying alive as well. Damage gear starting to roll in as well as Kanan. Just getting some heals, valuable heals at that. But now everyone weak and How to Win with no super can't keep Kanan back into the fire, and How to Win now so low. Everyone pushed back and looking far, far better for me. Oh my word, Angel Boy with a double connection again there, and it's such a key moment of time to allow Navi to obtain a substantial lead here in terms of the objective.
Yeah, whoever of the two players of Donkster that shot hit knows he messed up. Knows that one really needed to be dodged, and that is going to be a team wipe as well here. MMA will get slowed, but still stands in the zone. And this is a convincing one from Navi. Important game for them to pick up. If they do, as there's still a chance here for Doxer to work around this, but it's getting a little bit late into this game, and every percent here really just counts double for Na'Vi, as they will get a nice slowdown as well, and will settle it as Na'Vi take the set. An interesting approach to it, one that, I mean, I wasn't necessarily the most a fan of, but success really just speaks for itself, and the results, you know, are with Na'Vi, so I'm gonna respect it. And I mean, I don't know. I'm still kind of on the fence. I feel like, you know, a Brawl like Crow could have somewhat similar ideas. It was slow, was anti-heal. I would probably have preferred. I don't think it was banned either. But the approach, like the core idea was really good, and it was good enough that it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, I think I preferred it more than you, it's fair to say, but I can't remember the bands off the top of my head, but there's definitely brawlers. You know, there's probably Bo, probably Lou, probably Bell as well. I can't quite remember if Bell was banned or not there, but I mean, the stats for me say a big story as well. You know, double the kills, you know, more damage from the side of Navi. I felt as well that the Penny worked out super well because, you know, Doxer were trying to play the strategy of just kind of leaving it to do its thing and avoiding it. And I do feel like that if you're able to just take that out, it does enable you to have much more control, much more aggression. Penny on its own, you know, it is not necessarily the strongest of ideas. The turret is your fourth brawler on your team, and you know they had the poker on that lane, not really going to get a turret taken down realistically well with a poker on the right hand side lane. Stu arguably better, but still, like, they didn't really have an answer for it, is my point. And Navi were able to get a lot of value off the back of that, simply because Doxer Lobster just chose to leave it. And you know, the way that it leaves that fiery zone on the map does sort of dictate where you can go around you know, the objective, and more often than not, it sort of caught Doxter unawares. When Doxter had control in that second game was really where it showed the weakness in the comp from Navi. But realistically, that start from the third game onwards, they just propelled everything forwards, and you know, it was a much closer set though. So going into our third set, I kind of wonder where this one's going to lead. If Navi are going to continue on now with this kind of, you know, warmed up lease of life that they've just been able to achieve in that second set, or the Doxter will go back to their old tricks.
Yeah, I think there were some mistakes in the draft as well from Doxer. You know, there was nothing to deal with Zabani. The Stu was kind of like awkward in the mid as well, because it didn't really like, it can't really play lane against, you know, something like a Penny. And in the mid, you already have to have the Poco, so they had some. Yeah, it was just kind of weird. They're gonna go Poco again though in this one as we move on to center stage as the first pick this time around. Sam, Bo, and Ash are going to be banned out by Doxer, Na'Vi taking out Janet, Otis, and the Griff. Let's see what their answer is here. I do think, though, that the Crow is something that I like a lot still, especially against Poco, as a good way to just shut down some of those heals. They're going to go Ruffs, which I think is a good idea in general. It didn't quite work out for SCMN earlier, to be fair, but you know, just that wall break just provides a lot of value and ways to just get free goals if you have the right, you know, setup and the right position.
I was going to say Gene before that, and that's why I quite like what Navi are going for here, and just kind of puts Doxer Lobster in a bit of a position now where they can't necessarily consider it, or they can, but they're going to have to reconsider how they utilize it, because it's definitely a rough matchup going into a roughs with that. Gale as well, really, really solid in Brawl, as we know, pretty much on every single map, but definitely in this one for sure. You know, Doxer have got the Poco, which again is a big pick for Navi, one that they are, you know, more often than not utilizing, but it has been recently apparent that they're also able to kind of more hold their own without it. I think last year it was fair to say, which they kind of depended upon it more. This year, starting to work around it, the max again for Doxter, and I do like it when they play it. Ems as well, not necessarily the most, you know, go-to pick when it comes to Brawl these days in terms of the meta, but one that I still think is very, very solid, and it just kind of has to be the case, because ultimately when you're picking Gale, it could be a tanky idea which Navi go for, despite the bans of the Sam and the Ash. You know, there's definitely still options which Navi could consider with the pairing of that Gale. My pick would be a Daryl here. They're going to be trying to double down with that idea, but let's see what they go for.
Yeah, it would be risky into an Ems as well. Not impossible, however. Amber, I don't dislike here. I think it's a pretty decent option. Overall, the draft, I would prefer Doxers, but I do think that Navi has the firepower to stop those pushes. You know, the utility from the Gale in defense is going to be Very important, especially with no wall breaks on the side of Doxer. That just leaves a lot of different areas where you can get stunned against with that super. So overall, I like what I'm seeing on both sides, although I would be slightly favorable to Doxer's draft.
You see, this is the problem with me and Amber. I just don't like the brawler, and that makes me kind of biased in my brain around whether it's the best. But I think for here, it is absolutely worth going Amber. I mean, you're able to take away a lot of that unpredictability of this particular map, and when you've got that to your advantage and you're able to control where you want to really eradicate, that can be such a big thing against the brawler like Max and a comp like this, because it really does thrive upon the speed of closing that gap very, very quickly. Angel Boy very weak as well, just surviving on there. But again, the speed gear, if anyone's going to be rocking that now, might want to be reconsidering it in the draft, because the longer this one goes on for, and the more that Cubic was able to burn down, the less of an advantage it's going to have for Dogster.
Yeah, I just want to point out that beautiful dodge there. I mean, bait from How to Win onto that super from Cube meant that he just had no follow-up and no way to chain it. One of the biggest features as well of the guild, just that ability to chain those supers one after the other, because if you land one, you get to follow 3 free shots onto the target. Kanan will be not burning down, as a phase shifter will be used to stay up, which I think is a pretty decent idea here. Tom gets the ball. Cube doesn't have knockback anymore, and Tom can, I was gonna say just walk it in, nearly did feed into quite a couple of supers there for Na'Vi, so they have a lot of utility for this push now.
Holding the mid, and speed there is just going to keep the majority of the shots that were there away from harm. Thomas, he could go down here, but the pressure from How to Win is just very well placed to keep in the mix, and now speed whilst he's healing back in, but that's a great slam to the wall there from Cubic, and Angel Boy just surviving on, but I don't think realistically the How to Win can pressurize the situation more than this. He's staying in position well, but at the same time, can't really do much more than that now that all 3 members of Na'Vi are back up on their feet, and 30 seconds on the clock before overtime, and no goals on either side. So is there any side that you think might have an advantage going into an overtime scenario, Teddy?
I mean, range is on the side of Na'Vi, so unless Darkster can get some nice supers lined up here, they do have the max speed, which can help and knock other supers furthermore. Big pickup from How to Win onto Cube, actually, just before overtime. That's quite a big mistake here on the side of Na'Vi. Kanan will burn down, but it's traded out again. How to Win still has super. The Cube has a super in response as well, in case a shot is planned by anyone here. He should be able to just shut that down, and it seems like in the end, things might just, as we do have that super finally in defense from Cube. Kanan is low, doesn't quite burn down, but might as well have, as he's very low HP, and this is a strong push coming through from Na'Vi.
Yeah, great pressure. Great pressure. Alex has still got the twisted to hand as well on the gadget if they do find themselves back on the defense and need it. Now Tomsy pushing forwards, and it's going to survive, but will burn down now. How to Win, and Alex still on their feet, but the range, look at that from How to Win. The second shot did connect, however, he's got a little bit overzealous, but pocketing of the ball, I think, is a wise thing here for Dogsters. Yeah, it does feel like Na'Vi were gearing up for a very big push, and it might not be over yet. Good knockback again from Alex, but Thomasy will get a very important takedown. Everyone's weak, but not enough time left on the clock for Na'Vi, and everyone just wiped out in the final seconds.
All right, well, an interesting way to end this one. But yeah, I don't feel like Donkster, I think they needed to capitalize early in that overtime. They had the chance to be fair, a kill 6 seconds before overtime kicks in, as well as 2 supers, the max speed and the M super. But yeah, it was just a little bit too challenging for them to score, and it just, shows how strong Gil is in defense, and teams are scared to ban it against Na'Vi because they know Na'Vi, they like their tanks. So having Gil available to be picked up as a safe measure is just very intuitive, but now it's in the hands of Na'Vi, and they're doing an excellent job at utilizing it in defense.
Cubic is just going to get so much value off the back of this, and able to just be able to choose where he wants to place each. But now that, again, time not on the side of Dogster, because the more time they waste, the more the map's going to be opened up. And I think at the top of the map as well, everything's cleared up in terms of the players on the side of Dogster. So yeah, Alex is going to be able to score this quite straightforwardly. And now There's about 1 minute 30 for a response from Dr. Lobster. They got a great comp for it, but they do need to start to secure a couple more kills along the way, start to show the first signs of pressure in this game, because so far it's been pretty much Navi from the outset.
Tom was a nice pickup there onto Cube. Wasn't quite Cube, actually. Cube goes down now. And a chance for Dogster to go a bit more aggressive as they have good control. But they do need a goal now as Navi has taken over the lead. Tom pumping Gadget there to keep his teammate alive. Get that reset a bit smoother. Cube very low HP, goes down to Kanan. That is the defense on the side of Navi. And with only Cube left alive, this should be going in nearly. Takes down Tom actually, but it goes down to net. And now we are even 1-1. The next goal is going to define who takes over the lead in this match.
Oh, Tom's stunned, and that's going to allow the takedown. Alex, though, is going to be a little bit cautious here. The face from Kanan was spot on there, realistically, to keep him in play, but has to heal up along the way as well. And the Super will actually stop his healing process as well, but it will provide valuable speed to his teammates to get into a favorable position here. Angel Boy's weak too, and utilizing that damage gear off the back of things, but the ball firmly in the mid, and going into overtime, it's really about which side is going to stay on their feet. But that takedown from Cubic is so important in that respect as well.
Yeah, Tom in a tough situation, and that should be going down the net. Maybe not.
I don't know why he didn't super pass it to Cubic there.
I'm not sure. I mean, defensive approach, I guess, here from Navi. It wouldn't have been a guaranteed goal, but they definitely had a good opportunity there. Let's see if this might bite them back in the later stages here of this overtime, as control is now in favor of Dogster, but Tom is incredibly low HP. So he needs to be very careful about how he approaches things, and because he gets outranged by pretty much everyone here, he needs that HP, he needs that reset every time. So when he's low, it's hard for him to heal up. Max speed here, gonna dissuade them from going for a charge shot, but it still goes in as the pass is solid, and it ends deep into Dogster's net. Navi taking over the advantage here was the first game of Brawl Ball going their way. I mean, technically the second, but the first win of Brawl Ball going their way.
Exactly, yeah. I admire Cubic's patience there, because when there's a max speed in play, there's a much higher chance for two bodies in the goal mouth to be able to defend that situation. And, it's not worth taking that risk. Someone is going to get to that ball more often than not. And already, look at this. Navi going straight onto the aggressive, taking the time to avoid those shots from Tomsy along the way. And a goal in the first 20 seconds of their opening of this one. It's like we had the first game which ended in a draw, but since then, it just seems like, both sides are going really on the aggressive, which I admire, but it just seems like Navi just got a little bit more of an edge, and that could be the very thing that they needed to really open this game.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the first game, they were somewhat like, analyzing great gadget as well there from Cube, actually, to pick up that elimination. Stepoko was standing a little bit too close. Let's see now. Dogster have any sort of response, otherwise set 3 here. Might just go the way of Navi. Cube quite low HP. Let's see, as Super is spot by how to win. Cube takes a lot of damage, goes down. It's only the Gale left in defense. But again, no opportunity to score just yet. Trying to bait out some utility. Kanan gets taken quite low. Tom now has a Super. Might have to go for it as his teammate is burning down. Finally, it comes through. Only the Gale in defense, but again, just his sheer presence is enough to stop any aggression. But Tom just walks through everyone on the side of Navi. And I love how he fell back and then with the max speed immediately ran towards them and just caught them off guard a little bit, as they didn't expect he would quite commit to that. And just that little moment of doubt was enough for Dogster to catch them off guard and secure that goal.
Great stuff, honestly. It's not an easy thing at all to score those moments with so many bodies in the way, but Tomsy didn't make it look easy, but now there is a bit of a situation developing on the side of Navi. There goes down Kane, and then Tomsy now still healing off the back of this. He can heal up how to win, but he's not even going to have to be able to, because somehow, someway, Navi find the gap. Oh my word. Huge miss there from Dogstar. I don't know whether there was too much they could do about it, but like the ball just seemed to just find its way.
I was a bit scared, man, because those front walls were like not completely destroyed. So if you went like for the, what you usually see in those situations is you should like literally as the supply drop falls, right? So there's no way to catch it. He was a little bit more patient, and he was right to be, because the wall break was not perfect. It would have been really awkward if it just bounced against the front fences, but it didn't. And that is another thing Navi can be commended for here as well. Very patient in this set, but able to spot the opportunities to go in and deal that damage. Obviously, healing much higher on the side of Dr. Lobster, just because, you know, they have a Poco. But besides that, the stats just looking really good on the side of Navi, with quite a substantial amount of more damage on their side, almost over 50k actually. More damage on the side of Navi. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, Dogstar received a lot in that game, and that's not great signs for me, you know, looking ahead. And you know, we need to kind of see a bit more from them going into the next sets. They started off great, but it just seems that they've been faltering just a little bit and just have struggled to kind of react to Navi's response, as Navi have really started to get their stride on, it seems, and you know, really are, you know, reminding themselves along the way that, you know, staying within the upper bracket is so important at this stage of the competition, to just continue to be having that extra life in that respect. It does go a long way.
It certainly does. It certainly does. I mean, overall, Navi just looking better and better. And right now, yeah, the Dogstar need to catch up in this fourth set, because it might very much be their last one today, unless they do manage to clutch this one up and the upper bracket. I mean, they would need to win the next 2 sets, as a matter of fact. An uphill battle, but again, you know, they showed in the first set a very convincing one as well on the side of Dogstar, that they can win those against Navi, but it needs to be more similar than that than to the previous 2 sets, because those Navi just started looking better and better and better, and right now they have all the momentum in the world as well coming into this 4th set.
Again, it's going to be a set that Dr. Lobster have to gain. I mean, they are behind here, and it just seems like the momentum so far has been greatly against them. Navi have been just adapting so well and just shaping the draft in a way which is making things troublesome for Dogstar, who have been quite consistently going with like the ideas of max and speed ideas that they're just struggling to defend against. So this next draft realistically coming in here is going to have to be a good one.
Certainly so. Certainly so. We saw some oopsies on both sides in this match already in draft. Some, you know, picks being slightly overlooked. But I mean, you know, Navi, they're willing to bring in some very exotic and original ideas, and it's something that is always very welcome to bring in the mix and just diversify a little bit, you know, and bring some new ideas that will catch opponents off guard. If it is a Jesse, it is a Jesse. But overall, they're looking solid on that draft, and it's one of the big changes as well from Navi earlier in the year, where they had a lot of those weird picks too, but they just didn't work. Now it seems like they're able to much more often and more consistently actually, you know, have those ideas be a success.
Well, I can't actually see the draft on my screen, Teddy, so I'm not sure that you can.
No, me neither.
Oh, great, fantastic. Well, in that case, maybe we should look back at some of the performances then from the teams throughout the splits, because again, it's kind of hard if we can't see the draft itself as to how to necessarily communicate our thoughts around it. But at the same time, you know, looking back, you know, it was Navi that had 2 grand final wins in the first opening splits, and that's the one of Dr. Lobster, and in fact, that one which really came into play a big factor, and a big role was the one that Navi stole away from them in the Cup number 6. I would say though across the board that Navi for me had kind of more wins against teams that are kind of have got to this stage in the competition, which is something that Dr. Lobster have got to really consider. That sometimes if you're being consistently tested, it does make a big difference. And Navi were a team to qualify in the first split, whereas in the second split, we had already gained 6 teams out of their playing pool, plus the 4 which were able to obtain a golden ticket from season 1, being Fly Totem, SK Gaming, Tribe Gaming EU, and also Humble. So it does kind of make it feel a little bit like the odds are potentially stacked against Dogster here, but they came out strong, Teddy. They started that first set and they looked very convincing. They caught Navi unawares. But the problem now is that Navi are kind of wised up to things and they're looking more confident themselves. I think when it comes to how to play against that, they kind of have to go back to their mindset in that first set. They have to kind of think back towards what they were doing, which Navi was struggling against, and specifically at what times during the matches that they did that very thing as well. So, okay, going in there, we got the draft completed as well. It's been Kaboom Canyon Teddy for Heist. We've got Navi drafting out the Colette, and that's a good pick there for sure. Griff and Janet. Brock Otis is an interesting one, lacking a bit of range for me on Kaboom Canyon, but still very strong. And Lola. What do you make of the draft, Teddy?
It's interesting for the least. I do prefer what I'm seeing on the side of Navi here. As you said, I'm not entirely sure if Otis is the way. I mean, it does do a decent bit of damage. I just feel like Ranger is just very much in the advantage, at least when it comes to consistent long-range DPS. I prefer it on the side of Navi, and so far the early start has been better, but they do lose control now. And that's quite a big deal because all things considered, they only got 8% damage off that one push.
Well, it's Navi against the ropes here as the control of the mid. Certainly more with Dogster. But Angel Boy is marked up as well by the Seal Starfish, which means that he will not be able to make any shots, and Dogster capitalize on it. Cubic pushing through the mid and trying to find his way towards the safety. Gets some damage. Is probably, one shot away from Super. There you go. And then we'll go in and come back out. Again, nice freeze frame from Dogster, but at the same time, it's Navi that have kind of struggled to get a little bit further control of the mid and get out of their spawn. They want to get those Colette Supers cycling in and ideally, get Griff in there as well.
MMA will be shut down by How to Win on the right-hand side. I do kind of like how the rocket fuels can be just used whenever by Tom, because it's not like he has 10,000 by Kaden, sorry. It's not like there's 10,000 walls to break anyways, because there's just the one on their side. The other one was broken by MMA, so just free to use it as he wants to get some easier shots to connect at a range, and so far it's been quite efficient. But with 20 seconds left, it is Navi in the lead, and unless Dogster turn things around, it's going to be a match point going into their hands, and that Colette Super pretty much just settles it there as Angel Boy gets a couple more shots off onto the safe as well. And Navi get to match point.
And honestly, looking back to how he started, I'm a little bit surprised. I feel like, especially when you get that first set win as a team, it can really catapult you forwards, but it just seemed to do the opposite for Dogster. It just kind of, in a way, made Navi wise up to the fact that actually, we need to maybe keep our guard up a little bit more when it comes to this particular team. They haven't had the most amount of run-ins together compared to some of the other teams within the competition, so they've definitely had their fair share, but ultimately that's something of a consideration that you just cannot deny. And now that Navi have got their stride, it seems like they're just going to tie this up here. I mean, unless Dogster really start to have a better amount of damage, because they had some good control in the last game, but they were not realistically able to make the objective count towards the end.
Yeah. Tom was a nice picker onto MMA, but the situation is still quite rough here for Dogster, as Navi, besides the match point they have, but 42% lead already. By this time in the previous game, they only had 8%, and they still managed to win that one. Which was a nice pickup there onto Tom, flying over him and opening up that lane. Things just looking smooth here for Navi, and I don't know, man. I do feel like that Otis just kind of lacks in range for this map, and makes it a little bit complicated for Dogster to really stay relevant in this one.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, It's a great brawler, and the current meta is fantastic. I really do rate it, and again, you can just see there how effective that takedown was with the Seal Starfish to really just eradicate a member of Navi. But it just seems to me like Griff's a better shout, Colette's a better shout. Pretty much everything that Navi are bringing in is something which it kind of counters. Janet as well, the range. As long as Navi are being careful around that range against that how to win matchup, I think there's better ideas to play in. Dogston now just creeping their way forwards. They haven't got a shred of damage just yet. The first sign of it there will be with Kanan, but it's only 6%. And for a Brock super that could have been more valuable to get a little bit closer, that's a bit of a miss for me. And I think that now Navi have got enough here to really tie things up. It will have to be a monumental turnaround for Dogston here to survive in the upper bracket.
Yeah, not much they can do. They're even going for an all-in here, leaving the Janet onto the safe. There's only like 10% in it. There was just not much of a chance here for that gamble to pay off for Donkster. It's going to be a 3-1 in the end. Navi proceeding to the quarterfinals of the upper bracket. It's not the end for Donkster. They are going to be dropping down to the lower bracket. We'll see some more action from them tomorrow, most likely. But yeah, I'm a little disappointed because the first set I was like, Dogstar are looking incredible, but after that, they became more and more quiet by every set that passed by, and by the third, there was just not much left in Dogstar to show to us.
Yeah, it was almost like Dogstar started just to kind of submit to defeat too early, and it was a great opening game mode, with Knockout, where they were able to gain that first set. But they were just not able to continuate the ideas forwards into the following sets. And especially when you look back to the draft in Ring of Fire, for me, there was definitely some weaknesses on the side of Navi, but they did also make those combinations actually count in a way that we were not necessarily expecting it to work out. I think realistically here, Dogstar had the best chance of a comeback in Brawl Ball. I felt like they had some great goal scoring opportunities. They had the max pick combined with the poker, which is always going to be a good time. And more often than not, Navi were having to defend a lot of these situations, but just were not able to close it out in Heist. Bit of a different story for me, as I think you'll agree, Teddy. Just kind of a little bit of a rough draft for Dogstar, which could have maybe had a few other ideas thrown into the mix to help give themselves the edge. But as such, it's going to be Dogstar Lobster going down into the lower bracket, coming back for day 2 with them tomorrow. But now we proceed further today.
They certainly do, and looking quite good here as well. I mean, first set aside, it was a fairly convincing performance from Navi, very much so. So maybe, some ironing out to do in Knockout. But besides that, they look very, very solid. And yeah, Dogstar, I do kind of feel like, every game they lost, just they didn't quite recover in the next game as back to 100%. And slowly but surely it started looking a bit more clunky. And yeah, as you said, the final set there was just kind of a bit of a miss in the draft, which happens, just unfortunate when it happens in your final set.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one. But, ultimately, Dogstar are a team that have been able to survive on in those circumstances before. And I don't think that's the last we're going to be seeing of them. Well, certainly we'll be seeing a match, at least, from them tomorrow. But at the same time, it's a rough start for them at the very least. But I think we're going to go on the line to an interview with MMA from Navi. We'll see what he's going to be on the line in just a moment. Are you there, MMA? Great to see you, mate. How are you doing?
Hello, my friends. All good, thank you. What about you?
Great to have you back. It's been a while since we've spoken, but first and foremost, congrats on that win. Obviously, you were behind in the first set. Talk us through, kind of how that felt for you guys, and was there any team discussion around how to approach the sets to follow? Because you looked much better after that loss, actually.
I suppose it's always for us, no matter what happens, we will continue to play as we can, and maybe I can say a lot about this. Sorry for my bad English, but I suppose it's our team mood. We try to never give up, and until it doesn't end, we will try to give our best.
Yeah, it's something we always like really appreciate, when it comes to your mentality. I do have a question that's nothing to do with it, but the Jesse on Ring of Fire, like, where does it come from? Like, what was the idea behind it?
We practice sometimes with this brawler in scrims, so it was just about matchups. We look at their brawlers, so try to think what we can do. So in our opinion, Jesse was good, even if it's not very popular brawler in hot zone. So for us, it's not problem. We can test even if it's very important match for us.
Well, again, MMA, don't apologize for your English, because I've watched you learn over the years. You sound great. Gotta say as well, having just won your golden tickets for the Brawl Stars Championship World Finals this year, has that been something of a lifting point for you guys? Has that kind of given you that energy and drive coming into the competition today?
Yeah, for sure. Also, we understand that we already qualified for world champion, but ESL, it's very big and very important tournament too, so we will hard to play here, so it's our main goal.
Yeah, all right, well, thanks for coming, I guess. Seems like you got kicked out. I appreciate the words, man. Well played. You had a terrific match, and the team is looking really good at the moment. And congratulations for making things work after a bit of a rougher start of the year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Great to hear from the man himself, and again, kind of feeling a bit safer that it's in an online environment, because if you don't know MMA, he's a big guy, Teddy. He likes to work out. He's in great shape. If I was running, he would surely catch up with me. So it was great that it was all smiles. He's a lovely guy, honestly. It's great to see him as well, giving those interviews a big shot, because it's not easy when English is not your first language, and he sounded great.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, I'm not a native English speaker, so I can relate with it very much. And you can see the effort as well, to connect with the broader community, not just the Russian fans. We know how many there are, but, to be a part of it. And I think it was one of the struggles for Na'Vi in the past too, where they were a little bit isolated from the rest of, the European teams. It feels much less like it now, and it's a change that I think is very welcome as well for the roster.
Well, we heard him say himself as well, the prospect of a world finals in the BSC gave him the energy today, but for us, it's Monster that are bringing the energy for us today. And I've got to say, I'm feeling great today, Teddy, and I genuinely feel like it is because I've got one sat in front of me. But again, without the support of our fantastic partners like them, we would not be able to put on the show that we are doing, not just throughout today, but the whole entire season. And not just this season, season 1, 2, everything. So I gotta say again, a massive shout out to them, and thank you for all they do for us.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, all the support goes a long way here for making those sort of events happen. We do have plenty more matches today as a matter of fact, and Reply Totem versus Craze Clan is gonna be the next one. Quite a heated one over there, and it's always gonna be heartbreaking to say goodbye to one of them. Again, they will drop to the lower bracket if they do go down, but it's a good match because there's a spot on the line already, to qualify. So they are going to want this one. They don't want to go through the struggle of the lower bracket. This is going to be their chance, and that's going to be right after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are in deep with the Open Finals today for day 1. Day 2 coming tomorrow as well, so make sure you stick around for that. The lower bracket is shaping up nicely. I say that, it's kind of bittersweet to say that because those teams are on their last life, but we are remaining within the upper brackets, and we are remaining with myself and Teddy to walk you guys through it. Up next, we have got Reply Totem up against Craze Clan. Teddy, this one's going to be a banger.
Definitely. So, I mean, 2 teams from the challenge season that had fairly different results as Crazy Import make it to the finals, but Reply Totem officially, when it comes to SPS, they are on a 10-win streak, which is unbelievable. I do think there's been a bit more struggles for the roster ever since then, but this is their chance to prove us wrong and show their dominance again.
Absolutely so. Well, this is the course of today so far. We saw Reply Totem get the win in straight sets against Colossal to bring them to this stage, and Craze, of course, actually got the win over Team Kessler. That's news to us as well. We are learning this along the way. 3-2 was a scoreline, very close matchup there. The Team Casso going down the lower bracket. We just saw before the break Navi get the win over Dogstar Lobster in a 3-1. More close games today as well. Sky getting a 3-2 against Humble, so they're going to be facing off against Navi later on as well. Tribe Gaming took the win against FA Locum, and they're going to be facing off with Mystic Esports, the former Kazaki roster, who actually got the win over Cutes. And Cutes have had a phenomenal run in Split 2, so that's another big upset. FA Poland didn't quite get the win over Bax. It was actually quite convincing, and the opposite of that with 3-0 in favor of Bax, who are now going to be lined up to face against SK Gaming, and we saw that matchup between themselves and STM as the first match today, and it was looking very convincing. So Bax definitely are going to have their work cut out for them, and they're going to have to keep their guard highly up going into that one if SK are going to continue the level of dominance that we saw earlier today. And this, Teddy, is how things are shaping up to be in the lower bracket. Talk us through it.
Cutes versus FA Locum is going to be the first match on that, and Stamina EU will be facing FA Poland. Team Queso against Colossal Gaming, and last but not least, Humble versus Dogster. It's stacked for a lower bracket, and there's going to be more teams joining the lower bracket by the end of today as well, once we get through the quarterfinals here of the upper bracket. And I have to say, man, a lot of teams from the challenge season as well, from season 1, just in a tough spot here, close to perhaps not making it to the challenge season 2. So it's a little bit scary, but Reply Totem, it shouldn't be too scary for them just yet, as they have an amazing track record, especially when it comes to SPS. 10 wins in a row, still undefeated in official matches ever since the Open Cups of the first season. I do feel like it's not quite going to be the case this season. I expect them to lose some matches, but I expect them to lose them in the challenge season, so that entitles that I do think they will make it. And a matchup against Craze, even though Craze are looking quite strong, I feel like Totem still on paper has the upper hand.
Yeah, that's the question here. It's not whether, will Craze be able to, get the win over Reply Totem. It's will Reply Totem take their first loss, throughout the entire SPS of season 1. So, obviously they had, a couple of losses along the way, and the brackets didn't win every single split, of course, in terms of like grand finals. But, in terms of the day 1 challenge day forwards, they have a skip to beat, but Craze Clan did get a set off them on day 7 of the challenge stage, and not many other teams could actually say the same going up against the Reply Totem, but Rama, Jero, and Naui, of course, looking to do just that. And of course, we saw some roster changes to Craze as well. We waved goodbye to Meow, so they have been looking, in my opinion, a little bit better since then. But I mean, Reply Totem, Teddy, they are Reply Totem. This is going to be a real tough battle for Craze Clan, and I really hope they've come prepared for it.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, Craze, they need to bring their A game here just to stand a chance. We already addressed it a little bit. Totem isn't quite the Totem that we saw just 2 months ago. But, I mean, stats-wise, they look really, really strong. Maybe not like the flashiest stats all around. Fairly close to Craze, especially when you just look at like, a KD perspective. But I think Totem have been so good at just utilizing, the value they get from each kill. Every time it gains them control or gets them a step closer towards completing the objective, and with very aggressive comms that we know them for, it's logical, because more often than not, they're going to be fighting you in your side of the map, which means that even if they do go down, you can't capitalize because you have to run so far to score a goal in Brawl Ball. You aren't able to get a smooth reset in Hot Zone, and it goes like that for pretty much every single game mode in Brawl Stars. And that's one of the things that I feel like Totem just was a step ahead of the competition. Don't think it's quite as much the case of today, and I wouldn't find it like completely shocking if Craze won this one.
Yeah, but we've got to remember, Reply Totem are the Season 1 champions of the SPS, and the champions for SPS for us at DHL. Got to give a huge shout out to them as well as one of our value partners here. Again, everything would not be possible without them. So again, huge support from them, from everything that they do. Again, for putting on the Pro Series tips as well that we've been doing along the way, bringing in the best of the pro scene to be able to educate those that are watching from the streams. It's been a real joy to be able to participate in that process as well. But yeah, Teddy, it goes without saying that without them, we wouldn't be here. Yeah, certainly so. I mean, the matches certainly have delivered so far, and so have the players, and so does DHL. So very, practical to have them around in this case. You're welcome. I'm sad that I'm not hosting just because I like to, do the word plays for the sponsors. But it is true, though. It is true. So yeah, bringing us, all together again for some awesome Brawl esports content, and I'm always all down for it, man. Yeah, it's such an enjoyable, production to be a part of, genuinely. And yeah, again, wouldn't be possible without our partners. So, but going into this matchup, what are you thinking for this one, Teddy? And maybe the Twitch chat as well can get involved in that side of things. Because ultimately, like you said, Craze could take this. I mean, and if they do, it will have huge ramifications throughout the bracket. But what are they going to have to do today to take down Reply Totem? Because like you say, like going back to the end of Season 1 where we saw, Reply Totem win the entirety of that challenge finals, they were really flying in other tournaments as well. BSC, of course, majority back-to-back monthly final wins there, grand final wins there. They were, it's fair to say, like at the very top of their game, but we saw them sort of sit back a little bit in the BSC at least. Since then, still very much flying, but they have not necessarily been up to the same standards that we saw at the end of Season 1. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I feel like Totem kind of like had a massive peak when Joker joined the roster, and for a while too, for like solid 2 months, they were the team to beat in EMEA. They're still the team to beat in SPS, to be completely fair, but they have been slowly falling off a little bit. Might just be, a bit of a wave, and they'll just surge back with a new all-time high, but it does feel like they've fallen a little bit from, their reign. On the side of Craze, I would say it's rather the opposite, where it's been a little bit tough for them the last couple of months, and it does feel like lately they've been looking better. So maybe they are in, now in the realm of, in a sort of area where it can kind of go either way. I would still say that Totem are favorites, but I would call it a 60-40, whereas, 2 months back, if you ask me, I would have called it a 75-25. So I do think it's a pretty big difference from then, although in the end, Totem
probably still come in favorites here.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Well, that's our predictions from the casting desk, guys. Make sure that you let us know over on Twitch and place your predictions for the team that you think is going to have the edge in this one. I'm with you, Teddy. I feel like I've got to give the edge to the reigning champs. I mean, it would be foolish not to. But Craze have been making some positive change, and they have been looking to get back to their former glory, because going back to the very beginning of this year, I mean, Craze were looking absolutely phenomenal. It wasn't quite the case necessarily towards going through the challenge days in the SPS, and a couple of the matches proved a bit too grueling for them. They didn't make the challenge finals. But also just noticing the bracket and going back to what I was looking at before we came to the chat before the match, realizing as well that Humble are facing Dr. Lobster. So one of the two teams from the challenge stage of season 1 will certainly not be making it, as they are on their last remaining lives, which is quite the story, quite the turnout here. But ultimately, Craze are going to want to be able to ensure their place and do better upon their previous performance. And sometimes that is enough. The question is, against a team like Reply Totem, if they're going to be able to just shake off the prospect that they're facing against the reigning champs. That is the thing. And they're going to have to realistically look at their opposition not as Reply Totem, but just as any other team, and not let it get inside their heads, not let it daunt them or throw them off their game.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I think this is also, when you realize how lucky that they are to be in the upper bracket still, because they might have faced very tough opponents on the lower bracket as well. And it's just a little bit of a safety net in case something goes wrong, because things realistically can absolutely go wrong for either way here. Totem, I would not be, completely shocked they end up losing this one. I again do think they are slight favorites for this match, but one of those two teams is going to be in the lower bracket. So yeah, that extra life goes a very, very long way at that stage. Beach Bowl is where we are going to be kicking things off, and that is going to be without Janet, Ruffs, and Otis, and then Penny, Griff, and Serge.
To be fair, it's the first time we're seeing the icon in esports, so it makes.
Yeah, I didn't. That's it. I didn't recognize the eye. That is. I was like, yeah. Is that? I mean, if you think about it, similar eye to Stu, but yeah, no, it was just a brain fart on my end. But we have the first pick of Stu, then on the side of Craze, and the Gene as the response from Reply Totem.
Well, yeah, I think we're going to have plenty of time to get used to seeing Otis as well, because we've seen it either played or banned so far today. Nowhere in between. I do like the Gene pick, early Gene pick from Reply Totem here, one that we've not seen that much of today. And I think, for good reason. I mean, it's got some great ability to turn the game, and combining with the Carl, love that from Reply Totem. Stu's obviously an aggressive shout from Craze. It's kind of maybe not for me to be in such a place of such an early draft here in Beach Ball, but nonetheless, now that we've got both options for his gadget back into the play of things, it does open up some options here. Craze do want to break things open, but combining it is going to be quite key as well. The rough span, again, such a great one from Reply Totem, because ultimately that would have been the go-to pick here, with that Gene being the first one. Max is the response, and I do like that. It's definitely, especially in Brawl Ball, a brawler which is going to provide so much ability to go on the hunt and try to secure herself those quick and swift goals. So definitely speed and aggression is the nature of the draft here for Craze Clan. And now combining towards this, I kind of feel like you've got to have just like a little bit more range, just something to add to this comp, or maybe Poco as well for survivability. It kind of has to be one of those two things, or Gale. And just in the eventuality here that Reply to go for a tank.
Yeah, well, at least they have what it takes to shut that sort of idea down. Great matchup against the Call, of course, as well. And I even really don't dislike Gil against Gene, because if someone gets pulled and you manage to knock them back, it can be enough to just keep your teammate alive. So that can go a long way as well. And I feel like overall, there's just a lot of evasiveness and ways to deal with the pull, whether it's just a Stu dash or even a Stu speed zone being placed down, or just a max phase shifter. Spike is an interesting way to go for Totem. It's a brawl we just don't see very much anymore. I don't dislike it per se. I just feel like at a pro level, it's hard to pull off, because a lot of players are just so good at dodging the curveball, and then at a long range, you're just not getting any sort of value. Up close, yes, you'll get a lot of damage, but you're low HP as well, and the Cactus, even though it will help against some matchups like, you know, an over-aggressive Max or 2, it's still definitely not just easy to claim those kills.
Yeah, I think the fact that Spike's kind of dropped out a little bit might actually be quite a good thing, because it means that players are less likely to be practicing against Kerple, which is what Maru's running. It has kind of sort of faltered to this position, though, where I do see it as the third and final pick in Brawl, but more often than not, or in niche areas like, you know, Deep Diner, for gem grab, where you're able to get a really nice angle around the cover. But the cover really is going to help out Maru here considerably. And, you know, just see how effective the speed zone is here on the side of Craze Clan as well. Is well, any decay, and that's been some feedback from me to the team as well, that it would be a great thing to implement that for that particular gadget. It's very hard to actually get to. Joker could pull it, but I think it's far better to go for a pull on the opposition, which is what he just chooses to go for. Great shot from Maru, but he should be able to get this defense relatively cleanly despite it.
Yeah, a nice attempt here from Craze, but Totem still stand. The lane swap as Maru is moving over to the left-hand side. Putting the call now against Max. Gadget pump by Maru, that was his last one as well. Maru trying to go for a play. Does nearly get the kill on Gero, but does end up going down. With speed now available for Gero as well, this could be a pretty decent chance at making something happen out of this push. It's not going to be pumped just yet. Now it comes in. Let's see if they can make some magic happen here on the side of Craze. They'll get a nice pickup on the Maori. Taken out of the right lane. Joker does have pull now. It's actually going to pull the speed zone here. Definitely less than ideal. A good bait from this 2. A chance here was the nice double stun. Make it a triple kill here for Craze, and the team wipe leaves the goal wide open for Craze Clan to score.
Exactly what they needed, really is, at this very early moment of the series between these two teams. Now the speed zone goes down, but the pressure is just mounting massively. It's 15 seconds for Reply Totem to be able to do anything about this, and with such a defensive comp here on the side of Craze Clan, I feel like they should be able to defend relatively well. But having said that, everyone is pretty low. I don't see a way that with Gero going forwards as well, especially with that phase shift, there's no time. Even with a super pass, not going to happen. Nice attempt though, nonetheless, from Reply Totem, but Craze Clan will take the first game in this set, and one game away from taking the first set. I feel like they played it really, really well. And at this rate, Reply Totem could be in a little bit of trouble. They're going to kind of take the pace down just a little bit here, which is a tough thing to do against the aggressiveness and the speediness of Stu and Max and others. But this is what we were kind of saying before going in. We've got to remind ourselves the winner of this match, this series, will be the first team today to qualify themselves for the challenge season. So everything on the line here. Reply Totem do not want to lose any sets, let alone the first.
Yeah, I mean, if they can keep the win streak getting into the challenge season, might as well, you know, might as well. Thing is, I'm still somewhat on the fence on that Spike pick. It is looking better here early on, as they have a lot of control and are dangerously close to that goal area. Not quite close enough to score just yet. But I don't know. I've been somewhat... I find it somewhat underwhelming with the Spike. But positioning here is quite good. A nice pickup, though, from this 2. Murray trying to go for a play. Oh, nearly gets it in. Actually will. Beautiful stuff. And that Spike super makes sure that there's no chance for the Stu to get there in time to defend. Beautiful stuff from Reply Totem, and an important goal for them to pick up.
Yeah, it really was. Really was. Gets them off the mark, and I did love the face shift though from Gero, just to try to stay in the mix there towards the end. This is going to be a walk-in as well. It will be very, very swift turnaround from Reply Totem in spectacular fashion, keeping this first set alive, and that's exactly what they needed to do. The response was honestly spot on. They were just so explosive this time round and confident, which is what you have to do before this first set is determined. You really need to make sure that you're able to just remind your opposition that despite them maybe taking that first game, the set is still up for grabs.
All right, 1-1 in this opening Brawl Ball set. Slower approach from Totem this time around, and HP-wise, they can't allow themselves to be over-aggressive. I really like that Cactus to break, but actually, Mari might just score this one. But he's gonna play it safe, and I don't blame him here. Great plays from the Stu as well to just stay in the mix here. Thought he might just go down. Chance maybe, Joker getting the ball forward, setting Mari up for success as now it's open for a dash to just go onto that ball and score afterwards. But not an opportunity they're going to take just yet as they want to play the patient game. And I respect that. A super from Mari will get near the ball, but not quite on the ball. That pickup there might be exactly what they need. Is he able to score here, Joker? Yeah, exactly what he needed. The little stun lock from the pool, getting the ball to just slip through him and down the net it goes.
Beautiful stuff, honestly, but Crazy Clan are quick to respond. That slow is very important there to keep things. Now he's punished. They keep changing the names every day of the week on the side of Crazy Clan, but nice clearance nonetheless there from Maori as Joker goes down. Very much necessary here and needed. Like another phase shift again, which is another time that Jerry's done it, just to avoid that curveball, but it has worked out. And now the push coming back in from Crazy has got time here, 40 seconds on the clock to be able to make this response happen. If Joker goes down as well, there'd be no heals, but that's a great takedown from him on the other side of things. So, but Crazy is still in a great spot here. If they can just get this ball out of the pocket on the corner and get a takedown along the way, they could be able to tie up this scoreline with time left.
20 seconds in this one. Pull from Joker connects as well. Garo fairly low HP on the left-hand side. This is going to be the final push here from Craze. This is a set that they could get the taste of victory of, but probably won't. 3 seconds left. Oh, maybe still a chance, but everyone goes down. And Maru to get a pretty cheeky little double kill there at the end. Totem will be securing this game and set, turning things around before things get, a bit too dangerous here.
Great stuff, really great stuff from Reply Totem, because that could have escalated very, very quickly. Craze were out the gates and they didn't hesitate to make sure that first game was theirs. And I'm sure, no doubt, some communication lift going into the second and third game, because the response from Reply Totem was fantastic. More damage on the side of Crazy Clan, but not by too much. Relatively even when it came to the healing, and taking less damage on the side of Reply Totem always can make a difference. But for the most part, I would say that the stats pretty balanced across the board. But it was just the attention to the response that I think was very much swayed more into the favor of Reply Totem, who again, coming in to the Open Finals today, undefeated since day one of the challenge season of season 1, going into season 2, the reigning champions. That was almost them behind in the first set, and that could have played a big difference. Ultimately now, it's going to have relieved a little bit of the pressure from Reply Totem, but they will not be underestimating Crazy Clan going into this second set. And Crazy Clan had some really great results throughout the splits as well. Just the only thing for them was that the fact that Reply Totem were not in that, obviously having gained their golden ticket from their performance in season 1, similar to Tribe Gaming, EU, SK Gaming, and Humble in that respect. But they did get a grand finals win, so they have had some good results on the scoreboard. They were able to get some big wins against Navi, against FA Poland, and others. So they have been making some good progress in the competition, it's fair to say. I think that whoever wins this will be the deserving one of it. And so far, it's been looking relatively balanced. But Reply Totem did react rather than falter in that first set.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think Crazy had a pretty good approach to it. I still somewhat, stand by my words and wasn't the most in love with the spike pick. But again, they did make it work, and Maru made it work really nicely as well. I do think part of it also, and it's very often just the case when you're bringing spike to the mix, it's kind of depending on how well your opponents dodge the curveball. And I have to say that Garo had some questionable dodges at time. But yeah, they made it work quite nicely, so I was fairly impressed by that. Looking at our draft here for a safe zone, we are going to see that Bonnie first pick after Colette, Bell, and Otis are going to be banned out by Reply Totem. Griff, as well as Ruffs and Lola will be banned out by Craze. So I like those bans. I don't think there's any huge openings. I would expect a B perhaps to deal with that bunny on the side of Reply Totem.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a buzz, but it might be a bit early for that one there, as to be exactly that. And yeah, I really like that. I would have preferred that on the side of Craze over the Bonnie. It can also have, you know, some great qualities to be able to go on the aggressive and bring back the fight into that spawn area with the Bonnie. But B is just able to cover a lot more bases, I feel, at this early stage in the draft. But Carl alongside it, which tends to be a staple diet, to be honest, with Reply Totem, holding back. But I wouldn't be at all surprised if their third pick later on after the remaining two for Craze is a buzz. It's one that has been floating around a lot, but at the same time, sometimes coming to these kind of competitions, it's kind of good to keep some shock ideas. It might not be that, but it's definitely one which I wouldn't be surprised even Craze went for it. They could go with 8-bit here, to be honest, though. That has been a brawler which has been coming a bit more rife in this region, kind of predominantly seen in the early part of this year with North America and Latin North, but it has been now kind of being utilized a bit more. Brock is a great way to counter that very idea, so I don't think that now that'll be the case, unless they want to just ensure the picks so that Reply Totem don't use it against them, because it is a great way to open up and just eradicate the effectiveness of that damage booster. This third and final pick coming in shortly for both sides, and I like the way it's shaping up to be. They're kind of covering themselves, but so far I prefer the Reply Totem draft.
Yeah, me too. I think maybe a max here to close things out on either side could go a long way. I mean, helping the bunny out with some extra speed is always welcome. Yeah, they're going to go for it. And I feel like it would be a bit dangerous not to, because Max has such a good matchup against both Brock and Bunny. So it would have been quite dangerous to leave it open. But there's still an option here for a strong final pick to show up on the side of Reply Totem, and I don't think Buzz would necessarily be a bad idea.
It can't work now.
Yeah.
It can't work. They got Brock. The Brock was a really, really solid draft from Craze because it eradicated some real heavy hitters. As soon as you got the ability to break open everything, they're going to go for it anyway. Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, this is why we don't talk about the draft, Teddy. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. I thought as soon as that Brock pick was there, there's no way that they're going to consider going Buzz because you've got no cover. Same with 8-bit. The damage booster is useless when Brock is on the map because you just literally have nowhere to place it without it being susceptible to damage. But so to bring in a Buzz, like against especially a speedy comp combined with the Max on the side of Craze Clan, this is really daring stuff here from Reply Totem because they're going to be having to make sure they are getting their juke on 100%. They can't afford to have any shots conceded now, and are going to have less cover to utilize in doing so. So I love it. It's daring, it's bold, but it is also dangerous here.
I agree. I do think that it's going to take a while to set things up. Actually, he might not even... Is he rocking the jumpy up?
Hey, wow, really? I mean, I'm assuming it's intentional, but that's not the gadget that I would be running here for Brock. Like, it's just going to enable Joker to do exactly what he wants to do. Huh? What?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I get the idea, right? You want to escape those spools from those grapples from Joker. The thing is that worries me less about the destruction is the chain ability of the super. You know, if you connect it onto someone and you get the takedown, you're going to be so close from your next super anyways, if you don't even already have it. So the value is just really high overall, and Joker is going to respawn being like a tick off his super, which makes it just so much more safe in a way. So I don't know. I don't think the destruction is that big of a factor. Definitely, you know, if you can have an open map, it's better. But I don't think it's a deal breaker per se because, you know, fact is you still have a good matchup against many of those brawlers as, you know, with the pick. So I don't know. I kind of like it so far. It's only 1% in it though. And Craze Clan, they did manage to get a nice double kill, but not quite the reset they were hoping for. Let's see if this is going to be a final push from Totem or from Craze, if they can shut it down. The dash in onto the save, get some damage. The spinning Maru as well, and that should be about enough as Maru is going to get a clean double kill, finishes off the save as well, and secures the game here for Reply Totem.
Yeah, great stuff. Solid stuff. I love that you're objectifying it, Teddy. I do it. It's one of my favorite things about your personality is that you like to keep every option open. I'm just going to come out and say it. I feel that this is a big mistake from Craze. I mean, like, I get, like, the fact that, yeah, sure, Rocket Laces, you know, will be able to evade a lot of Joker's aggressiveness. But realistically here, he can just utilize so much cover, and and that's what you want, is the ability to have that stun off the back of your super. Let's face it, there from Punisher, who I believe is Naui. Again, I always ask my Twitch chat to tell me, and then they tell me and I always forget the next day. But so far, yeah, exactly right. But so far, Reply Token just making the comp that I know that they love to utilize here work, and I don't know. I just felt like as soon as I saw Brock, it was going to be a surefire thing that they were going to go against the Buzz idea. But I don't know. At the same time, Krays are getting damaged. That can't be denied. They're kind of leaving Jero on the safe to get shots, and you can't really do that for so long with the Brock. But they are now going in on the other side of things. Very quick back and forth in this game, and yeah, very tight as we saw in the previous one as well.
All right, Rama in the back line has good positioning. Could get some decent damage off here as well. This is a very strong pinch, potentially a winning one, but big pickups here for Totem, and Krays safe is still taking more and more damage, only 3% now. And Joker is going to be the one to close it out. 2 sets now in favor of Reply Totem, and this one was close. Both games were incredibly close, but they still managed to take the upper hand. And this is the thing, you know, I talked about the value they get from each kill. Their decision making is just so good on Totem, knowing exactly, you know, what sort of pushes they need to go for, when they need to focus on defense, making 9 times out of 10 the right decision. And in this case, again, both games, they're close, but it's still in control. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're close in percentage, but if you really look at the odds, they take the right decisions to have the highest odds in those situations, and that's what Reply Totem does.
And this is what we tend to often see in Heist, more often than not. If you look at the stats on the board, you know, I mean, obviously, despite the well, more kills for Krays Clan, more damage, more healing, which is always a good thing, but no objective necessarily when you compare the fact that Reply Token got the set. I mean, and they're quite big differentials, I would say. I mean, double the healing, you know, a big hefty chunk of, 20,000 more on the damage side. I mean, we see it a lot in the SPS, and the teams that are able to really focus on that objective in Heist as a game mode, rather than the statistics that we see, are those that can really thrive off the back of it. I felt like Reply Totem, like you rightly said, perfectly said, in fact, really just know how to judge those pushes, and it's not necessarily about how many kills you get or how many takedowns you get along the way. It's just simply playing that objective and knowing how to balance it as well along the way. Great stuff from them, especially when we look back at that very first game, and now it's looking kind of, for me at least, a little bit less likely that Krays are going to be able to turn this one around. I would love to see it. I mean, we haven't gone to the 5th and final set yet today. I thought that maybe it would have been the case between the Navi versus Dr. Lobster match, but this one could, but we need to see it quickly from Krays Clan in this next set.
Yeah, I mean, not much of any room for mistakes, really. There's just one game they can afford to lose now on the side of Krays, and it's always challenging, especially when you have teams like Reply Totem that usually aren't known too much for choking or for, their inability to deal with momentum from their opponents and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for the least. But double swoosh is where we are heading next for some gem grab action, and a double penny ban, as well as Crow and Amber banned out by Totem. Krays banning out Janet and Otis, and that is going to be the first pick Gene, which I love on this map. Absolutely love. I mean, speed gear plus vision gear are just such a strong combo here for Gene to bring into the mix. Just so much team utility and extra vision. Obviously the speed gear, amazing in general on this map, but particularly when it helps you to connect the pool.
Yeah, there's not that many other options. I was going to say Bow or Stu mid would have been fine by me, but yeah, in terms of gem carrier, there's not the most amount of ideas. Bow's been good though. I actually really like Bow, prefer it to Stu myself. Obviously as soon as those mines are earned, or off the back of a super totem gadgets, over time gained, then having that to be able to eradicate the position that the Gene is going to want to sit within and hide behind the cover for, it's really going to cause a problem for Reply Totems. So they have to really suppress the Bow and look to try to really assert those side lanes with aggression, which is absolutely where Reply Totems are going to head with these next picks. Could be Sam, could be Ash even, or something like a poker to be able to combine with it to really get that positioning power. And that's what's also lacking from the side of Craze for me. I think Loda's fantastic. You can throw out your ego, scout the bushes, see what's lying in wait, and that's a great thing to have. Max, yeah, love it. Speed, aggression. But for me, having something as well on the tankier side, Sandy, don't mind it. I mean, you're clearly going to get massive value. I mean, with Amber Band, that makes a big difference as to what the draft will go like. But yeah, it's been out of various sets and games for a pretty decent while. Sometimes of all places as well, it comes up in like Canal Grande. But we don't tend to see that much of Sandy. But I would say that of the maps that we do still see him, I think this is one that it can work.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I don't think there's ever anything wrong with some Max, Gene, Sandy. Just really good synergy between those brawlers all around. And on a map like this, it can be very valuable for sure. Surge is an interesting final pick, I would say. Not necessarily one I would have seen coming. I do like Speed Gear for Surge, which is pretty much a must for him on any map. But there's so many bushes on double swoosh and opportunities to kind of close the gap because you can deny information through those bushes. With the Speed Gear, just kind of negates that first tier of slowness that you are stuck with usually, helping you quite quickly get to tier 2 or stage 2 rather, and not have to worry too much about that. Have much better matchups once it gets to it. And already Garrett here trying to catch Joker off guard. Not quite going to get the connections he was hoping for. That leaves Mari pretty much free to do whatever he wants in the mid, as now he was very safe on the left-hand side, very much playing it from his spot.
Yeah, G-Max Sandy, it's like going back to 2020 and 2021 meta, like it was always a good time. But I do like this Surge pick. I really do. I think that if Craze play this well and play it aggressively, then it's definitely the sort of thing that can catch you unaware in the bush. And Jerry just needs to make sure he gets those stacks up and has more range, more speed, all that good stuff. Doing so now as well. And map is completely reshaped as well. It's very kind of rare to see such a landscape style of play, but it's the aggressiveness of Reply to has pushed everything back now. And 6 gems in the pocket, 7 are landing, 8 coming in shortly. You've got to just keep recycling this combat down. There goes Maru. Going to mean that Mari has got to be a little bit cautious. There's great connecting shots there from Punisher, who again we think is Naui. Joker has to bring back some gems, and yeah, it's now much more level. 5 gems on each side.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that they were happy to kind of like switch gem carrier, but they were kind of going back and forth, not really overcommitting to either. Lost a couple of gems in the process, but they still have a fair amount in the end. Let's see here as some mines need to get defused before they can really get some control again, but max speed makes that an easy task. Joker aggressive, needs to be careful, has to pop a face shifter, still has one in the bank, so not the end of the world. Gem-wise, it's incredibly close.
Yeah, Joker can't really push into this. Got to come back and just support his teammates there. Maori coming back in now. He's got some phase shift to hand, and he can use one there just to make sure that he's able to escape with pretty... he's getting very aggressive here. He kind of has to a little bit to stay in position because they can reset from the mid here. But 87 HP now. Wow, that was almost too close for me, actually. But the reset is there from Craze, and this is where a really healthy Sandstorm comes into the mix, because it means that Craze have to go back on the defense. Now, countdown again, and they've got to stay in position, but the takedown there of Maru is going to mean the opposite is going to be true. And Joker, oh my word. As if the last time he did it, it wasn't close enough, and he goes down to 11 HP. Are you kidding me?
Wow, the pull does connect as well, but it's not quite going to be enough. And I have to say the Surge has been having an amazing time against the Sandy on the right-hand side. Very much been a free lane here for Garrett. Done a really great job utilizing that pick. There's a chance here to reset, but they need to be careful, and it does get reset, but the kill is there onto Joker. All the gems are dropped down, and Maori here, it's going to be a nightmare for him to deal with this situation. He ends up getting shut down, and they know they picked up just enough gems on the side of Craze to secure this game, make sure the countdown cannot be interrupted unless there's a kill, but there aren't going to be any. And I think for me here, what Reply Totem need to address in this next game, if they want to stay in this gem grab set, is that Surge. They were just not able, like the Sandy was completely unable to do anything against him. And it's fair, it's just a really bad matchup. But, you know, maybe a lane swap or something might be required here for things to get a little bit better. But it's interesting because we see now the Max fully committing to the mid as a gem carrier and the Gene being played on lane, which is just something you don't really see every day.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to me. Like we don't see more Surge actually on Double Switch because the map is perfect for it. I mean, it's a brawler which can have a great ability to have assassination moments, and I guess combined with the bow, yeah, you can earn your stack off the back of the super totem. I'm not necessarily keen on that strat myself. I think it kind of is better to be going on the aggressive and earning that and cycling it that way. But at the same time, you know, in the last game, it was third time unlucky for Joker. I think he did fantastically well to survive as long as he did with the gems, but ultimately, you know, towards the end, just the perseverance of Craze was really able to shine through. Great pull there from Mari, and Joker helps pick up the scraps as well. Great use of gadget from Geru there again, and yeah, it just seems like Craze kind of got reply to them just what they want. They've been behind in the early part of the game, and that's where Surge can struggle, but now going into the late game, it can really start to thrive. Yeah,
I do like about the Max mid when you have a Gene on the lane is the magic puffs can help the gem carrier to reset very quickly, because Double Switch is a map where you kind of have to commit quite heavily to go for those gems, and HP wise you might not be able to get too much of an opportunity if you're not full HP to just get out of there alive. Let's see, Joker is quite low. There's going to be a miss pull there from Maori. Still a decent gem lead for Reply Totem, but with that team wipe, or nearly so, as Joker was the only player remaining. It's now 8-8 actually in gems, so Totem in not the greatest situation. The map has been completely opened up as well, and I mean Sandy just kind of seems like something that they somewhat overlooked on the pick, that Surge or a plethora of other brawlers would be able to deal so smoothly with that interaction.
Well, again, chance to reset, and the reset is there for Craze, and yeah, Gary now just valuing those max stacks, Joker forcing himself through, aggressively so, and that's going to be the 11th gem into the pocket. Jerry comes in though and makes it that 3 versus 2, which we saw. It's kind of deja vu all over again, as that will be an easy reset again for Craze. But Reply to them have got to play this slow and patient. They did a bit last time, but they got a bit overly aggressive. Great stun from Mara on the left-hand side, and Punisher coming back in with some fierce shots. It's going to be surely a chance that Craze can reset again, and it's 2 versus 2. It's like, it's really being something that Reply to them have been struggling to be able to hold on to, but this time they surely will. Joker! Oh my word!
That was uncomfortably close, but it's match point for Totem. That's the reality of things. Yeah. 300 HP, but it's match point for Totem. I'm not sure where Maru got that gem, by the way, because I was also thinking they can just reset things, and then I see Maru with a gem, and I'm like, huh? Maybe there was a gem on someone that he managed to steal on the left-hand side. I'm assuming that now he maybe had a gem picked up and he killed him, which is kind of funny in a way, considering how miserable Maru has been that entire set so far, that he does get to find a gem that wins them that game. But they're not out of trouble, because there's another game here for them to win, and I would say Craze still has just a much better draft here.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're doing fantastically well to keep resetting, but yeah, I was the same. I was kind of thinking, like, they got time to reset, right? And then I saw the numbers and thought, no, they can't. But at the same time, you're right. It could be the very game that brings Reply Totem in as the first team in Season 2 to qualify for the Challenge season. Craze, of course, though, are fighting back really well. I mean, it's kind of rare to see at this stage for a team that have not got a single set to be able to be this close, actually, to obtaining their first. But let's see if they've been able to learn from their mistakes, or whether the pressure will get to them and they will not be able to take down the champions of Season 1.
Well, so far, a slight gem lead for Totem, but Gero is already on stage 4. That says a lot about how amazing of a time he's been having so far, but a big pull from Maori there to shut him down, and has enabled Reply Totem to build up that gem lead furthermore. 8, now 9 in the pocket for Joker. And the Sandstorm perfectly timed here as well for Maru. The gem is there for Joker to pick up, and he will do exactly that. Gets a nice kill onto Garo as well, looking for maybe a follow-up, but is going to decide to dash back to safety, and rightly so. No way here for Craze to reset either. No time. Need the kill onto Joker. That's the only option, but Joker gets a kill onto Noe instead, and that is going to be a trio for Reply Totem. And I mean, I don't want to say that it's not a deserved one, because Totem were the better team, but all things considered, it kind of feels with some of those close games and close sets that Crazy, this could have been a 2-1 in their favor right now in sets, which would have been a completely different story, and I don't feel like there was that much in it.
Yeah, I feel like, but what mattered for me was that the Reply Team were able to bring it home. Like, it definitely wasn't a smooth sailing by any means. I think Crazed absolutely had a pretty decent amount of chances actually to make it a different scoreline. And Reply Totem have just got to keep their guard up a little bit. I mean, you've got to remember, they've got a 100% win streak, you know, coming in from season 1, starting at that day 1 of the challenge season to present through the challenge finals of season 1, that they are the reigning champions. So it was always going to be a tough one for Craze, but I think under the circumstances of what was, that they stood the heat for the most part. Just very small mistakes here and there, a couple of questionable ideas when it came to the draft for me at least, but I think that they've got a solid opportunity in the lower bracket now to keep on top of things, depending upon of course who they're going to be facing, but they will be at a later stage on in that lower bracket as well to consider, so they've got to do a little bit less work than some of the teams that went out in the first round today. But again, the lower bracket coming tomorrow, which is going to be day 2. Today we are still on the hunt for 3 teams to join Reply Totem in that upper bracket, well, into the challenge season.
Yeah, no, that's you're absolutely right. It's not the end for Craze. They still have some opportunities to make some magic happen tomorrow, but as you mentioned, it's going to be in the lower bracket, so not out of their misery just yet. Totem, though, keeping that win streak up, 11 matches in a row now in their pocket.
Yeah, that's the thing. Still undefeated. I feel like they're kind of getting to a point where I don't want to say it's looking inevitable, because I think that would be definitely the wrong approach here. I think that they are still looking incredibly strong as a team. But, I mean, it's going to happen at some point. Let's put it that way. And, you know, I feel like that was kind of one of those matchups that, you know, genuinely was pretty close. Far closer than maybe Reply Totem would normally sort of take it. But, again, the sets are what matters. And ultimately, you know, Reply Totem got 3 of them to Craze Clan 0. So it could also be said on the same side for Craze Clan that they weren't doing a good enough job of securing those opportunities, which against a team like Reply Totem, who are so unforgiving, you can't not. You've got to be able to land those sets.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Totem looked fairly impressive today, all things considered. I wouldn't say that this is like, you know, their greatest performance, but it is very much in line with what we expect from Totem at this point. And whereas they have been under-delivering a little bit in the last couple of weeks, that was spot on. That was spot on from them. A couple mistakes here and there, some draft that maybe could have been slightly, you know, more bulletproof, but it worked out very nice. I mean, it's a 3-0 against Craze. I think they'll take it. And that's really what matters at the end of the day. They are, you know, continuing that win streak is going to be good for their confidence as well. And they're going to the challenge season, which I'm sure they're very thrilled about too. So all around, a good day for Totem.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd hope so. It'd be the biggest storyline of the year so far, if let alone the champions, but if any team from season 1 challenge, they just don't make it yet again. Of course, you know, those points really do matter. You know, they are combined across the seasons and added up in total to determine which teams are going to make the master land next year. So, I mean, you know, you've really got to be consistent in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and that's what, you know, a team like Reply Totem have demonstrated, arguably more so. I always say, not actually arguably more so, but have just demonstrated better than any other in this region. So it remains to be seen so far today which other 3 teams are going to be able to join them, but we'll be looking into the bracket very shortly to find out what matches are still to come. And you know, so far so good for Reply Totem, and I'm looking to see how long they're going to be able to retain their win streak.
Yeah, definitely so. It's been a long one for the least. All the way from the previous challenge season, their first match of the previous challenge season. So in a couple of weeks, when we get back to the challenge season for the season 2, I'm excited to see, if they can make a whole season, like, without interruption, only wins. Impressive stuff. Very much impressive stuff. And there's not a lot of teams that are even close to that statement.
Well, again, gotta give a massive thank you and shout out to DHL as well for all their continued support for the Snapdragon Pro Series. It really is something which goes such a long way in this kind of level of caliber of competition, to have the support of all our sponsors, but specifically them. Thank you very, very much to everything that they do. We'll be going, well, actually not going to be going to a winning interview for this one. We can't get someone on the line, but next up, we're going to be having Bax EU versus SK Gaming. Teddy, talk us through this particular one and kind of where your mind's at when it comes to these two teams.
It's an interesting one because backs are kind of all over the place. Some days I feel like they look amazing. Some days not quite as much. So I want to see them in action. I haven't casted them in a hot minute, and I want to see peak backs today. I had some roster changes, I believe, as well recently, so it's going to be an interesting one to see from them. And obviously, I mean, SK, right, is just SK. They won the monthly finals of September. They made it all the way to the grand finals as well in the previous challenge season, so they are one of the teams to beat. Maybe even better than Totem at the moment, question mark. They're up there, very close. That's beyond a doubt. So I'm excited to see some more SK action as well.
Yeah, they've taken down Lars earlier. Well, now they've got the team that Lars left still to come as the final boss in their upper bracket run, coming up right after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Okay, so hello, my name is Inspa and I'm the coach of Reply Totem. I think I started playing Brawl Stars in 2019 after Clash Royale because it was the new Supercell game, and I don't know, I liked it from the start. I think maybe it was good at ladder, so I met some good players and we became friends and we started playing competitive. I think it was with Cursed and God the first time I played competitive. I mean, I think it was super nice to play a LAN event with the crowd, supporting us and cheering for us. And I mean, of course, we're really happy with the result because we managed to win the whole tournament without losing a single game. So I don't know, I think it was an amazing experience. It was well organized and I'm happy and grateful to be with my team. I think as a team we actually do quite good at LAN events because I mean 2 of the 3 players already played at Worlds last year, and so they got a bit of experience. For Joker it was something a bit new, but I think he did really well, played good. I think we felt it a bit on the first match against SK because they were also in their hometown, with their gaming house in Cologne, but I don't know, we managed to win, and I think the other matches went quite well. We didn't feel that much pressure. I'm probably focusing more on MKs and Craze because they are the direct opponents we will have to face in the tournament. But I don't know, I think there's plenty of good teams coming from the Open Cups. Maybe even Panafresh, I think their name is Cutes in ESL, and I don't know, they're doing really good at the moment, so watch out for them. I think it will be a bit harder to adapt because I think there are quite good changes, and of course they will shift the meta quite a bit, but I mean we will work hard and try to figure them all out. I don't know, I think every time there are some changes, it's always good because it brings something new to the game, but as a pro team or for competitive, it's always a bit of a struggle the first days or weeks to learn all the new stuff. Good luck to everyone facing us, and may the best team win. Hopefully it will be us, and we're looking forward to in the tournament. I mean, shout out to all the Italian fans supporting us, and in general to all the fans that watched our games. And we really appreciate you guys, and keep cheering for us. Go Totem and buy the pins.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Brawl Stars in the Europe and MENA region. I'm still Ark, that is still Teddy, and we are getting underway very nicely today. I've got to say, it's shaping up nicely, Teddy. We've got Reply to as the first team in this region, securing themselves in for the challenge season, but we are still looking for 3 more teams to come as we have been kicking off season 2. And it's been a lot of fun so far, but has it been going the way that you expected? That's my question.
I think for the matches we watched, pretty much. For the matches we didn't, not really.
Yeah,
Sky,
that's fair.
Yeah, Sky taking the win against Humble, somewhat unexpected. I would even argue Craze and Team Queso is I'm maybe not quite an underdog, but definitely very much 50-50. The score kind of shows that too. Cute dropping 3-2 to Mystic Esports. Quite interesting as well. Even teams like FA Poland, which, I mean, I would say Bax is a superior team, but with recent roster changes and such, I would not have been shocked to see Poland with some more success. So there's definitely been stories already, and I mean, this is the upper bracket. It looks great. The lower bracket looks terrifying.
Yeah, it really does. There are some heavy hitters there. I mean, Cutes especially, who had the most phenomenal run out of both splits, in my opinion. I mean, they had 3 grand final wins, the most of any team, and they're sitting down there. Locum must be definitely feeling rough about that one. Estimated against FA Poland, Team Kesso versus Colossal Gaming Humble up against Dr. Lobster, 2 teams that made the challenge season last season, that one of which will certainly not, because that first stage is an elimination. Obviously, Craze, who made it further through the upper bracket, will then face off against the winner of STMN, EU, and FA Poland as the first team to lock themselves in that spot. Obviously, the loser of our next match will be in that same area of the lower bracket to face off in that later stage. But it's looking really, really scary, Teddy. Definitely really scary. And yeah, I wouldn't want to be losing a match to come in the upper bracket because, whereas sometimes it's a bit of a saving grace at this stage, I don't know. But Bax are going to want to bring the fight today because they got a big matchup. I mean, it's SK Gaming. It's Casey, who of course was dabbling around Dr. Lobster as of recent, Darkham and Cyclone. No official word, by the way, not that I've seen at least from Bax in terms of their social media presence, but Lars was playing today with STMN EU. So big question marks around the roster here, but ultimately maybe it's just for the Snapdragon Pro Series, maybe not. Who knows? All I know is that Cyclone, Darkham and KC are a fantastic lineup, but SK Gaming are also really coming off the back of so much momentum following that grand finals, monthly final in the BSC recently. Guille, IKEA, Semantic, and Pedro. We can't forget this was the runner-up of the season 1. They came second to Reply Totem, so they are also looking to further that this time round, and that is only one potential outcome to it. That's got to be they will want to be the champs.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Totem, they were the first to qualify, and they were the first seed, and at the end of the previous season. SK, second seed. I think they're going to be the second ones to qualify. So the stats kind of go in that direction. They might not have as many kills as Bax, but they do have a whole lot less deaths. So KD looking much cleaner on SK, more damage as well on their side. Which kind of makes sense. They usually have quite a passive approach to the game, at least much more compared to Bax. So more damage makes sense, less skills also makes sense, and so do less death. So here in this case, I think very often stats don't necessarily reflect the personality of teams too much. In this case, I feel like it does quite well.
Well, it remains to be seen how this is going to go. I mean, I'm rooting for Bax and Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Teddy. They've always been rooting for us. Let's say it how it is. I mean, thank you very much to them and for all their continued support as one of our massive supporters, sponsors, partners, whatever you want to call them. Again, they do a phenomenal job, and to keep everything running here, not just in terms of the prize pool, but to be able to support the production and us and the players and the viewers in the way that they do. Again, it goes without saying that we wouldn't be here if it weren't for them. So a massive shout out to them.
Absolutely, and as you said, going far and beyond as well, powering all the devices during the LAN events too, making sure that everyone plays on equal footing and in the best conditions. So you love to see it. Big shout out to them.
Yeah, absolutely so. Absolutely so. Well, again, this one, I've got to say, I'm swaying more towards SK Gaming. I think it would be kind of rude not to at this point, just given their situation, as of recent, looking far better than we've seen throughout like the kind of mid part of this year. But of course, do let us know over on Twitch in the predictions who you are rooting for on this one, or maybe not who you're rooting for, but who you think is going to win, because that's what's going to be able to, get you those channel points. So I'm saying SK. But I mean, what 60-40? I mean, the thing about SK is they are a team which tend to thrive when they're behind, but Bax could be the underdog, massively so in this situation. And if SK are not prepared for that, then they might find themselves in the lower bracket. And it would make sense to, because it's looking so stacked. It would be almost like poetic at this point, Eddie.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like 60-40 might not even give enough praise to SK. I would even dare to say, but crazy, they're not bad by any means. They can win this, I just feel like more often than not, this is going to be going the way of SK. So I would go a little bit, maybe an extra 5% in their favor. I'm not so sure, but I do feel like SK are looking pretty solid overall, and Craze just not quite to the level of consistency. It's a matchup they can win, but yeah, more often than not, I feel like they usually don't. So I'm gonna go with you with SK Game.
I think as well, the thing for me was that we saw SK earlier today face off against S-Team and EU, and we haven't seen them be tested yet, in my opinion. I think it's fair that looking back through S-Team's performance, throughout the splits of season 2, I haven't been massively convinced. So I think Bax are a team that could definitely put them a bit more to the test. For all we know for sure is that if SK win this match, they will be the second team to lock themselves in for the challenge season and join Reply Totem. And that's kind of where I think it's safe to say that we would expect them to be, given how well they performed in season 1. It would certainly be an upset if they were to go down to the lower bracket for sure. And I think that risk that's attached to this matchup will definitely be something that they will be not taking lightly. They'll be prepared, and they will not be looking down upon Bax in any way, shape, or form, especially again as they have had a roster change. So this could be something which could take them by surprise with KC added to the mix, and they can't afford to underestimate that.
Yeah, definitely so. I'm with you. This one is tough to really call just yet, because I agree with you that SK haven't quite been really tested yet, and I want to see Craze do that here, and really pose a challenge. Even if they were to lose it, I want to have a good indication of what SK is looking like going into the challenge season. And obviously, if Craze can take this one, then I mean, good for them. That is going to be a very good indication too. But it is going to rely a lot on those opening drafts here, as we will be on Beach Bowl again for our opening set. And it is going to be the Roughster Gene, the B banned out by Bax, SK Gaming taking out Janet, as well as Penny and Griff. We'll have to see who has first pick and what they'll be bringing onto the table for this opening pick.
Well, as far as the drop's concerned, well, yeah, Otis wasn't banned out by either SK or Bax. But Swift picks of both the Poco and the Max. That's a really nice combo here for SK, especially in Brawl Ball. I mean, you got the heals and the speed of the aggression of those ideas. I really feel like Bax could definitely benefit here with a Gale or something to try to slow this advance. I mean, they banned out B themselves, and I don't know whether it's this necessarily a go-to ban for me on this particular map, but it's one that's for sure SK would like to play more often than not. But they've also banned Penny on the side of SK, and that's the Brawl which they like to play. It seems like a lot of these drafts are actually banning ideas that both teams would like. Surge is risky, but I'm all for it. If Bax can make this work, then it's definitely going to provide a lot of range to this comp. But they do need something of a bit of a defense as well, because, yeah, Max and Poco is not an easy feat when it's coming at you in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's see. Surge. I mean, we saw the Surge earlier doing wonders, but not quite enough, actually. I like the pairing with Carl, because obviously it counters Carl, so we're going to leave some more opportunities to shine with that Carl pick. It does kind of feel like Gale is being left open as a good counter to Carl. A decent pick against Surge 2. And it is a pick that you mentioned earlier. SK do like quite a bit, so I wouldn't be shocked to see them bring it in. But if there's a brawler they like more than that, it's gonna be the Stu. So yeah, Stumantic back in action here, and I'm all for it.
I'll be honest, I don't remember the last time I've seen SK play Brawl Ball without Gale. I just genuinely can't. It's tends to be more often than not what they'll always go for. But I like this. This is actually the SK that I want to see more of. Bringing back some of that flair from last year where we had so much more aggression and less of a passive playstyle. I'm all for it. I love it. We saw a bit more Stu from them at the beginning of the year as well, but then it kind of I don't want to say subsided, but it definitely died out more so. But I love this. I mean, this is a really aggressive idea. When you combine with the Poco as well, is this going to be kind of bizarre almost in a lovely little way, because, you know, if you look at the bans for SK, that's pretty much the comp that they would tend to often run. But they've gone for something else, and I love that. I love the fact that they are mixing things up. We're coming in about 30 seconds late, but no goal on either side, but it's backs already. We've got their backs against the wall, so to speak, no pun intended, but maybe it was a little bit intended today, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that can't be a coincidence. All right, well, so far, some back and forth, some trades here and there. And Semantic to get a nice pickup. Darkham very low HP as well, gets taken out by Semantic now. SKC is the last man standing, trying his best to buy some time, create some space. Yeah, still manages to find him in the bush. And the respawn cycling just keeps going for SK. Always was at least one man advantage, and eventually defense does break. Bit of time bought here by SK as well, showing their intentions of probably just playing it safe from now on. And I do like that little Oda's gadget to take care of the speed zone, just make sure that it's dealt with, as there's just not really an other easy way to access that point with any of the other utility or brawlers that SK have on their side. So KC is going to go down to gear, and it seems like backs are far from being out of trouble.
Well, that's a little pickup from Darkham, but the ball just escaped through anyway. But yeah, I agree. It's kind of one of those things that we haven't really seen teams playing with Otis yet in competitive. So little tiny mistakes like that is definitely going to be a consideration, just keeping those speed zones a little bit further away. And much the same way that when you're playing up against the tick, that you can't really place turrets and that kind of thing within a range between the walls. Great push though so far. It's a 2 versus 2, but is there the ability to get this goal? Cyclone's going to try for it. The pass is there. Darkham finishes it just in the nick of time as well, as 10 seconds prior to overtime. Really great response from Bax, but can they see it in to these final moment stages to be able to secure it even more so?
Yeah, nice to have that stage 3 surge here for overtime.
Oh.
Very, very valuable. Nice shot from KC though. KC popping off as well. The 0 pings too at its finest as he gets the full-on team wipe, and Bax are gonna get a second goal as well. Wow, SK, all they needed to do is hold on for 10 seconds there, and overtime would have been avoided, but Bax, they push it to overtime, and they don't even, like, you know, it took 10 seconds in overtime as well to really close it out, so it was quite a fast one there from Bax in overtime. Really good job, and just riding off some momentum they managed to build seamlessly out of nowhere. So great stuff. on their side. I felt like KC struggled a little bit in the earlier stages of the previous game, and towards the end, he was instrumental towards Bax's success. Although here again in the earlier game, he is going to go down without a trade. Pumping super, but not really able to find any value off it.
If you remember what I was saying going into the match about this being in the comp that I thought SK would be, really surprising me with, because it was something that I never would expect them to play. Well, it's because the comps were shuffled around and it was actually going to be Bax that were banning out the exact bans that SK would have played. So that's why the comp is kind of a bit confused there. But that was a visual error on our part. But I like the position here for Bax as they try to make it work. But that's a nice seal connection there from Semantic on the Starfish, which will prevent him from being able to defend himself. Only mobility is the only thing you're basically left with when that Starfish attaches itself to you. So places Bax a bit more towards the spawn side area, and good aggression from Semantic. Gets the takedown there nicely onto KC, and Cyclone's got the most HP of the lot. Darkham, ooh, speed from Cyclone, but it's not going to be enough to stop the inevitable chaos. We'll get the first goal of this game.
Again, SK was the first goal, but we did see how that ended anyways in game 1 for Bax. Cyclone aggressing Semantic, but does get hit by the super. This could be a goal, maybe even for SK. We're gonna slow things down, and despite getting a team wipe, the ball is going into the corner. There's about 35 seconds left on the clock here for Bax to try to make a play. They managed to do so in the previous game, but can they do it again?
Well, this is taking some big heavy fire from Semantic, who's just really protecting this right-hand side. Nicely so, with 20 seconds remaining. Can Bax do what they did in the previous game and get a final clutch goal here? Good takedown from Darkham with the ball surely pocketed in that back right-hand side. Casey's just advancing towards it, and there it is. They have got time, 10 seconds, and supers to hand. Can Cyclone get the speed in? And the ball pass in time to Darkham. He finds it, my word! For a second game in a row, Bax find the final moment goal, but can they do it yet again in overtime? That's the question.
And 10 seconds every single time. That's when Bax strike. Let's see here if they can make overtime work again. The charge shot does get caught. Stage 3 surge now as well, but not for long as he was locked down into the spawn, and the team wipe is there. Bax, they'll take the game, they'll take the set, and SK, that was a robbery here, as Bax are able to just steal both games in a row and completely unpunished. That is impressive stuff from Bax, man. Really impressive.
It's one thing to lose a set, but there's another thing to lose it in that way. That's the thing. That could very well be something which SK struggled to shake off going into this next set. But they're going to have to. Because again, this is such a crucial moment in the competition. The winner of this matchup will secure and lock themselves in for the challenge season. 7 days to come, which they'll be able to secure for themselves. And if SK drops the lower bracket, the question mark will remain going into tomorrow's show. So that was beautifully done by Bax. They didn't falter in the face of pressure, and that's something which is a rare thing to see against a team like SK. But a lot more damage to the 90,000 of SK, and more heals as well on the side of SK, which normally would tend to mean more positioning power, or sometimes the opposite. Sometimes you're finding yourselves having to heal to get out of a perilous position. But I felt personally that for the majority of the match, SK were the more aggressive. They were the team that found themselves in the back spawn side more so. It was just that they were just dropping the ball a little bit towards the end of those moments, and Bax were against the clock in both instances, but they knew that if they could just get into overtime, that they were able to secure it, and they did.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. I think it's kind of the risk, right, when you're playing so defensive after you get a goal, is that they maybe had some chances to score a second goal in both of those games. But because the ball is on your side, of the map in the corner, you can't. And then if there is a final push like that coming from Bax, then yeah, I mean, they tie things up. It's overtime, and in overtime, they have a very decent matchup, all things considered. Especially since, some of the brawlers that do, I feel like Surge does, even with a stage 3, does love to have some walls to kind of narrow down the lanes, and he was just not able to hit a single shot when it came to overtime. Poker was just pushing forward and able to out-heal the few shots that he was going to be hitting on him. until he was pinched all the way into his palm. So it was just a bit of a nightmare overtime here twice in a row. And yeah, 2 games that for 90% of it felt like SK was going to take them. But Bax, they showed them that it's not over until it is, and that maybe there might be some value in just committing a bit more towards getting a second goal rather than playing it defensively so early on into those games.
And it's ironic, isn't it? Because we were saying before that the Gale wasn't banned, and we thoroughly expected it to be a pick for SK. The bans were swapped, and the picks of the draft were swapped on the overlay, but they would have still had the second to last pick. And ironically, if they'd picked it, then they would have had the utility needed to delay that pocket of the ball, which is what we always see. I won't say always, but I mean, at the moment, it does feel like we always see that strategy from SK. And they didn't go for it, and they were punished for it. But in the safe zone for Heist is our second set here. Bax have got the lead, of course, and going in with the bans of the Bell, the Max, and the Carl, an early draft of Bonnie. It's SK that are going to be drafting then 8-Bit, Brock, and banning out the Griff, the B, and the Klep.
I mean, we're seeing the 8-Bit you wanted to see. You mentioned it earlier, that it was making a bit of a comeback here on safe zone. So I'm all down to see that. Brock, a bit more of a standard brawler here for safe zone. Otis is, again, a fairly interesting choice. I think this is the sort of like testament of how strong he is in the meta, because I don't feel like this is a map where he should be doing well, but if he's still getting picked, yeah, he's definitely in a really good place. Let's see though what the next pick is for Bax, as they do have 2 in a row. It's going to be the Ruffs providing some wall break, not quite free wall break like a Brock would, but it's still very much valuable. The buffs as well, if you manage to get some good control, can help you to just keep it as well. So I don't mind it per se, but I do prefer the approach from SK so far.
I kind of wonder though if it's SK on the bottom still, because it doesn't feel like the kind of style which they would operate here. But I do like, regardless though, the pairing of the 8-Bit and the Brock. I really think that is a firm strategy which allows 8-Bit to be able to do more 8-Bit things. Rico as well for the side lanes. Well, that would be an SK thing, because ultimately Chaos, yeah, Chaos on that one. So maybe it actually is that way around, and SK experimenting with some new ideas now. So the Ruffs, the Otis I feel is gonna have definitely some value from the gadget side of the Fat Splatter, providing that is the one that they are playing with. It's for some area denial into the mid with that chokehold is. But the Ruffs as well for the break, you know, you got to be a bit cautious with that, with the Rico on the side as well. That can only further his abilities on this particular map. Otis, though, again, I'm still looking to see where Otis is going to sit in terms of the meta. I don't know yet how sold I am that Otis' game mode is Heist, but let's see how it plays out. And it is going to be Bax that are playing the 8-Bit comp, so it's actually going to be, yeah, exactly what I kind of suspected. It's going to be SK that are going to be going with the Otis, the Ruffs, and the Bonnie, and that is a surprise, because obviously SK would normally tend to consider brawlers like Rico, but they didn't actually go for it, and Darkham had that final pick, locked it in, and I kind of like that for Bax, to be honest, and let's see how they handle this one.
Well, you were right with the drafts being reversed again. Let's see here if Lurkin can hold on to that positioning. Nearly does, man. If Ye went down there, that would have been a problem, but the wall break to finally get rid of those walls. Problem is, it might be a little too late. 55% lead now for Bax, and I mean, they're going to be happy about how things are going so far for them in Heist.
Good connections though from Casey there, forcing back Chaos as EA tries to get into an advantageous position, connecting nicely on the Bonnie side. And again, this is where 8-Bit can struggle, but Cyclone though does get a nice long-ranged shot off. Chaos though surviving on just a little bit, but this is where the damage booster goes down, and could well be SK's prospects into the challenge season going down along with it if they cannot survive this defense. Just 10% left, and it is starting to dwindle slightly here. Great spot, great position for Bax. They know that they're onto something here, and they're just keeping the pressure on.
Well, there is still a massive lead here for Bax, even though control isn't terrible here for SK. He does get the super off onto the safe. Is it enough to take it down? 1%, and the final shot to connect here. Bax now with 3 games in a row. The first one that doesn't quite feel like a robbery, at least. But man, that was a convincing one.
I like it. You know, I said previously that we've seen a bit of a rise with 8-bit in the meta here on Safe Zone, and it is starting to prove its worth. But again, I do really value the fact that they've locked in the Brock as well, because I saw actually SK playing against, I believe it was Navi, and Navi in the BSC monthly finals just gone were playing with 8-bit. As soon as SK picked up Brock, they had nothing. It was like the comp wasn't worth even drafting at all with that particular brawl on the other side. So I love what Bax have done here. And I feel like this should be them taking a second set. And that's a really strange, bizarre place to find ourselves for a team that were, you know, the runners-up of Season 1. Not just, you know, a part of Season 1, the challenge finals of Season 1. Only dropping to Reply Totem there. And it's unusual to see them behind here. They can start to hold their own a bit better now. They're in an aggressive spot, and this one's far from over, but they do have to turn things around quickly because Bax have got so much momentum now. One game away from taking a set.
Semantic does miss the super, actually. But the kill still comes through as Akios is there for the trade. 4% in favor of SK. They do have 2 players buffed up inside of SK as well, which can go quite a long way. Semantic is very low in case he finds the connection. God, is he good on that Brock. Darkum not gonna get the most out of that super. Seems like things are evening out a bit here around the mid, although some good damage onto those SK players. That's gonna be 1 kill. He is low as well, so a Semantic. And a chance here for Bax to take over the lead. 13% now in their favor, and they got the Rico in the Rico spot.
It's great from Bax, but the good connection there from Guille allows them to jump in. But how quickly did he go down? My word. The synergy between KC and Cyclone there to ensure that swift takedown was crucial. Chaos though surviving on and healing along the pro wall, but then the shots from KC's put that idea to rest. Darkham was doing a great job, by the way, on this Rico, and you know, again, something that we tend to see SK opting towards, but trying out some new things. And I think for that same reason is why they could be struggling. Otis is still trying to find its way in terms of the meta. Just the first time that we've really kind of seen the pros experimenting with that great takedown from Darkham right hand side there. And I just don't feel like it works here. One final ditched attempt for SK. Not going to be enough now with just the last remaining player standing being Guille. That is going to be 2 sets up. 2 sets up for Bax at a stage in the bracket where if they win this matchup, they're going to the challenge season. They're locking themselves in. I mean, SK, they've got to up the gears right now.
I mean, there's got to be a feel-good moment right now for Bax, because last one, they were just short from qualifying. Heartbreaking. I believe to Doxer it was, but they're set away now. Thing is, if there's one team that you can never take for granted when you're even 2 sets up, even 2 sets in a match point, it's gonna be SK, because they have come back from those score lines more times than I can count, and I think that's something that Bax need to keep in mind, but not too much. You know what I mean? Like, they need to keep it into account, but they also need to not fixate onto it and feel like you know, they're gonna lose because they're cursed or they're gonna jinx it or whatever. Just play their game, but play their best game, because this is gonna be an important set coming up.
Again, more damage on the side of SK, but how often do we see it in Heist? It's damage to the safe that matters most, not the damage to your opposition. And, you know, I think that's something that we tend to see more so. You know, 21 kills for SK, but it's the objective that matters so much more. And I feel like I agree. There is no better team than SK to be able to make a turnaround when they're behind. But I feel like at the moment, that's being decided in the draft. It's been a bit confused because eventually, obviously, the teams have been flipped. But I do feel like unless SK start to draft more like SK, I feel like they could well be having the challenge season slipping through their fingers. You know, it's kind of been a bit of a strange thing. We haven't seen them playing that Gale in Brawl. We haven't seen them kind of utilizing some of their other ideas in Safe Zone. I'm pretty sure the beat was probably banned there, right? Because that would have been another place where they'd like to have played it. But it just seems like they're maybe experimenting with Otis a bit too early. I definitely value how strong Otis has come into the meta since the sort of very small balance change that he received a few days ago. But I mean, I just don't know whether Heist is the place for it. We've yet to see, I believe, Otis getting a win in Heist today. I could be wrong though.
Not that I can remember. Not that I can remember. But I'm with you though. It's kind of what I was saying earlier during the draft. You know, that it's a mode where it just has no reason to be good here, besides it having busted stats, which definitely shows that. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't quite say they're like broken enough to a point where it's just incredibly viable here. I mean, they've scrimmed it, you know, so they know better. But so far from the results, at least when it comes to SPS, I do have to say it's been a good brawler, but not quite as like, how can I say it? It's been picked a lot, but it hasn't been as successful as I would have assumed, considering how much it was picked, especially in modes like Heist, where it's already not really supposed to be in its design. You know, the mechanics are just not meant for such a game mode. So it is odd to see him there. And so far, it hasn't been very successful,
Yeah. Well, ultimately, you know, going into our next map and mode, there's a chance for SK to be able to reflect and look back as to where they feel it's been going wrong so far. But at a dangerous place, because, you know, backs feel like they are one set away, because they are one set away from locking themselves in for the challenge season. And I don't think going into that was how we necessarily saw it going. But I did say, like, this could be the very thing that is that Trojan horse. You know, that the underdog team coming up and rising up to the top. And, you know, SK, they've got to just really focus now. They have to focus if they're going to be able to turn this one around. Again, they did so well in the season 1. They came second overall. I mean, they've earned valuable points that will contribute towards getting a spot at the Master LAN later on down the lines. If they get down to the lower bracket and something goes wrong, because as we were saying earlier on, that lower bracket is looking really quite stacked. They're not out of the running if they lose this, but I mean, that'll be a disaster, Teddy.
Absolutely, because you know, as we said earlier, this match, SK is a favorite, probably to most people. We said it earlier, backs are a very capable team. It's a match they can win. But just, you know, the idea that SK would drop to the lower bracket here doesn't give them like the best look getting into that lower bracket. Because it's not like they lost to Totem or Tribe, you know, matches where you'd say it's really 50-50. This is not. But so far, it is convincing, but for backs.
Drafted in, and the bands of Penny, Otis, and Crow, Max, Janet, and Stu. An early draft in of the Gene, and Poker is the response from Vax, and B as well. I don't know about that though. I mean, it's definitely a good solid lane on Double Swoosh, don't get me wrong. But I did look at the map and think, oh, actually, would I necessarily value it as highly there? I mean, ultimately, if they do open up the map a little bit, I mean, I do like Griff actually here myself to do just that. But, you know, it's going to be a question around what covers there. And I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's just a bit out there, but I quite like it. I mean, B's always good as far as I'm concerned. It's one of my favorite brawlers.
Yeah, I'm not massively fan of B on Double Swoosh just because it feels somewhat awkward. But it's not like unheard of or completely wild. It's kind of interesting because, you know, more traditionally, B is going to be a mid if she would be played on Gem Grab. It's just not a mode where we see her a whole ton. So is Poco. Obviously, in this case, Poco is going to be played mid. But if you look on the side of SK, Bo is usually a mid here. So is Gene. So kind of have some double mid options as well as they can switch depending on the matchup, and both, especially Bo, are versatile enough to be played on lane if need be. We'll see the Colette as a final pick for SK, the Amber as the final pick of Banks, which I think is quite nice to have the Amber with the B, because what scares me a little bit on lane is that there are a lot of bushes and ways of kind of like sneaking up onto her and get in her range. So I like the Amber being able to kind of just remove some of those bushes, so it's a little bit easier for the B to get some more consistent shots to connect onto target.
Well, I mean, I'm quite surprised that Amber wasn't banned here, because it just makes such a huge difference on Double Swoosh. And, you know, ultimately it's going to allow the B to be able to thrive a little bit better. The Bow pick on the side of SK is going to open up the map more so, but, you know, that could only serve to help. not hindered necessarily. Gene mid, I think that's the strongest of the gem carriers. Poco, you know, not a bad idea. I assume that is the play here for Bax. It's definitely got some survivability attached to it, but I don't know. I'm not too sure, to be completely honest. I would tend to favor my odds more towards the SK draft here, but so far Bax are making their comp work. It seems like this is already a tried and tested thing, and look at Cyclone already just clearing things up. Coming off the spawn against the B and an Amber is actually a very tough thing to do, and if Bax are able to buy down the clock here, this is looking very scary indeed. One game away for match point for Bax, and they're already in such a substantial lead.
Yeah, so far things are looking absolutely amazing here for Bax. 9 gems now in the hands of KC. That's number 10, and that's the countdown secured. Semantic one shot. Cyclone finds the 1 kill, gets the slow to connect onto both players. That's gonna be, oh, I was gonna say a free 3K shot to connect 2, but it's quite gonna be the case. 2 seconds left, and Darkum, I love how he's just lining up there. He knows he's gonna go down, but he's just lining up in front of where the gem carrier is, even though the gem carrier was way further behind, just to make sure that you just can't pull. It's just not an option anymore, and it just shows how ready they were for that defense, and they're on match point. 1 game here separates Bax from not only sweeping SK Gaming,
I was gonna say,
qualifying also for the challenge season.
SK have not won a game.
Yeah,
haven't won a game yet. Like, it's just kind of crazy to me a little bit, just considering how well and consistent they were throughout season 1. But it's not over yet. Like, how many times have we seen SK Gaming come back from a match point, no, to bring it back to match point even. But the gems are staying with Bax. The aggression is there. I think that SK have got the better comp. I really do, but it's how you play it at the same time. And this Amber pick from Cyclone is getting so much value, Teddy.
Absolutely so, and I love how Bax are just not giving any respect to SK. I mean, did you see Darkum just going for the gems all the way in their spawn and just getting away with it too? It just shows how confident Bax are right now, and it's a Bax we haven't seen. It's really impressive. Ikos was a great super. Is going to get a nice gotcha gadget afterwards. Doesn't get the most heal. A big pull onto KC. And some of that overconfidence may have been punished now, as it's going to be a countdown for SK Gaming and Bax. It's going to be a tough one to stop.
Yeah, I don't think realistically here they can, unless Chaos gets too close for comfort and Cyclone hits a lot of back-to-back shots. But that's where you just kind of see how Colette is just still such a strong draft brawler to have in Double Swoosh. I mean, the synergy there between Semantic and himself was just absolutely on point. And now a great opportunity for them to deflate that momentum which Bax had coming into this one, but they are far from out the woods. That is the first game so far. 5 consistent games won by Bax, and that's the first one that SK have got in return. And to be honest, for the majority of the game, Bax had it on lockdown. So the question remains, whether Bax are going to take that defeat and let it get inside their minds and their heads, and whether SK are going to thrive off the back of the win, the first one of this series, or whether Bax will put the final nail in the coffin and Cyclone in this position. It's scary. When he taps as hard as he does and keeps the pressure on here, the moment's coming clutch, and that should be a bit of a saving grace. Casey with the heals, staying alive with the back of it as well.
Wow, IKLs with some important kills there too. I do think that previous game was really important. I mean, Bax were definitely showing some signs of overconfidence. And SK, that's the kind of stuff they love shutting down. Let's see if it's going to be enough momentum here for SK to make some plays. They have that gene pool. They have 3 supers, as a matter of fact. And it's going to make their lives a lot easier, as Darkum is actually going to be the one to commit to that gem. And so far, no opportunity yet for the pull, but just having it is enough to slow things down.
Semantic gets the pull and leaves that 1 tile there as well, and that is the thing that they've been struggling to get around. Cyclone was tapping so heavily around that situation, but no, that one little bit of cover, he's struggled a little bit. But gems are tied. That is the thing. But there's a nice burn down as well when Darkon was able to really highlight Semantic's whereabouts. But then he gets that super so quick and gems come straight into the pocket. That's a crucial one for Casey to collect here, but just survives there from Chaos' assault. I mean, it's really balancing on knife edge here for Bax, but the spawn is favorable to SK, but Casey can just push it forwards and collect it. But this one's far from over right now. Semantic has got yet another pull, and we've seen how dangerous he is with him today.
Yeah, 9 gems to 9, but now control is all there for them. And oh my goodness, the pull connects. And again, that might be a robbery for the second game in a row, but it's going to be SK Gaming. Unlike what we saw from Bax earlier, SK, they seem to be running away with the set here. The mines again, devastating there for Cyclone. Can they shut this one down? They're low. Oh, the kill. Semantic is one. Cyclone does get pulled. Doesn't quite get to connect the 3K shot, and it's going to be Gear with 21 gems. Now, securing the countdown here for SK. Can Bax interrupt it once more? It's looking challenging.
What a reset. I don't think they're going to get much more than that, though, as they are safe and sound with Gear. Yeah, Cyclone can't contest it, but oh my word, Bax almost were able to. There's a clutch heal from KC to keep Darkham in the mix, and then Cyclone just going on an absolute tear on their bottom right-hand side, but not enough. That's too much points that have been deprived from Bax now. Surely the very thing that SK need going into this next set. But what a scoreline already, the one that we just did not see coming, to be completely honest. But Bax are going to have to work hard if they want to get back onto match point. SK, like you said, coming into it, they are just a team that when faced with that kind of pressure, they don't tend to falter. Semantic's pulls in that game were right at the cusp of the range, and I mean, came in so important to keep themselves alive in this upper bracket.
Man, I'm kind of scared for Bax, honestly, because they're a team that, it's why I was pointing out their overconfidence earlier. We know them usually for having choked quite a couple of times, in Brawl esports, and for having high nerves and just not quite being able to close them out. And they looked so confident, so comfortable. But now it's a set going to SK, and I'm kind of getting some of those vibes again, which scares me a decent bit, because I don't want that. I want to see Bax in the playoffs. I want to see SK too, don't get me wrong, but I feel like Bax, there's so much on the line. There's that redemption arc of last season. They weren't able to qualify. They were a match away. They were, I think, a game away as well, maybe, or two, but they couldn't. And now it's looking more and more like those sort of vibes that we've had from them in the past that I am so scared of seeing again in this match.
But I've got to say as well, and to add to that, that that was the first draft, for me at least, from SK out of the 3 that we've seen so far in this series that I was kind of convinced by. I feel like they were smart by combining the bow and the gene, as we've seen already today, even with Craze Clan, just how effective that bow can be against the gene. But the previous sets to that, I wasn't massively sold on what SK were trying. So, going into that set, I did say that I felt like it was going to come down very much that draft. They got it right. Question is, are they going to be more daring again? I'm not sure where SK are going today on that front. Whether they're going to be playing it safe, playing it, the way that SK like to play, or experimenting with what could be or could not be the upcoming meta. Up next, open zone then for hot zone, of course, a much more open spaced map. Already the bans are in. B's a very good ban, by the way, from Bax here. Poco and Stu as well. Great value on this particular map. Griff is open though. Janet, Max, and Stu banned by SK.
I think maybe Bonnie is quite a strong pick to get early on here, with the B out of the mix. Bell is fine, maybe a little bit more versatile, a little bit less risky or one-dimensional as Bonnie. Although I would argue Bonnie is in just a really good place in the meta, so I wouldn't be surprised to still see it brought later on in this draft, maybe even in the next couple picks. But yeah, a lot of heavy hitters out of the mix, especially when it comes to the more dynamic brawlers. Yeah, the Bonnie is there now. The Poco and Stu and Max and Janet that are just very aggressive overall and can stay in the zone also for very long amounts of time, because they can just bet on dodging and juking some of those sharpshooter brawlers. It seems like that approach is completely taking off the picture just with the bans, and Amber is going to be the second pick here for Bax, which I mean, I like Amber. We've seen some really good results with Amber. I think Otis here is going to be an interesting one, because it is a mode where it is going to provide a decent bit of value with that super. It can genuinely just create a lot of space, because a player is going to have to give up their lane.
I don't disagree with it, but I just don't know whether SK really gelled with it that much. That's the kind of thing, but we'll see. Pam coming in is a great pick to have here, and this is where I'll be going Griff myself, but again, I've been super biased towards Griff just because I love playing it. I think it worked so well to, yeah, Crow's obviously is still available as well. I mean, I don't know, like the thing with this comp that I'm seeing from Bax is that they haven't got the ability to eradicate the coverage of the Pam healing station is going to get off the way this map is situated. That's my concern, and it's going to really rely heavily on their positioning on the map and taking control and keeping SK back in their spawn. I don't know. I would have quite liked to have seen a wall breaker in their comp somewhere. I was expecting to see Crush a little bit earlier in this draft as well, to be honest. I think Amber's a decent one to have, and probably Darkham on it, on the side of Bax. Again, not one that I necessarily enjoy as a brawler on the draft, but one that when I see played really well, I'm all for. And it is Darkham on that brawler. So I can absolutely understand that. Casey already getting some really early good pressure. But the ricochet shots from Chaos connecting nicely, and that's going to keep them low HP, and Semantic actually finds Casey there as well. That's going to force him back. Just the foot being touched into the center there from Cyclone, just dipped in. A little bit here and there, and SK tend to play this way at the beginning. A little bit slow, a little bit passive, because ultimately they understand the importance of getting that first kill, but it is Cyclone who is able to do it against them.
All right, Darkham gets marked. Not going to be great against a brawler like Pam that can just consistently hit some shots, and it's the mark. They hit hard. They hit very hard. The healing station is nicely placed down too. No easy access to it. Can always use the Amber Super to try to get it out of the way, but one isn't quite going to be enough, so you'll still need a shot of something else. I think, yeah, burning the bushes is a wiser decision. SKC will only survive with 49 HP, but at least he does survive. This is a pretty significant lead for SK, though, and Bax, they don't want to let this one slip away.
Well, an aggressive healing station this time, and that could be overzealous maybe, because it's going to be allowing Bax to be able to take it down, whereas I preferred it myself back where it was. Like, it was so untouchable, but at the moment with the 3 versus 1 that it is, I don't really see how Bax can get back in this game, to be completely honest. It's going to have to be no more margin for error realistically here, and just the 8% needed for SK just looks to me like a pretty straightforward win for them. And again, that's their second game in a row now, to where we were in that gem grab set where we have Bax on match point with 5 consecutive wins. Things are starting to take a shift. This is where SK start to thrive, and I worry with this Pam healing station. I do. I feel like they're going to have to really utilize the body to jump in and get it taken down, because it just provides so much value. If you haven't got something to break open the map and just expose it, then like you either have to deal with it or try to utilize the best person to take it down, get control back, and get a team wipe and do it that way. But it just gives so much value on this map and the ability to get it taken down. That's my concern for Bax.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think Crow is questionable, in my opinion, a little bit too. Like, I just feel like it takes so much damage from the Otis, man. For a very similar range, it's just really hard, because you're tickling Semantic with those daggers, whereas every hit from Semantic is just so devastating for KC. I mean, it's looking better here for Bax. Don't get me wrong. A missed mark as well here is going to go a long way. Cyclone has jump as well. Going to go for it now. Will get silenced by Semantic. Darkham not quite able to burn down the healing station. Will get the puddle onto it. We'll see if he manages to get some good value, as it is a very long puddle all the way from their spawn down to the bottom of the mid.
Semantic somehow was able to stay up and actually secure a takedown there. Darkham marked up, but Cyclone on zone here, a very crucial moment in time, as this is 2 versus 1. Pops the nest egg as well. Probably not a bad time either. and just out of range there. But I agree. I think Semantic's getting so much value from this Otis right-hand side lane, and definitely one they're going to be making a note of as well, because it does seem to really work out fantastically well with that fat spatter gadget as well to really lock down the right-hand side lane, and the damage, just has got a lot of range to it when you're up against brawlers that have got speed gear in play, because they're going to be closing the gap faster along the way. 75% and closing for SK, and we need to see Bax get a big amount of kills here. They're going to be able to salvage this set.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenging one. Some important kills coming through, but Cyclone left in the 1v2, jumps in, finds one, but iKaos is able to stand and finish off the capture. SK Gaming now with 2 sets in a row, bringing it all the way to 5 sets. A little bit scary. A little bit scary here, Ark.
Yeah, we're level Peggy, which is blown by, really, when you look at where we were in Gem Grab. Very different story. And again, we called it because it's SK, and this is what SK do when they're behind. More often than not, it's fair to say. I think it's factual, actually, to say, I'm sure, if we were to look at the stats. This is what they do when they're behind, more often than not. I felt, again, like if there was a bit more of a different approach from the side of Bax there, they could have drafted something which would have given themselves a bit more of an edge. I think Pam just gets so much value. I know I keep banging on about it on this map, but, and I also, as you know, throughout the entirety of the year, since Griff's been really thriving in the meta, bang on about where Griff can really, get a lot of value, and, it's such a small thing to be able to walk up just when you got that middle control and pop a gadget, and then that whole entire wall is gone. And it means that anyone can attack that Pam healing station. In the early outsets of those games, Bax had control. They had good, ability to have the objective in their favor. As soon as the Pam healing station went down, that shifted. And that, for me, personally, was where I felt that SK were really thriving off the back of those games, was when they had the utility to back up their situation. And I think that was in Bax's power to control, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think I think the Crow pick was a little. I don't know, man. I feel like it was probably like the biggest weakness when it comes to their comp, because I think the Bonnie had a pretty good time overall. I think the Amber had played really well. I found it got a lot of value, lots of fire burning all over the place. I just feel like the Crow pick was just not quite it. It was quite underwhelming in general. And even though I think he played it quite well, all things considered, I just feel like it was just not the brawler to do so. And it made it even tougher to deal with that healing station, because he's the one that has the angle from his lane to try to get some shots towards it. Except he doesn't have the damage, because if he shoots a dagger at it at max range, it's gonna do like, nothing. Literally tickle it. Yeah. And the healing station has 4,200 HP. It's gonna take forever. Literally forever. Shooting Star is the final set here, and kind of scary. I do feel like this kind of home turf as well for SK. They'll be banning out Gene, Max, and Call, whereas Bax take out Bell, Piper, and Nani. And the first pick of Bonnie this time around for SK. Let's see if they get better success with it than Bax did in the previous game. But I think it says a lot, Ark, that in the game of Gem Grab, where Bax had match point and they lost it, we were already talking about how worrying that was.
Yeah.
And it was a 5-1 situation in games. It's now, all evened out. And this is when I feel like SK has so much momentum getting into this one.
This is a scary one. But Bounty does bring down the pace. B, then Bax, which I assume will probably be Cyclone on it. I'd probably put Casey on the Janet. But yeah, I agree in the previous game, by the way, just to say as well, like it felt to me that Semantic was just holding that right-hand side down the lane so well. Like, despite the Crow pick not working, I feel like Semantic was playing phenomenal in that set. Let's see what the remaining ideas are here, and whether we're kind of getting beyond that Tick stage that we sort of saw Tick thriving so much in now with the Brock, especially from SK. I don't see the thrower being able to do too much. The bans are smart here. Max and Gene, you got to get rid of. Carl as well. Bell. Byron, yeah, it's not completely ruled out of the meta for me here, considering the bans that are in play. Let's see. I mean, it's not my go-to necessarily, if I'm honest, but that one is. I love it. Bang here, dude, it has such an ability to pop off, and maybe the Byron Hills wouldn't even be enough to keep SK afloat here if this comp is designed what it, is able to achieve what it's designed to do on the side of backs. Fang's just a constant threat, and SK know that. If anything, actually, I would say that SK are the team in the region for me that utilize Fang the best in knockout. Well, this is bounty, but they will have a very good understanding for that same reason as to how to go against it more often than not. But it's fierce, Teddy. It is a very, very smart, aggressive final pick from Bax. The question is, though, has the momentum of SK been enough to get the better of them before we even get going? And as a quick takedown of KC to bring the stars into their favor. They've got the blue star and Chaos. They've got the takedown as well. Chaos is going to be the mark, surely, for Darkham's attention.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Baron and Bonnie, right? Because, you jump in as a Bonnie, you might lack the HP to be able to really get out of there. Yeah, it does leave open a big weakness of that Fang pick. Very, very scary stuff. And so far, Darkham hasn't had a super yet, so you can't quite see the full extent of it. But as soon as he gets one, I think that SK are going to have to play it very defensively, and that is when Fang in the end shines the most,
Tap on Cyclone to get into the mid, and it was one shot away. Slow there as well, but Semantic can jump away from this if need be. That's the thing with Bonnie, got that defensive capabilities, but now SK push back a little bit here, and great pickup from Cyclone. Semantic jumps in, support though. Didn't quite manage to find its way there. Semantic surviving on, and down then went Cyclone as well. 1 star is all that's in it though. And it is now with Bax. SK have got to go on the aggressive, and it's not necessarily what they always like to play. They like to play passive and slow, and they are, however, very good at getting these pinches going forwards. The timing is there, 20 seconds on the clock, and this could turn very, very quickly.
Yeah, beautiful spot there from Darkum. If the Byron is isolated, there's nothing he can do about it. And that is going to be 3 stars now. Make it just a 1. The jump in from Semantic, he does get stunned. A 1-for-1 trade, but blue star, and actually is starring with it in favor of SK Gaming. KC going for a jump in, trying to make a miraculous play, but time has run out. And SK on match point. Backs a game away now from being eliminated and dropping down to the lower bracket. SK a game away from qualifying and full-on reverse sweeping Backs. That is highly impressive, but highly SK.
Backs are going to be asking themselves, like, I mean, it's poetic, isn't it? It is poetic, just in the way that we saw Backs stealing it in the first set in Brawl Ball, and now it's returned to sender, isn't it, really? I mean, that was a steal for SK. That, for me, was Backs realistically moving on to match point. And now, how it's reversed itself from where we were in the third set, I don't know. I don't know how we've got here, but nonetheless, we've saw that Backs can make this comp work. Just a couple of shots from Cyclone, and this turns around so quickly. You see Gay now so low on that bottom right-hand side. Semantic as well getting scrutinized, and Darkham goes in, gets the takedown, survival, and then gets back out again. That's how you make this comp work. They've got the lead, but it's only 1 star lead at that. The blue star with them, and we saw in the previous game that they could not hang on to it. Will they hang on to it this time and keep their chances alive in this stage of the bracket?
They desperately want to. A minute left on the clock here, potentially separating SK from the challenge season, but they need 2 stars here. Can they make it work? KC takes it up in the air, trying to relieve some pressure on that left lane. Is actually going to land straight onto Akios. Does get the kill, but goes down. Blue star still keeps the advantage in favor of SK, of Backs rather. And Darkham does not have a super, so there's no opportunity just yet for him to really counterattack. KC is low, goes down. That's going to be SK with the lead now. A low HP Cyclone as well. And now Backs with 15 seconds left need a kill.
Yeah, Casey struggled, and I don't necessarily mind the fact that he went down, but it was the follow-up that carried on, and there's a great swing from Gear. Good jump away, but they still need a takedown here. Darkham's going in. It's going to be needing a big amount of stars. It's 12 to 9. It's not going to be enough. SK Gaming, with the full reverse sweep, confirm themselves for the challenge stages. And Backs have got to feel bad about that, Teddy.
They have. they've got it, man. It's heartbreaking. When you said it's poetic, I was thinking it's tragic.
Yeah.
Like it really is a tragedy here for Bax. I mean, they could taste it, man. 5 games in a row, and then they lose 6 in a row. That is, wow, tough, man. Really, really tough. SK just doing SK things. It's why they are so good too, you know, because they win most of the matches that they should win, and then there's matches like these where it kind of feels like they should win it at some point, and they still manage to somehow turn it around, make some miracles happen. It's incredible stuff from SK, simply so, and Banks. I mean, they're gonna be very sad about this one.
They had it, you know, they had it in the bag. It was a done deal as far as I'm concerned, and it just wasn't enough, you know. It's got to be heartbreaking. I mean, Bax is still in the competition. Got to put that out there. They are in the lower bracket. They are not out. They are going to be coming back tomorrow. But that was, you know, 1 game away, twice over, to lock themselves in for the first time in the SPS this year into the challenge stages. SK Gaming, like, are going to be celebrating tonight, Teddy. You know it. I mean, we said coming into this, if there's any team that we're going to be able to do it, it's going to be them. And they did. They proved us right yet again as a team which, in my opinion, have got more reverse sweeps than any other in the European and MENA region. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Wow. It started with that Gene pool. It really did, down on double swoosh, and they tried, man, to interrupt it. They were still fighting hard for it, but it feels like every game after that was just more momentum for SK, making them stronger and stronger, and Bax starting to get nervous, because when you're winning, you don't have to be nervous, you know. There's no real pressure, but once you start losing those games, you can start feeling that pressure accumulate, and eventually you know, you just crumble below it. I'm heartbroken generally. Like I think I'm quite unbiased, you know. I'm happy for either team to win. The reason I kind of wanted Bax to win is because I assume SK would qualify in the lower bracket anyways. Bax, I'm not quite as sure, especially after a loss like this, man. It's gonna be rough. Like, I would not be shocked if they struggle tomorrow, just because, you know, they're emotional guys that don't, you know, historically recover the best from those type of losses. So I want to see them at their best tomorrow. I genuinely hope that we can, you know, see them at their finest and that they qualify tomorrow. But I'm scared, and I've been scared ever since that one game that SK Gaming won, which says a lot about, you know, both teams. One thing I've got to say, though, is that this was a different Bax today, and massively so. I mean, like, I don't know whether we would have seen that same performance from the previous Bax, and that makes me kind of excited at the same time. I mean, sure, if you're going to be going into tomorrow, it's not the place that you want to be entering the lower bracket from, you know, just considering how close they were. Literally 1 gene pull away, realistically, from making the challenge season there, and they had SK up against the ropes, you know, continuously. 5 games, consecutive games, and, you know, realistically, just a moment of getting too comfortable, a lapse of judgment, whatever you want to call it, in gem grab, and then that's just enough. You cannot leave a crack in the door open for SK, because they'll just kick it down and just make themselves at home and then put their feet up on your coffee table. You know, and that's what happened. I mean, like, we already expect it from SK at this point. They love to be behind. It just brings them up a gear.
Yeah, it's really the case. I mean, it was quite like that last year, with 2 out of the 3 players being different, and now it seems to still be the case as well. I mean, just the mental aspect of the game too, you know, which I don't know if it is Pedro, I don't know if it's Semantic, I don't know if it's just the entire team, but they do a fantastic job at dealing with those high pressure moments and making it look almost easy.
Well, we have got SK on the line as well, and we'll find out who it is from the team. It's going to be Semantic. Yo, what is up, dude? Great to have you back, and congratulations first and foremost on a truly epic reverse sweep. You've had quite a lot of those over the years. Talk us through first and foremost, what was going through your mind when you were, in that situation where you were looking down the barrel of a potential lower bracket appearance tomorrow?
First of all, thank you for the words and thank you for having me here again. And that was definitely intense. Doing a reverse sweep is not what we want, obviously, but it's our strength, I would say. And we went into that third set, losing the first game, completely dominant. They stormed us completely, not what we wanted. Second game, the same happens at the start, and we're like, okay, I gotta hit the genie pull. We need the control back. We need to do something, and then the reverse sweep starts. And our back against the wall, obviously, SK knows it. We do it. We get it. We win that set, and as soon as we won that third set, we knew, okay, this is winnable. We got this. And then the next two sets we win it as well. So GG's. Yeah, just GG's.
Yeah, I'll ask another reverse sweep question, just because, I mean, it happens way too often, man. Way too often. How do you make something like that happen, or what do you think it takes to make those moments happen? You think it's down to mechanics? Do you think it's down to individual plays, or really just the team effort, the mentality? What is it about?
I think the main part of that is the mentality, because I see so many people just giving up even though it's still winnable. For example, on that last set on Shooting Stars, I jump in and I get, even though I die, I get the kill and we win. Nobody expected that, because we had the mentality, okay, it's still winnable, we try it, we win. And it's all about the mentality. The plays, they will come. If you have a mentality, the plays will come to you.
Semantic going to chime in as well and discuss, the Brawl, the first set. I think it was from memory that you played out. How did you feel about that? Because that was a bit of a rough way to start. You're kind of in control seemingly, and then the last final moment skulls that occurred to bring it into overtime twice over in the set, and you weren't playing Gale. And ironically, it's I can't remember the last time I have not seen you guys do that. And it could have helped with the time tick down. Do you think that was a problem with the draft and not going with that brawler, which is so great to buy time? Or what was going through your minds as the reasons why that just kind of control was a bit lapsing?
We definitely didn't have our perfect draft the first three sets. And the first set especially, you saw our comp, in my opinion, was not perfectly built to defend what we usually do. We didn't have a Gale, for example, or just any kind of brawler who can just put something on the bottom left and defend it. And because of that, if we just do one small mistake, they rush us with a max speed, with a poker heal, with a stew dashes, and they just score up in the last 10 seconds, score, go to overtime, have a better comp, and we lose. And this happened twice, as you said, and it hurts a lot, actually. That first set hurt us a lot.
Do you think that might be also the reason why the second set went somewhat poorly on your end as well? Because it dragged over, or do you think it's unrelated? Because the first 5 games, I have to say, backs looked much stronger, and then suddenly the 6 next ones, it's only SK.
Again, I think it's more part of the draft, because on the second set, we all again didn't have our perfect draft, and we didn't know how to play it. We had nothing to break through. They had us all the time in our spawn. We could do nothing, even though we tried our best. We tried to win. It was not a problem of mentality, but it was just of us not possible to win. We definitely will change that, and as soon as double swoosh was not completely the draft fault, but I missed some pulls there as well. And then as soon as you say it, we clicked. We know, okay, it's our time now or never, and we make it happen.
Semantic, another congratulations as well. Please pass that on to your teammates and, of course, to Pedro and everyone else working in the background for SK. But go and enjoy, go and celebrate a fabulous victory. And again, congrats on making the challenge season. We look forward to seeing much more from you guys to come in the near future.
Thank you. I will. Bye.
See you later. Always a pleasure with Semantic on the line. He's never shy. He's never camera shy, Teddy. He's always got so much to say, and for me, I like to absorb that, and great from them. Honestly, I mean, you can't fault it. I mean, the full-on reverse sweep, when it matters most. Highlight of the day so far for me.
Oh, absolutely. So I mean, just yeah, it's just SK things, really, and I love to see it. It's. Some teams are known for bad reasons, and SK, they're known for those sort of reasons, which are just it blows my mind how consistently you're able to make inconsistent things happen. It's really impressive, and I feel like it's far from over from what we can expect from them in this season and even the far future.
It is sets and moments like that, you know, and series between teams like that, which just make, for me, the Snapdragon Pro Series so thoroughly enjoyable. And again, this would not be possible without Snapdragon Elite Gaming in that respect. So huge shout out to them for bringing this kind of caliber of gameplay to our screens and supporting us in the way that they do, in the production in the way that they do, in the prize pool in the way that they do. Again, this would not be possible without them. So thank you once more to them for everything. We are getting towards the end of today. We've got 2 more matches still to come. Let's take a look back at the bracket now to see how today has kind of shaped its way to be, and you know who's down in that lower bracket as well for tomorrow, because this is a 2-day thing as well. So we've got not just today, of course, for the upper bracket to finalize things out, but tomorrow as well for the lower bracket to continuate that situation there. We've got 2 teams already in the upper brackets locked in. We've got, of course, Reply Totem earlier as the first team to qualify, and now we have, of course, SK Gaming. But 2 more matches to find out who is going to be joining them, and we'll be able to conclude that by the end of today.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's some big matches still to come, and as you mentioned, tomorrow we will know every single team that qualified. It's a tough journey, heartbreaking ones for some team as well. I mean, Bax already today, but they have that second chance tomorrow, which is, you know, going to be ever so valuable, especially when it comes to very, very close matches like this. But we have 2 more upper brackets matches tonight, so I'm looking forward to seeing which other 2 teams join the ranks of Totem and SK.
Yeah, up next, Tribe Gaming EU up against Mystic Esports EU. That one is going to be an absolute bang. You do not want to go anywhere at all. We will be right back after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello guys, I'm Guille, BTX, the player for SK Gaming. So I was playing for a lot of years ago in Brawl Stars, and nothing was competitive in these years. But yes, little by little I was grinding from teams. Sometimes I was starting my team, created for me and my friends, and I was grinding from better teams, and now I'm here in SK Gaming. I started playing like 5 years ago when the game started in the beta, but playing competitive, I think I was started maybe from 4 years ago when the competitive started 4 years ago, I think. The LAN was amazing. I think it's the first LAN that I see that there is more people in the public, and it was insane. We don't win that LAN, but it's still insane. And yeah, I want to repeat that. I think the only difference that playing in LAN than in online, I think for sure is the nervous. Maybe the public that you have a lot of, maybe you need to think about a lot of things. Maybe you play more nervous because there is a lot of people in public seeing your matches, and maybe you are more nervous, but maybe you can be more focused because you know that you have more people seeing that. But I think this is the only thing, because maybe you can play the same in your house that in LAN, but if you manage to do it good, you don't need to play bad because you're nervous. So that's a bit that. For me, I would say the people that we have in the community, that obviously this game is for play 3 vs 3, and I think if the game was doing maybe 1v1s, I think I was not playing more this game. But the people is the game is 3v3, so I think this is the reason that why, because the people that I have in the community is insane, and I love it. Yeah, I will say that I'm super excited for play this GSL this time. Let's see what happens. Let's see who wins this time. I hope don't get the second place again, but let's see.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss.
time's right, and I know the sea is walking in a limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are getting very close to finalizing day one of the Open Finals for Brawl Stars in the Europe and MENA region. I, of course, am still Ark. That is still Teddy. It's been a grueling day, Teddy, but what a match that we just had. SK versus Bax. I mean, I'm still recovering. I'll be honest, off the back of that one.
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, Bax are going to be recovering for a couple more hours for sure as well. It was a heartbreaking one for them, but SK, I mean, just showing what they are truly capable of, and that it's never over until it's over. Another team had a very similar speech in MMA's interview earlier, saying that until it's over, they're giving their best, and it happens they're playing next against Kai.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one. The final match of the day will be Tribe Gaming EU versus Mystic Esports, but up next, Navi versus Sky. And, you know, this is going to be really, really crucial because both of these two teams were not in the challenge stages last season. So a huge opportunity for both of them. Of course, the loser will not go out of the competition, but we will see them back tomorrow for day two in the lower bracket. It's a slightly later stage of the lower bracket, of course, because if you go down at this point from the upper bracket, you've got a little bit more of an advantage. And here we see the lower bracket as well, and it's already looking so stacked. We've got Cutes versus FA Locum, and Cutes almost got to this stage, to be fair, with the close 3-2 earlier today. Unfortunate to get to that lower bracket stage. SC MENA EU versus FA Poland, Team Casso versus Colossal Gaming, Humble versus Dogster Lobster, and of course the winners of SC MENA versus Poland will go on to face Craze, and the winner of Team Casso and Colossal will go on to face Back So Far, to be determined, of course, until we see the results of our next matches on the upper and lower stages of that. But yeah, there's going to be some upsets tomorrow, Teddy, no doubt about it, especially if you look at Humble and Dogster Lobster, two teams that were in the challenge stages last season, one of which is undoubtedly not going to be in that first stage, as that very first stage is the knockout.
Yeah, no, it's a terrifying low bracket because, yeah, as you said, either STMN or Craze are not going to make it. Either Bax or Team Queso are not going to make it. Either Humble or Dogster are not going to make it. And there's still 2 more teams to join the lower bracket at the end of today. And I mean, it's still very much stacked teams too. So it's a scary prospect for tomorrow's lower bracket. But that's the reality of things. And in the end, we can only be happy, and they can only be happy they have a lower bracket. Otherwise, they'd be out already. But Na'Vi, they are certainly still very much in. MMA, Alex Cube, and Angel Boy, one of the squads that has been really rising from the ashes here for the late part of the year, as they're looking really strong at the moment, already winning today. Let's see if they can get a second.
Yeah, great matchup it was earlier today against Dogster Lobster. They dropped the first set and then came back so strong, and that's the thing about Na'Vi that makes them so scary. They don't seem to get dismayed or daunted by the prospects of being behind as well, and they're just able to adapt quite quickly. But Sky, again, the position where this is the furthest they've made it ever in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and good for them. Naruto, the way, Star, and KH, and today are looking to make their mark on the challenge season. If they can just get through this stage, get the victory over Na'Vi, then they are going to be on top of the moon, Teddy.
Oh, certainly so. Certainly so. I mean, it's a squad that has been grinding, man. I mean, I remember Naruto back in the days, and every small community event, no matter how little the prize pool, was grinding, and that's like 2 years ago. So it's nice to see some more success on their part. Let's see if they can qualify, because realistically, they're a match away. It is going to be a tough opponent, but they are only a match away from qualifying here for the challenge season. That would be big.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what I love so much about an open format, honestly, at the Snapdragon Pro Series, because, teams like Sky have been really, to our eyes, because we look across the grand scheme of things across every tournament, they've been really brewing this year. They have. And now they've been making it through to this stage of the competition, the open finals. And they've got a real chance here, honestly. Na'Vi are not going to be an easy feat, not by a long shot. But we've seen already today that upsets can happen along the way. Previously, in the last matchup, it was SK Gaming that unleashed the beast. Who is going to unleash the beast in this next one? All we know for sure is that Monster Energy unleashed the beast for us, and we've got to give a huge shout out to them once again for being such a fantastic partner when it comes to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Again, keeps us energized. Genuinely, literally got mine here, because this is what we need, Telly, to get through a long, grueling open final stage.
Yeah, I don't have any with me right now, and I wish I did. I genuinely wish I did. I want to go back to studio casting just to get like a bunch of Monster. Best time of my life. but yeah, no, absolutely right. It goes a long way in not only supporting us, keeping us energized, but supporting the event by, helping making everything possible here. So we appreciate that very much, always.
Absolutely so. Well, I mean, as far as the Twitch chat is concerned, so they're probably looking to get a bit of an inkling as towards what our thought process is and the prediction side of things. Who are you sort of putting your thoughts on this one to take it all? It's going to be very close, in my opinion.
I'm going to go to Na'Vi just because, I usually go with the odds, and the odds are in favor of Na'Vi. Now, again, Sky are an interesting team. There's some volatility at times as well regarding, servers and who gets them and all that stuff. I do think they are a very strong team, though. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, mechanically, I think Naruto is really solid. So I really want to see what they actually decide to commit to when it comes to the draft and how they play it out. But I would go Navi.
I would say the same. Looking at this draft, I've got to be honest. Poco plus Ash and Stu, it's looking good so far for me on that draft side of things. But yeah, I mean, one thing's not in dispute here, Teddy, and that's the fact that Navi have got a lot of followers, a lot of love. So when it comes to that Twitch prediction, I'm expecting it to be more one-sided than not. But Sky going with Squeak and Surge, I don't necessarily mind. It's just going to be one of those things where getting Surge up to those max stack stages is going to be very crucial. Amber coming in as well. We've seen a lot of Amber actually today, really starting to shine more so in a variety of places. Beach Ball, is that a place for you that you kind of like to see the draft that Sky are rocking with? I mean, obviously the Amber is going to play a big role here, right? Because getting rid of the bush when you got a big tanky hill-based comp, it's definitely the right time to pick it for me.
Yeah, I am a little bit scared that they aren't going to be able to stop that push from Navi, with the Ash and Poco. I think it's interesting to go Squeak in such a situation. I mean, the slow will slow things down, but if you can't kill your opponent, I don't know if it's going to be enough. We'll see. I mean, so far they're able to get him somewhat low HP, but it's still Angel that gets the kill in the end. I think playing the Capo as well. We did see Bax playing it earlier on double swoosh as well, which I thought was quite interesting. Didn't quite have the chance to point it out because, the set went kind of crazy. But it's nice to see it being used as well. Not the most brawlers that have multiple star powers that are playable in the meta. Oh. Close, almost a goal already here from Navi, but from Sky rather. No, from Navi and Sky. They go for the counter attack, nearly goes in as well. A bit optimistic from KH.
I'll say as well, I mean, protected tunes for Poco wouldn't have been a bad idea to consider here, just with the amount of slow that there is on the side of the Squeak, but nonetheless, that tuning fork will help to keep Angel Boy in the mix. Look at Cubic just going completely on a mad tear here. Almost got away from that situation as well, but max stacks now for KH has been actually doing work, but there's a bit of a slip up. Angel Boy will not hesitate there, and that will put Navi off the mark now. 1 minute closely remaining here. Sky have got to get a response in here. They're trying to push it forward aggressively, but I do agree that Squeak, that early draft here, might be coming back to bite them just a little bit because it's such a hard thing to stop this comp in its tracks.
And a pass to Angel Boy already, and yeah, that is going to be the second goal here for Navi. Yeah, I think the Squeak is a bit of a mispick. I'm going to be honest with you. I think they maybe kind of overestimated how much he would be able to slow things down, because he can do it 3 times and he can do it for like, what is it, 10 seconds? It's a long time, but I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough. Gil was open, maybe would have been a better option. I don't know, but yeah, at least what I do know is it wasn't working out. We have a 1-for-1 trade on the top right between Naruto and the Navi Ash as KH falls to Cube, and Navi still managed to quite consistently have the man advantage.
Yeah, it could maybe be a case of we got outdrafted. Let's see how it goes. I mean, what I will say though is going back to the cups, nice walk in there from Cubic and good aggression. I don't see how Navi don't take the set, to be completely honest, at this rate. Navi to get the upper hand over Sky. It was in the first split, and they really ran into each other once, actually, to be fair, because obviously Navi qualified in that first split. It was a convincing win though as well. It was a 2-0 in the quarterfinal stages of Cup 2. But yeah, I mean, that's enough for me. I think that says it all, Teddy. I mean, that was a convincing first set. I mean, there's a blink and you miss it, and I think Sky have got to be a bit more cautious when it comes to their draft going forwards.
The truth is, I think Sky should blink less. But they probably should. They probably should. That was a blink. That was a blink. Incredibly fast set here from Navi. Just a full-on out comp. I would have to say, and I think maybe if played perfectly, the Squeak can work out. But the fact is, it wasn't. And I feel like when you are already somewhat of an underdog and facing a team that excels at those more aggressive brawlers, which are also brawlers that I don't know if it's just me that has that opinion, but I feel like Navi nowadays tends to pick tankier and more aggressive brawlers mainly when they're facing teams they're very confident against. You don't see it nearly as much anymore when they're facing SK or Apply Totem or Tribe. But when they're facing a team where they feel like they are better in the first place, in my opinion, they love to go for those tankier brawlers because they know they're going to be able to just like go through. And I see you laughing. What did the stats say, Ark?
10 times more healing on the side of Navi. Like 10 times. Just 3,700 healing on the side of Sky. I mean, that's so substantial. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, you got Poke on your side, but I mean, how can a Squeak contest against that amount of HP? I know exactly what you're saying. It's like it can work, but ultimately you've got to do so much more work to make it work. Like when you could just draft the brawler which really is able to counter that a bit heavier. Yeah, I mean, that is one of the most compelling stats that I think I've seen today so far. And, you know, again, because the game was over so quickly as well, it didn't really give it even much time for Sky to do much more healing than that as well. So, wow. Well, second set on the way. Navi got to be feeling very good about that one. And again, it's a testament as well to how Navi have really adapted this year because, you know, it wasn't just my observations, but the observations of others as well that's a bit slow to the mark when it came to draft. Draft's a huge format change. I think we forget now that we've had it for so long this year that actually it takes a while for some teams to adapt to that kind of big shift. And we've also seen this year, you know, above all others, more players and teams deciding to kind of take a step back from Brawl Esports simply because, you know, draft is not the easiest of things to get your head around. But Navi have just been blossoming in that respect. But will they keep it up? That's the question. Will Sky start to adapt around it and start to really think things through a little bit more? Because, you know, Navi, again, when they're allowed to play Poco, they like to combine a draft that really facilitates that particular brawler. I think you kind of got to ban it out a little bit these days against Navi because they were playing like those kinds of comps years back. It's kind of like where their safety net really lies, and you could just see in that last game just how much like value it provided for them.
Yeah, I think it's part of, you know, their demise in the earlier parts of the year because they you know, kind of kept still going with those tankier brawlers and some of the ideas of last year, which made it quite predictable and within the draft if you don't have the last pick, or even if you do, like there's a lot of options to just, you know, make that impossible and confuse them and just play their own game. And yeah, it's something that here with Sky, I feel like, I don't know, maybe they just underestimated the Ashe, maybe they just didn't want to play Gale. I don't know, but it did not work. That is all I know. Safe Zone, however, is where we are heading next for some heist action. It's going to be the Bell, B, and Colette bands for Na'Vi, Max, Carl, and Bonnie bands for Sky.
Navi going Brock and 8-bit. I'm going to call it. Like, they must have learned from the BSC monthly finals against SK where they were up against the Brock and it did not work out well for them, but they love to rock 8-bit here on Safe Zone. It's definitely not going to be a Poco scenario on this particular game mode for me, at least, especially with the Max ban. There's the 8-bit, and they're going to match the Brock Griff. So, okay, there's going to be a Brock counter here for me if Sky kind of in tune with the fact that 8-bit really can struggle when those walls are taken down. But yeah, I mean, ultimately without a Griff being banned, there's other options. So yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to really try to keep those walls up as long as possible. And I think, you know, Sky are gonna have some heavy hitters here. That's why the B is banned from Navi, and quite smartly so. They're gonna have to really consider this one because this can be one that can overthrow the situation very, very quickly.
Yeah, I kind of like actually that didn't go Brock, because I think Brock is a brawler that is quite niche. Like there's not every player is comfortable playing Brock, and I can definitely see teams that just don't have a player that, like, you know, is very specifically good at it. And that might be why Ruffs is also kind of forced in here, because it does bring some destruction, but no free destruction, no easy way to just get rid of the cover that hires the damage booster. And even though it's quite decent, well, they will go for the Brock anyways. They, in the end, will have a decent bit of destruction. Let's see what the final pick is from Na'Vi, as they do have some opportunities, maybe to try to deal with, you know, that ego or some sandbags. Make sure that those aren't going to be too present on the map. Maybe force them to go for a different gadget for the Ruffs. It's going to be the Ambria, indeed, to try to make sure they have enough zone damage to deal with all those you know, spawnables, even though I don't know if I want to call sandbags spawnables, but you got my point.
Yeah, for sure. I would have been opposed to a Rico here as well because Navi, you know, got Angel Boy. Angel Boy's a phenomenal Rico, but he's kind of drifted away a little bit from that pick recently. But nonetheless, I feel like this can work. Navi did struggle though against the Brock with the 8-bit recently against SK, got to be said. But nonetheless, they've got to take that learning on board. It did really punish them a bit, and you know they left it open. So let's see how it fares. But again, I mean, Teddy, you know by now, I love Griff. So ultimately, yeah, the fact that Angel Boy's playing it here, I am all for. Does take a lot of heavy fire straight off the bat, and it's finished off by Star there. So. You have to be a little bit more cautious because now that KH can push up here and those shots into the safe will pack a punch. That's already 10% dealt by Sky and wasn't the hardest of things to do. So now that Kubik's pushing forwards, or sorry, Alex is pushing forwards there, he's able to get the cheek cartridge off, and that's some good solid return from Navi.
Cube has a super. I'm gonna flame things up on the left-hand side. Doesn't quite find a connection there. Ends up going down, and a chance now for Sky to double down on that mid control and get really settled in and comfortable and start dealing some damage on the safe. They do have a 2% deficit. A nice kill there from Cube. Doesn't have the damage booster for the save damage, but it doesn't really matter when you have three players just all committing to the save. A nice gadget as well from the 8-bit. Ridiculous amounts of damage, and now over 50% lead in favor of Navi.
Honestly, that's why you got to be aware of that. I mean, it's so obvious to see it coming. Alex really utilizing that extra credits and just pummeling the safe off the back of the damage booster. That's why he waited. I mean, he could have done it earlier than that, but he wants to be able to do it under the additional buff of that damage booster. Now, though, is KH does get the pickup, but it's 22% damage for Sky. If they keep this control and get a solid push on this safe, then they can definitely close the gap more so. But the moment that range of Alex in the mid is causing Star some problems and swapping over and balancing his time to the left-hand side lane now as well to allow Kubik to heal. It's now 3 versus 2, and that's exactly now that, you know, Sky have got the damage buff in play from the roughs. It's really proving to be a tough thing for Navi to combat here. They've got to get a kill. They've got to eradicate that quickly, or this could be a game-winning push.
Yeah, they have the setup for it on the side of Sky. You just need to keep everyone alive, and it's nice for Cube that he has a little bit of a extra range over the roughs. Super is available for KH as well. Does he have time to go forward? They all survive somehow. Most of them on damage gear too, and that is going to be just about enough for Sky to turn this one around and steal that game.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. The time was there, but ultimately on the side of the Amber, there was no shots. You know, there was just no shots to be able to defend it, and you can't body block a Rocket Rain. You know, there's no way. So it was only going to be damage on the safe, and with more rockets now as well for the option of having that star power on the rockets. Yeah, everyone was buffed up. I think Navi got to be a bit cautious around that, because that is clearly the strategy here for Sky, is just get those roughs supply drops in as quickly as possible. You know, then you've got the advantage, and if you're just cautious around your health and your HP to stay in the mix, you know, you're really going to stand a good chance. And I felt Navi had the win as well, to be honest. I mean, throughout the majority of the game, they had better damage, better control, but the strategy of Sky there just shining through towards the end, and just a very clutch finish.
I mean, they had a 50% lead and like 30 seconds left into this game. It's highly impressive what Sky pulled off. Let's see, however, if they can do so again. As so far, they have some really good early damage on the side of Navi. The damage booster will be easily taken care of. As at last, we have Sky with mid control now. We saw earlier that it's all right if you're a little bit late in highs. It's really just about who closes out that game.
Here's the dangerous thing. Buffed up again, and additional punch damage, but there's Kubik taking down Loai, and that is what we need to see more from Navi. If they can just start to confirm the kills, then it requires another supply drop to come back in to really keep this strategy alive. KH creeping forwards. And Alex, I keep wanting to say Cubic there because it's just the way that his name's spelled, but it is Alex there on the 8-bit. Angel Boy, though, choosing to break that cover. And I think that's a wise choice. It's going to allow Alex to then have the option of defending better against the Brock when it pushes forwards. It's all in it at this point, genuinely so, and it is just a small fraction of the lead for Navi. They would like to extend it further and prevent the last game happening twice.
Absolutely. 20 final seconds now of this one. And Sky do still have some catching up to do. Nothing quite as dramatic as the previous game, which is scary for Navi, but a beautiful spray down from Alex gets the pick up, and that should pretty much settle it. A final push here. SKH is going to try to get his super off, but doesn't get nearly enough damage there in that short span of time. And Navi get another game now. Let's see if they can take the set. We're all tied up here in the heist, but there was that first set that obviously Navi picked up. So it would be quite a drastic night and day difference, whether it's Navi up 2-0 or Sky able to tie things up.
Yeah, beautiful play. Beautiful there from Alex in those final moments, because again, you're not really expecting the extra credits, Gadget, in those final moments to be played on defense. And I can see that he had it, and I can see what he was thinking before he did it, actually. And it was great to see just that awareness to be able to continue to defend in the way that they did. Let's see whether they can do it again and take a second set, or whether Sky will bring this one back. And it really is a crucial moment for Sky here. They are very close to just bringing things back level, and you know, if they don't do that, then they could find themselves too far behind to be able to bring it back in the later stages. Rocket Fuel beautifully done there from KH on the left-hand side. Star, though, is going to find Alex in the mid. There's a nice pinch there between himself and Angel Boy. Rocket Rain didn't really connect that much there, and it's just the 11% damage, and already Navi just quickly back into the mid.
All right, the Flames onto the save. As Navi have a 20% lead. Still have mid control despite having a player down. As soon as he joins back into the action, another one goes down for Navi, leaving only Angel Boy alive now. And again, those players staying alive with so little HP goes a long way in making sure the reset is just faster on the side of Sky here. And bit by bit, I mean, there is a big kill there from Cuba, actually. He has a super as well that he can get onto that save. Will immediately just put it on fire. To get some nice value as well onto the roughs. But there is some opportunities here for Sky to get some damage of their own, and they're only 23% behind.
Great pressure there on the right-hand side from Alex. Keeps the eye just back until Navi can continue their push forwards into the mid. No damage booster, though, who would like to have really got the gadget working then, but actually now look, he's actually exacerbated all three. Could be a bit of a tough spot for them. They're going to try to defend, I think is the idea here now, but now pushing forwards a little bit as he wants just to secure it up. That's some good damage, but there is still time, not now probably, for Sky to turn us around. It's going to be Navi to take the second set, and oh, beautiful finish there from Angel Boy. It's going to be a team wipe there. Beautifully done, as Navi are looking very, very strong. One set away now from securing themselves into the challenge season.
Yeah, that's the sort of adjustments that I love to see as well from Navi. You know, the first game here in this set didn't go too well, but then the adjustments, you know, to make sure that that situation is avoided in the next two, and they do so beautifully as well. So much praise to them. 2-0 now in favor of Navi, and as you said, one more set is all it takes here for Navi to make it to the challenge season. They didn't quite last time around. I'm not sure if they didn't play or if they didn't qualify, but they weren't there for the challenge.
Yeah, they didn't play, and last year they were in the ESL Mobile challenge season as well. I had a big struggle, actually. I remember distinctly well that they really couldn't get off the mark, but that is a very different now to this year. This year they are just looking so good. I mean, like just striving for greatness, really. And yeah, I mean, Sky are going to have to really make some big changes. We were saying this coming into the second set, in fact, and to be fair to them, they did. I mean, you know, they were able to gain a game, and it could have definitely gone another way. We could be level at this point if they were able to make it count in that last game. But yeah, now that Navi have got this lead, that's some serious momentum going into this next set. Like that is going to be something which they're not going to necessarily get overconfident with. I don't think. I feel like Navi have got a pretty firm grasp on things, as we've seen already today. That resourcefulness against Dr. Lobster, being behind off the first set, but coming back strong and being consistent. I think that's the thing that Navi have done so well this year, for me at least, and they've kind of dropped some old habits from last year. They just seem to take each thing one game at a time. I think that's the way you've got to play, regardless as to who your opposition is. But great drafting as well. They're looking much more comfortable when it comes to the drafts.
Yeah, no, so absolutely. It was probably one of their biggest problems earlier this year. They seem to really have adjusted nicely to that too, and learned from their mistakes. And once in a while, we still see some interesting things that sometimes shouldn't work and do, sometimes shouldn't work and don't. But it's great to see them experiment, and they said it earlier as well. They're like, we're happy to experiment, even though it's a really important match. That's literally what MMA said, and I think there's some praise to that too. To try to catch your opponents off guard, and plus, it's not like they are in a life or death sort of situation. They have the lower bracket if something goes wrong, so they have the room for that sort of stuff anyways. But yeah, no, I mean, so far it's a smooth ride here for Navi. First game of Highs, a little bit scary, but the 4 other games we've had so far from them in this match, I don't think they have too much to be worried about just yet. Sure, SK Gaming just came back from pretty much this situation in the previous match, but I don't feel like Sky are quite in that situation, just from the matchup in general. Navi is already a fair bit of a favorite, and even though I'm not saying Sky can't get a game or two or a set or two here, I just don't see it nearly as likely as if it was SK on the field.
Yeah, I feel like with SK it was kind of like they've demonstrated it and proved it over the years. Yeah. So I definitely feel you're right. I feel like on paper though, like they did get a grand final win. In the second split, Navi got 2 in the first split, where I kind of felt like they were kind of more. I don't think it's necessarily even like an arguable thing that in my opinion, there were stronger teams in Split 1 because ultimately they didn't compete in Split 2. So they were the first to really kind of qualify against a larger pool of players and teams. So let's see. Double Swoosh is up next for Gem Grab. The bands in for Navi are going to be Bonnie, Janet, and Otis. Janet and Carl and Amber for Sky. The Poco, which we again relate a lot to with Navi's consistent picking of it. B as well, I love that. It worked out great for Bax earlier. They were not able to seal the deal with it, but it was giving a lot of value. Bo for Sky, surely we'll be following up with Gene, because they want to be able to protect the Gene with the Bo on the same side of things. Be surprised if they don't, but let's see. Let's see how Sky go up against this.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because, I mean, if the Bo is, to be played mid, I wouldn't mind something else than a Gene on the lanes. Just because, Gene is not quite optimized, I would say, for lane play. But just the information gathering he brings, plus obviously the pool is just always very useful. Can go a long way. I'm just kind of scared that he just doesn't really have the kit to deal with brawlers like Poco and B quite as well. And yeah, they're gonna dismiss it. Go Ems and Penny, which I'm assuming then it's still Bo mid and Penny on lane. That I think would make more sense, although it could be played mid. And we'll see the Squeak from Navi. They do like that Squeak. They've had some pretty decent results with it in general, and I do like their comp quite a bit. I mean, Poco just has such a high survivability down in the mid, and Squeak and B can kind of lock down on those lanes and punish anyone that gets over aggressive.
I like Squeak here. I think it's great. I think Sky have got a relatively decent chance. We haven't seen Ems, though, really, in Double Swoosh for a while. I mean, it did always get good results. It seems to have just dropped out a little bit of the meta slightly on Double Swoosh to allow for others to be able to thrive a bit more. But with Amber Band, I don't necessarily mind it. We shall see. I feel like if Navi can pop off with that B, that's going to be a dangerous thing and something for Sky to really consider here. They're going to go Ems mid, though. Now, that changes my mind a lot. Ems was always played lane. I mean, I can't really ever remember, Ems being gem carrier here. So, it's an interesting choice. I don't know whether I agree with it, though.
I don't know. I mean, I guess why not? You know, that's similar HP to. I don't think it's necessarily a bad call, just because you have decent, like the bow is gonna be fine wherever it is. I feel like, you know, and then in the mid, they both have like pretty much the same amount of HP. Ems actually has a bit more defensive utility, and those mines, we know no matter what they're gonna go in the mid. So I don't know if it actually needs to have the bow in the mid. So I don't actually hate it. I just wish there was another brawler on the field than Ems. That's kind of what I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't hate it in those circumstances. I just wished it wasn't, they didn't have an Ems in the first place, and then they could go either Jean mid or bow mid and have another lane. That's more where I'm at.
Well, MMA is struggling a bit in the mid with these bow mines, but now swapping to allow Angel Boy to go into the mid, but he can get a heal. The nice screeching solo there will secure his safety. Bit of a stun there onto Angel Boy, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if the gem does go over to MMA, to be honest. It will reset, but it's definitely safe in the hands of a Poco, but good taps nonetheless from MMA onto Star, and sealing up the deal there from Angel Boy and Cubic, and it's looking good. It's looking good for Navi. Moving on to match point now, 1 game away from joining Replying Totem and SK Gaming in the Challenge season.
Yeah, not much here required for Navi to close this one out. And Sky, they need to start popping off here. They need to start popping off because there's not much more room for mistakes. Again, we said it a couple times already, but there is the lower bracket, so it's not the end of their journey here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. But it is certainly making it a much scarier prospect.
Absolutely so. Well, it's a good start again for Navi MMA. Just able to keep getting so much value off the back of that screeching solo. And Angel Boy does find KH. The Salty Barrel will definitely do its fair share of body blocking along the way, but only up until a point. And support was there. Again, more utility from MMA, the tuning fork, just keeping Cubic in the mix here. And he's still alive. Another heal. Screeching solo again, more damage on the Star. It's just this whole comp working out so wondrously well so far for Navi, and gems there. They can just be picked up in their own time, and Sky are struggling, Teddy. They really are.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of an outcome. I don't know, man. I feel like both Ems and Penny are like somewhat questionable. I think having one is fine if you have like a good comp for it. The MMA goes down. Angel Boy's one shot goes down too. Huh. Are we watching like an SK back sort of situation?
I think if MMA hit that last shot, he could have maybe got the kill off the back of the screeching solo. 2,000 HP there onto KH, but let's see the push coming in now, and Angel Boy's going to get stunned out here, and that's the takedown. Yeah, I think that actually Sky been able to steal it from the clutches. They should be able to bring back a game now at least, and I would say that there was more so the mistake of Navi more than it was necessarily the plays of Sky, though. I don't know what you think about that.
I agree. I completely agree. Just because I was comparing it to like the SK backs, in which case their gem carrier got pulled, which I feel like has to be a mistake in general. You know, like your gem carrier should never be getting pulled unless you're having a placement mistake. So I agree it was more of a trope from Navi than Sky really popping off, to be fair. But still, I mean, it's a game for Sky. I think they'll be happy about that. Let's see if they can get another one, because they quite need it, and they're actually going to go for the squeak mid now, which I just find very interesting, but it's working.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I mean, I like actually the adaptation. Like Navi are making a change, and that's going to mean that Sky, have got to play differently and reconsider things which they weren't previously. Cubic now on 7 gems and popping these bow mines really nicely for me. There's one more remaining, and he knows it, but without the cover there. Great placement though, super on top of it as well. Lawai is going to be slowed off the back of this, and Stars like one shot away off the back of the screeching solo. Really nice stuff from Navi, but can they hold on to this? Can they get to countdown? That was the question, because in the last game, they struggled under the pressure.
All right, well, there's not many gems needed now, just the one. Cube has his super. Oh, a perfect landing as well there. That is satisfying to watch. Final gem picked up. 10 now for Navi. The countdown starts. Cube can even go for that one as well. Just make sure that he can afford to sacrifice MMA if need be. But honestly, that might not even be required here, as they should be fine. And yeah, indeed, Na'Vi will take the game, set, and match, and a spot straight to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season as they qualify through this open final.
Great stuff. Great stuff from Na'Vi. Big congrats to them. And I mean, they earned it. I felt like everything was working really, really well for them. They felt clearly comfortable with where they were at in terms of their picks. And, you know, that adaptation in gem grab for me, I mean, yeah, it wasn't working. So they just changed things up, and Sky were not able to adjust themselves to that situation. And it kind of showed. Sky as well, got to reiterate, are not out of the competition. They will be back tomorrow for day 2. I'm not sure where they will be in the bracket, but we'll check in on that in just a moment to see whether we've got a matchup on our hands there or whether it's still to be determined. But nonetheless, you know, I feel like, you know, Sky have done well to get to this stage regardless of that. I mean, I was looking back through my notes as well, and the grand final win was against Cutes, and Cutes had the best run in Split 2 for me. So they have had some really, really solid performances along the way, but Na'Vi, who qualified in Split 1, just proved a bit too much today at least. But again, a chance to redeem themselves tomorrow in the lower bracket, but Na'Vi join Reply Totem and SK Gaming into the challenge season. That's a huge thing. That's a huge thing for them. They were not in the challenge season in season 1.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, especially, you know, looking at the bigger picture, I mean, there's only so much we even know about, you know, what happens after this challenge season and, you know, all the good stuff, you know, interregional, like, you know, I don't want to put a name on it because I'm not 100% sure, but to stand a chance to make it for, you know, the big moments, Na'Vi need this. And it's great to see that you get here and they get here convincingly as well.
Yeah, it just seemed like everything aligned, you know, like the draft for me was a great one. Like here, I just wondered whether if MMA just hit that little shot, you go down to like 2000 HP after the shot that followed that, and probably would have been enough. But regardless, you know, again, they made a change. You know, I didn't mind it. I think that against the comp that they were up against, it kind of worked out pretty well. I was much more convinced, even in gem grab, of the comp that Na'Vi were running, you know, in comparison to the M's idea, which to me is kind of like a last year kind of thing. It hasn't really been that prevalent in gem, you know, gem grab for double swoosh. There's definitely been a new reformed meta there. I think it can work, but I definitely didn't feel like it worked in the mid. But, you know, Na'Vi have had a phenomenal road this season so far, and we're going to get to see more of them to come, and that is only, for me, an exciting thing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, Na'Vi, they always like to make it fun to watch as well, you know, bringing in some interesting comps and newer ideas. And it's one of the things as well that has been happening really recently to the meta that I just want to point out is the gem carrier switch, which is something we would never think of until now, you know. But I have an interview, I think, Art.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's Alex. Yes, it is. I couldn't see through the pixels there for a minute there, Alex. Alex,
hi.
Congratulations on a fantastic performance. It's been a joy to watch you guys get back on top. Talk us through, you know, everything that you felt today. You know, it's got to be said, you guys looked very convincing from our side, and you know, your drafts matched up. You know, going back to the beginning of the year to comparing to now, what has been like the biggest change that you guys have done within the organization? How have you got from the beginning of the year to where you are now?
First of all, hi Yark, hi Teddy. Thanks for the godcasts. You're so good, you know. Second, it's like we worked a lot because we have 2 months of rest when our region been closed. So it's been really difficult for us to train again all these mechanics, new meta, and I think it's really hardest part of our team. But right now it's been easy. We try to do our best, work a lot, no pain, no gain, you know, no gain. So it's what we have.
I see. Alex, what do you think is like the like big thing that you want people to think about when they think about Na'Vi? What is like your main strength? The Na'Vi like special, skill or whatever. How do you define Na'Vi?
Although maybe it's MMA because he's so popular and all guys know him. Maybe, but we have a really good fan base who all time support us, and we love him so much. Them, sorry.
Yeah, that's definitely been something that I think not just us, but everyone has noticed the support that you guys have. It comes in big numbers. Going back a little bit to your game today with Dogs to Lobster, you guys were behind in that first set. Talk us through that, because when you were behind, many teams then get stressed or they make mistakes. But actually, you guys today looked better when you came back in. Did you have any team talk? What was the reason behind your ability to turn it around?
In first set we like a bit sleepy, and the next set it's easier for us to play better and fix our mistakes. So it's just like I call to play better. So we are not stressed. It's like this, I think.
All right. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Well, I'll ask you one more question. When it comes to this year, it's been a fairly special year for you guys. What does it mean to you here to qualify now? Because you qualified for the challenge season.
Yes.
What does it mean to you?
This means that we should work more, try to win this ESL, and prepare to World Finals, I think, because we qualified. So hard work, should play more and more and more and more, So it's not easy, but I think we can do our best and win this.
Alex, again, massive congratulations. And thanks for giving us this interview, because I know that English is not your first language. Before we sign off, do you want to say anything to your fans and following? You have so many. And of course, feel free if you want to speak it in the language that you know best. Before we sign off.
Guys, we love you. Ark and Teddy too. So support us. We love you. Thank you so much.
Thanks again, Alex, for your time, and good luck in the challenge season. We'll see more from you guys very, very soon. Great stuff, Teddy. Great stuff today from Na'Vi. Got to say, phenomenal. To see their journey and the way that they've approached the competition. It's what the Snapdragon Pro Series is all about.
I just love the mentality, dude. Like, most people when they qual, it's like, I don't want to, like, Brawl Stars scene is not necessarily the scene where they're going to be there like, I'm going to celebrate, but they're like just excited and happy. So like, we're going to work harder. Like, it sounded like they lost, and it's just so humble, just love the guy. Great vibes in general from the team. And I think they learned a lot as well from last year, to embrace the grind and, the effort it takes to, make it to the top, because they have.
Yeah, it's a really healthy mindset to have, and a really great perspective on things. Great energy from Alex. And speaking of which, got to give a massive shout out, in fact, to Monster Energy for all of their support throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series, not just for last season, but for every season that they are behind us, because it does make the biggest difference, truly, especially when we're able to be in this position that we are, to put on the caliber of teams that we have before us today. It really does make the difference. And it's been a long day, Teddy. Are you still sticking with me? Because we need that kind of energy, right, to be able to put on the performance that we do.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, when it comes to the long casts, long shows, the big shows, gotta stay energized. Gotta make sure we are 100% there. And yeah, I mean, Monster Energy helps us get there, so we're very thankful for it.
And we've got one more match to come today to round off the upper brackets. It is going to be Tribe Gaming EU up against Mystic Esports. Teddy, just before we go to a quick commercial break, give us your thoughts on this matchup and you know, who are you placing your money on for this?
I mean, I'm just gonna say Tribe. That's it.
Perfect. Right, you heard it from Teddy. We'll be right back very shortly. Tribe Gaming EU up against Mystic Esports EU. Home with you right after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, everybody, where we are about to get underway with our final match of the day to conclude the upper bracket of the Open Finals, Day 1. I am Mark, joined again by Teddy. And Teddy, it's been a long day, but we're almost there. We've almost confirmed 4 teams. We've got Reply Totem, we have got SK Gaming. Now we just had Navi. one of these two teams up next is going to join those three. Is it going to be Tribe Gaming EU, or is it going to be Mystic Esports EU?
Well, we've had some upsets already, but I have to say, amongst the teams that qualified, I wouldn't really say there were any upsets yet. This could be, perhaps, the one. Tribe Gaming, phenomenal team. Just legends, right? Mystic Esports, you guys might know them as FA Kozaki until then, for a very long time, actually. They're grinders, man. I have a lot of respect for them. I've seen them play in like every single community tournament as well, like, you know, the lowest prize pool to the biggest, and more often than not, they've been able to impress. And it's great that they found themselves a home now with that signing. Now it's time to show the results with it, and this is their shot at making it happen. They beat Cutes earlier, which are also like really accomplished players. Tribe is going to be another level of a challenge, but you know, if they're able to beat Cutes, they might just be able to beat Tribe too.
Yeah, Kozaki, as they were previously, Mystic Esports EU had a phenomenal run in Split 1 qualifying there and had 2 grand final wins along the way. This is how the lower bracket is shaping up to be. We're going to be continuing from here tomorrow for day 2, so don't miss out on that. We'll give a reminder on the time at the end of the stream, but it is going to be Cutes versus FA Locum up first, and the winner of that matchup will play then Sky, who made it further in the upper brackets today, just falling short to Navi. SCMN EU and FA Poland as well will be that matchup there, lower down, and the winner of that will face Craze Clan. Team Kesso and Colossal then will face off against Bax, the winner of that one as well, and it's looking like a very grueling lower brackets. But Tribe Gaming EU, can't forget these guys. They made it all the way to the challenge finals of season 1 and just fell short. I think it might have been even a reverse sweep, or certainly a match point against SK Gaming there, just coming in the 3rd spot. But Drajan, Tom and Yoshi today looking to make it into a season 2 challenge season.
Yeah, legends. I think it was just a very accurate word for this team. So much experience, so many achievements, been there forever. Not quite as much the case for Mystic Esports, but they are hardworking. They have, added Arturo to the roster as well, Spanish player that has a decent amount of experience, and also just is very close to a lot of the Spanish scene, which helps because they're very good. The Spanish scene is one of the strongest ones in Europe, so having a lot of knowledge and contacts always goes a long way. Having better scrims maybe available, plus so much more knowledge as well to add to this roster that kind of lacked some of that experience. So I think they're looking quite dangerous, that Mystic Esports roster. I wouldn't quite say that they're favorites in this matchup. I would really say the other way around, but I think it's a team that can do damage genuinely and take down some teams we don't expect to, and we already got proven that in the round of 16 when they took down Cutes.
Yeah, they've had a phenomenal run. I've got to say, some of their stats, which we'll talk about a bit later, are really quite promising. They could well be the underdogs here in this one. Before we get into the match, though, got to give a last shout out of the day to DHL. Again, a huge factor here in terms of support. We're so proud of all our partners here, but again, DHL come in so clutch for us time and time again, and we wouldn't be able to have this competition without them. So again, for one last time today, thank you very much to DHL for all they do to help us support at the Snapdragon Pro series. But again, Teddy, got to bring it back around to the former Kozaki team, because again, I've got to kind of mention that because it's kind of one of those things that's happened relatively recently, going over to Mystic Esports EU. They qualified in that first split and they got the 2nd seed, only just beyond Navi. Navi got the 1st seed there, but 2 grand final wins, one of which was to FA Poland, and the other which was to Bax. They actually beat Bax 3 times consistently in that split 1, and we saw how they were performing today. Admittedly, yeah, Casey coming onto the roster, but nonetheless, Bax are a fantastic team and a tough one to get the wins over. They had a lot of run-ins. I mean, when you look sometimes through the teams that have made it to the open finals, I always look when I'm doing my research to ask myself the question of like, well, how many times did they run into big teams, you know, as well? Because sometimes a team are able to get like a relatively, you know, smooth sailing journey through the bracket, let's say. And, you know, Mystic Esports did not have that journey. They went through a grueling process. So in that respect, I do feel like they've got a lot of experience behind themselves, competitively speaking. They are an underdog in this scenario. I think it's fair to say that Tribe Gaming EU are definitely the more experienced in that regard. I mean, it's not even in dispute. They have had a phenomenal start to the year in the BSC as well, with monthly final wins to back it up. And they've always attended a monthly final, whereas we cannot say the same for Mystic Esports EU. Huge underdog, but one that I don't think that Tribe can, you know, just kind of like just ignore. They've got to treat them seriously, I feel.
I think they deserve that. I think they've earned that, honestly, because, you know, it's a team that, I completely agree. It can be a little bit like, you know, especially when you qualify in the second split of the second season, it's like there's already 4 teams like Reply Totem, SK and such that don't even need to play. And then some teams that qualified from the first split that don't need to play, and maybe even some teams from the second split that have enough points so they don't, you know, want to bother playing for the last 1 or 2 open cups. This wasn't quite the case, I would say, for I was going to call them Kozaki, but for Mystic Esports, because, you know, they've taken down teams like Bax, STMN just in that last qualifier, and today they took down Qs, which, just for context, for those that don't know Qs, because we talk a lot about them, but don't talk about the players the most, it's a really solid roster. I think it's Jaime, Trevor, Rafa, and Blacksea, like super good players. Unexpected result, and that is the sort of stuff that Kozaki has been able to pull off, and already for a long time, but now more and more consistently, to a point where I'm really starting to think this team can make some miracle runs here and there. I don't know if it's going to be this match, but I think they have a shot at qualifying, even if it's through the lower bracket tomorrow.
Well, already the draft inbound, and Janet, Poco, and Crow banned by Tribe, and Stu, Janet, and B banned by Mystic Esports, and the early draft of voters, which I think is a great map to pick it first pick. The response is Ruffs and Penny by Mystic, and yeah, Penny's a great one here. I feel it's definitely a brawler which is going to help out a tremendous amount if Tribe get on the aggressive, and that's the brawler you want to do that. This is what I was saying, wasn't it, Teddy, just before we came live? Is like, I was expecting actually to see a lot more of Sam today than we actually have. Otis has kind of taken the spotlight more in that respect, but Sam is playable, you know, and, you know, it's a brawler which, you know, some may not even have got necessarily out of the Brawl Pass yet. If you haven't, I'd kind of question how much you've been playing the game, though, to be honest. It's definitely one that the pros certainly should have by now. But again, regardless of that, a brawler which many have not had the time to play up against, and the Gales back it up. Oh my god, this is like the dream draft so far from Tribe. Surge coming in for Mystic Esports EU. You know, I'm starting with Tribe, Teddy, I've got to say.
Oh, absolutely. I think that Sam as well, at a pro level, is a sort of brawler that you want to play against teams that you know are not as good as you are, because it's a very overwhelming brawler to face when you don't know how to deal with it. When there's a bit of a mistake in the draft, or just if your opponents aren't, you know, as good as you are mechanically, or was their team synergy, because that's what they're going to need here just to take him down, because he's going to win every single 1v1 here. They need to really play together against him to deal with him. So I like the approach here from Tribe, because they know their place, they know what the situation is here, and they're willing to, you know, I don't want to say have some fun with it, because I think it's an absolute, like, dangerous brawler. It's not like a troll brawler whatsoever. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very fun one to watch, for the least.
The thing with Lenan playing that Sam is the fact that, for those of you that haven't maybe seen some of the mechanics of Sam, is, you know, being able to throw your gauntlet into the wall and just gain like 2,000, you know, healing off the back of it. It's crazy. You know, ultimately there's only 1-star power at the moment out for Sam, hearty recovery. So you're going to be able to get so much value off the back of that. And many teams have not really felt what it's like to go up against it. That's a bit of a drop of the ball there for me, as this respawn was not there. A bit of a tough situation there for Mystic, but one that Lenan didn't hesitate to capitalize on. Ultimately, the additional speed as well, once you have lifted your gauntlets away from your body, the map is so suited for this particular brawler.
Yeah, already in their back line. Quite low HP, lost his gloves too, which is kind of the risk and maybe even the reason why he's not quite like ultra dominant at a pro level. I mean, he definitely isn't. It's just the fact that if you lose your gloves, you're in big trouble. So that is going to be something that he wants to keep an eye on, as Meb gets a good jump in and does manage to get the kill onto Luna.
Okay, well, bit of a chance for a reset here from Tribe, but Mystic are pushing forwards now, and Tom, nowhere to go here. Yeah, he's going to take the forefront of that one, as now the ball being pushed through a little bit more, but Salmon defense is not the worst place for it. Nice pop of the gadget there from Lenan, but he can't really contest it much more than that. Gorner goes out again and able to get the pickup for it. Nice work from Tribe here as they try to get this game sealed. Going to be able to heal the back of that. Great. Oh my word, Lenan, what did you just do? Beautiful work there. My goodness me.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we've come to expect from the I was gonna say Swedish, from the Swiss player. But yeah, no, I mean, just Luna things, really. You love to see it, but so far, Tribe fairly comfortable. I don't necessarily feel like, you know, I think they're just comfortable in this matchup so far. Nice 1-for-1 trade in the end for Mystic, as otherwise it would maybe even have been a goal. Let's see if they can hold on in the defensive positioning. They do have the stage 2 already on the Surge, which is very welcome, as it can be a challenge to get past that first stage. Lenan with the kill, gets knocked back, loses the ball for a second, gets reset on the heel, but the glove just... It doesn't matter if Lenan is dead, he just still gets all the kills.
Knuckle busters for the win there, truly. And I've got to say as well, I feel like this could be, well, one of Otis's best maps as well. The amount of value that Drake is getting off the back of these plays, and you know, it's no surprise that Mystic EU are struggling against this comp. I mean, it's so overwhelming. I mean, Gale in Brawl Ball is always good, I feel. It doesn't really necessarily matter too much what the map be, but you know, it's just to see this kind of like, you know, newer brawler lineup in the meta, it's looking so good. Now it's just Lenan, though, he has got the speed. He's thrown out the Knuckle Busters there and couldn't really pick them up for the damage side of things, but he gets the ball clear long enough for Tom to be able to come in, to be able to hand. The blowback is there, and that's a great time for Tom to be able to come in clutch.
Gets a nice kill. Might even follow up with another one. Will do just that. Can he score, though? Seems like it, and he will indeed. And that is going to be 2 games in a row for Tribe, securing that first set and taking the lead in this match. So far, so good, honestly. Didn't really feel like there was too much of a threat. I think that the Surge actually was like pretty good on the side of Mystic. I feel like it was, you know, the reason it wasn't a stop. But it was still a 2-0, so it wasn't exactly like, you know, the solution either. But that's kind of the problem, you know, when you have like a big kind of like skill difference between teams. You can have a draft as good as you want. Sometimes that's still not good enough.
I mean, it's actually, you know, quite surprising for me that Mystic got that much damage, actually, to be honest. I mean, because it didn't kind of feel like that much more damage received from Tribe side, but again, with a, you know, with the comp they were running, I mean, Sam just able to do its thing and just heal so consistently. So much more healing on the side of Tribe as well, I'll point it out. But yeah, I mean, for me, draft wise, I've got to say it just felt like the most convincing draft. It was like the easiest call for me for a draft today. Just everything made sense, and you know, there's no doubt about it. Tribe got what they were looking for, and Mystic moving into the next sets have got to start to think about what Tribe are looking for to shut it down better. I don't think it's necessarily just about the skill gap between these two teams. I think there's definitely something which Mystic could be doing more when it comes to that draft to really shut out some of these ideas, because you know, especially in a map like that with so much cover, with Otis now in the place that Otis is in, you kind of need to close that gap and with some range and then break as well. In accordance to that, you can't really play Otis at that game of going with Penny to have that cover for the turret and praying and hoping on that to do the job. You've got to go with some heavy counters, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think the draft per se was like great. I just meant like, because Surge was one of their later picks as a reaction to it. I felt like it was an okay idea to do that. But I agree that the rest was kind of like already somewhat weak to some of those more aggressive ideas that Tribe were thrilled to bring to the table in such a situation. But I mean, talking about draft, we have our second draft here for set number 2. That's going to be Safe Zone in Heist. And on Tribe side, they will be banning out Daryl, the Janet, and the Brock, as Mystic takes out B, Colette, and Max. The first pick, Otis, I believe, and then the second pick for Mystic, which is going to be the Bonnie.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence a little bit about Otis on Safe Zone and Heist in general. It's definitely a much more longer ranged affair for a game mode and a map, and for that reason, I'm kind of siding with Mystic so far, but it depends greatly on what Tribe want to combine with it. They have banned Brock. Does say to me a little bit like Colette being banned out here could be what they were thinking before that ban, but maybe 8-bit wouldn't be the worst of ideas. It's just not necessarily something that I've seen Tribe playing as kind of a comp that they like. It's just simply that the bans might go that way. For me, Bell wouldn't be a bad shout at all here. There you go. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to eradicate a little bit of the salty barrel on the side of Penny. And Griff, yeah, I love that. I do like Griff here. I mean, I like Griff everywhere, let's be honest. Third and final pick here, coming in thick and fast from Mystic.
Yeah, I think the draft from Tribe is pretty all right. I don't think it's anything like, you know, groundbreaking either, but they don't need to. You know, that's kind of like the thing, again, when you are the better team, you can just play things kind of simple and, you know, first of all, not reveal like any comms you don't want to reveal. But also just, yeah, if you're playing your own game, you will be winning more often than not against teams that don't quite have your level of experience and skill just yet. The Piper pick, I mean, I think it's not a bad idea. It has decent matchups all around, especially just because of that, you know, high range. There is no free destruction, no free wall break on the side of Mystic, so they can't just have an easy access to the right lane. So that might be slightly annoying for them, but they can get it later on with a Piper super, I guess. Besides that, I don't think it's a draft they can't win with, although I do feel like Penny's a little bit underwhelming with maps like this that have a lot of range. We'll see how it plays out. There's already a good tap there from Lena to get some damage onto Cause, and the trick shot that connects.
Beautiful there, reverse polarity from Lenan. I mean, it's a rare thing to see it. You tend to kind of see it in like knockout in maps where you can really utilize a lot of the cover, but it's the first time I've seen it in Safe Zone off the barrel. But Meb jumping in and does get some damage for his troubles as well, though at the same time goes down, and that's going to bring back the control for Tribe, and this is where Lenan can really start to connect the shots to the safe or against the opposition. 31 HP though, and does need to heal up a little bit here. Nice connection there from Drage onto Meb there as well, and that's going to force him out of the mix temporarily. But Drage goes down. It will allow a little bit of cushioning if Mystic wants to push the situation. Lenon's still hanging on somehow, but not long enough. This is a chance. Mystic have got to push forwards now.
Yeah, so far, even though Triumph had just so much more control, this Mystic was the lead when it comes to damage on save. It's only 8%, so nothing too problematic just yet. Wall break isn't as clean as it could have been, but again, not the end of the world either. Knob is getting some good value, gets a double kill, does get marked in the process, but I think he'll take it. Places down the mortar as well, which is going to target immediately the safe, because when you're invulnerable, there's going to be no targeting on you from anything. And that helps very nicely to get some more damage on that safe. And so far, man, and Mystic, they're getting the value.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, that's Tribe firmly on the back foot here, and you see a bit more of an attention to staying on their feet. Lenon's been very low this entire game, but Tom, as I said, that goes down very swiftly. So this Piper pick is really proving all its worth, as maybe it's coming forwards here. Does connect continuously onto the safe. Tom's just going to come and try to defend this, but I don't really see how Tribe got the DPS all the time, but they're going to try for it. Shots from Lenon, shots from Drage. 40% though is a tough thing to ask. Tom's got damage gear rolling in, but he's lost it now. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mystic going to seal that one. Tribe going to have to rethink this one a little bit. The strategy just didn't seem to cut the mustard there for me. But nonetheless, have got some momentum for that first set. The Piper is the problem here. I think they're going to be cautious around their juking as well. A lot of the time they've been low. For that reason, easy pickings for a brawler like Piper, which is that range to be able to really just wipe the slate clean. And again, this Otis pick, I'm still a little bit on the fence for. And as I have been kind of all day, we've yet to kind of see Otis really thrive in these circumstances. Players and teams are still learning where to utilize it best, and I just don't feel like Heist is working out massively well for it.
Yeah, I was literally about to bring it up if you weren't gonna, like, I just have yet to really see much from Otis on Heist. Really, every team has brought it. I feel like every time we've had Heist, people have played Otis, every time they've lost. Like, if not every time, like near enough. It's not been too good for him in Heist, and I still have yet to really see the value. I mean, he deals good damage on save. But that's kind of like it, and I feel like against the Bonnie, for example, he has a good matchup when she jumps on him, but that's really about it. Like, otherwise, she has the range, she has more damage at that range, or at least like consistent damage. It's kind of complicated all around, and I mean, I don't blame Drage for playing it poorly. I think he's been playing it just fine. I just think that, yeah, the pick itself is just a little bit lackluster.
Oh, that Homemade Recipe didn't quite connect there from Cos, and Tom with the damage gear just keeps things back. Reverse polarity misses there from Anan, but I did not know that was the thing. Did you spot that? The Otis on the left-hand side is able to mark the penny turret, and I have to double check and test that, but it looked to me as though Silver Starfish actually prevents the penny turret from firing. I definitely need to see more of these interactions. We saw earlier with the Poco interaction with the protected tunes, how that was able to eradicate the effectiveness of that super, but it's great to see now how these new brawlers are going to impact competitive on this level. But it is Tribe now that have actually conceded some damage. They are now behind, 20 seconds remain, and the jump away is going to ensure that there's going to be some form of defense now that Nob on the left goes down. Mebius as well is just keeping his own. He's got high HP. They've got to get one shot on the safe here on the side of Tribe, and the jump in from Mebius is going to be crucial here because it's going to bring back the flow of action. I don't think Tribe can now get the damage that they needed to get in a great set. Fantastic plays from Mr. Esports to lock this one and level things up.
Wow. Well, I mean, Mystic, impressive in this one. And I feel like I've been harsh on them so far. But that was an impressive set on their end. I do think a part of it was also just... I just... The Otis on save that needs to retire, man. I hate it. I really I can feel the frustration also of the players playing it, because they just kind of feel stuck, you know, because it's a little bit of an awkward brawler to play in those situations. And he has good damage, you know, and it's not a bad brawler in itself. I just feel like it's just not a mode that suits it well. Then again, maybe it's just today, and tomorrow it works amazingly every time I see it. Who knows? But so far, it did feel massively underwhelming, and I think that's something that, you know, I mean, it's quite the case here when it's enough to make the difference. And I agree as well, the Piper did a phenomenal job. Even though it has the advantage in most situations against the Bell, when you're facing Lena on the Bell, it's still a challenge to take him down as a Piper, you know? So I still want to give a lot of praise to Mystic just for making that happen, because they were looking just better in this one. I think they had a better draft, and I think their execution was just really solid as well, and Tribe were just not really able to find any sort of answer. They tried to swap literally every single lane, but none of it gave them a matchup they could really thrive upon.
I really felt like Mystic there, just brought their drafting to the plate and also the plays to match, because if they were to fall behind by 2 sets there, that could have very well been the thing that Tribe would have been able to seal it, because that's kind of the kind of momentum that a team like Tribe are able to utilize. But now it's a stark reminder of the fact that this is a bit more even than they first thought. Banning out the Otis here, I don't mind it. I think that actually this is a better map for it. But the first draft of Amber is a smart one from Tribe. I actually kind of value it there as a first pick for sure. Sam banned, Surge banned, and Squeak for Mystic, Otis, Poco, and Gene banned for Tribe.
Just before the draft gets too deep in, I just want to point out, man, we already had some results from Mystic that were impressive, taking down like Bax, Stamina, Huge, but they're taking a set here against Tribe and looking very convincing doing so as well. So they are a team to be very careful about, and the Penny is going to be the next brawler to join the ranks here for Tribe Gaming. I don't mind it on this map. It's not my favorite on Double Swoosh, but I think it's quite alright still. Does work quite nicely to, you know, as a deterrent for tankier brawlers, and I mean the mortar is always just very valuable to have on your side. I do feel like some brawlers like Bonnie, Janet are very valuable here for Mystic to put into their hands, and we saw earlier as well how much value they got off the Bonnie in the previous set.
Wow, I'm assuming that Tribe are thinking Penny mid here, but there's still the option if they want to go with a different kind of gem carrier. Stu mid could work here, Bow mid could work here, but the Bow being picked up by Mystic changes that considerably. Definitely a concern, because again, those mines, when they're placed in that little middle pocket, it does just show everything within the bush, and you lose your cover. It means that your gem carrier's got to be much more aware of the situation, and getting gems obviously is much more tougher. Carl, yeah, don't mind it from Tribe. But I actually really like the combo that Mystic have here. I really do. The Amber is a bit of a saving grace here for Tribe, and it will allow them to have somewhat of the advantage when it comes to being able to locate where Mystic are trying to lie within those bushes. But ultimately, Bow, I just think it's such a staple pair of hands. Janet as well, able to go on the offensive to be able to display to the team where everyone is lying in wait, and Bonnie as well. It's a very kind of assassination friendly brawler to have when you're going into Double Swoosh here. And again, we've got to remind ourselves that we've not seen these two teams battle it out before. You know, Tribe were able to obviously obtain their place in the open finals through their golden ticket, through their performance in season 1, and a fantastic performance it was at that. Because the former Kazaki team, now Mystic Esports EU, qualified for Split 1, where Tribe were not actually kind of within those brackets. So this is genuinely unknown territory for both sides here. We can only necessarily go on what we've seen from both of these two teams in the past elsewhere. So it's anyone's game for the taking really here, and so far it's Mystic that have shown that they've got some resilience to a team like Tribe, and that's a scary prospect.
Yep, I'm completely with you. I mean, I'm even wondering if those guys like have scrim much, if ever, against each other. You know, like it's kind of like Mystic is kind of like on the line, you know, of like, do they get to scrim tier 1 teams? I think probably a couple, but all of them, I would still somewhat doubt it. So it's, I think you make a very, very valid point, because there's just quite a bit of an unknown for Tribe, which is always something that underdogs do like in those sort of situations. X very aggressive though on the left-hand side, does get punished for it, but he's still alive, so things could certainly be worse. And so far, I have to say, man, the Penny mid I'm not the biggest fan of. I much prefer something like a Bow in the mid. They're going Janet on the side of Mystic, which I find quite interesting as well. Don't think it's a terrible idea per se, as a decent matchup against the Penny as well. And so far, gems-wise, it's all even. The mortar is placed down, but on a mine, and only a shot away from being destroyed. So exactly the most value of that mortar from Drage.
Yeah, struggling to find those bow mines as well prior to that, and when they did find it, just was able to take down the turret so quickly. Now going down, but the gems are safe for now, but they've got to get this countdown in motion, and that's not going to be possible until they take down Nob. Cos there, just hiding behind the Super Totem, looking to get his, but Lenon just using the flying hook to go in, but is he going to get a reset? It's going to be Nob, and he's taking to the skies, so that is a great turnaround. Mystic looking so good there. I love the little play that we saw though from Lenon, the bait to put the Janet into the skies, but it's going to take more than that along the way. Tribe now got to be thinking, we are in trouble here of going down a set, and at this stage as well, especially when you look at how that lower bracket is shaping up to be, they need to get ahead of this right now and change some things as to what they were trying to implement in the last game, make it a bit more sided. Tom going to be utilizing that oil slick in terms of getting another super off the back of it, and Drage with 2 gems in the pocket already, not picking up the next, and the spawn favorable to him as well. But I just feel like the draft here was what was smart about Mystic, and they're having the players to match it. Nob goes down though, and that could prove costly as Mystic to be a bit cautious here.
Those gems in the mid are free for Drage to pick up, but Mab does have his jump. He is low HP, which is going to deter him from really doing anything with it. So is X. Luna should be able to take care of him. Drage will do the job instead. And now it's just 3 gems. All they need. As Nob takes it to the sky, we'll be able to get the mortar with that. But still, I don't know. I'm not overly convinced by this tribe comp either. It is looking much better than the previous game though in their defense. So one more gem, unless Meb is gonna pick this one up. Could always jump away if he feels too endangered. It's looking like Mystic are slowly building up some better control, and Tribe not quite as able to get any of those gems from the mid.
Like Drage is playing a lot more comfortable this time round, just being able to trigger the bow mines quite swiftly, and Tom as well getting some crucial takedowns, but now it is just Drage on his own and he needs to heal with Petty Turret doing its thing, but maybe this is just being able to connect nicely to swiftly sit getting taken down. Super Totem as well is going to surely mean that bow mines inbound. Tom just breaking that side up, and now they're going to hide the Mystic, but Nob will collect those gems and take the skies. Nicely done. 9 in the pocket now. We'll have to land, but at the same time, the gems are split. Maybe it's there low on the left-hand side. It's going to be a little bit of a saving grace for Tribe, who now even up the scoreline. This last one being a countdown, but Tribe cannot lose the mid control. They've got to hold their own here, because it can be a very easy reset here for Mystic.
Yeah, spawns on their side too. Not quite able to pick it up just yet. No, they do. The reset is there, but Nob is one shot. Does survive. Good jukes on his end. Lena falls to Meb. This is where things can start to get a little bit more tricky. Gem spawns straight onto Nob, so he can cancel it again. Bow mines placed in the mid, buy some time. Nob wants to go for the gem. Lena dashes in. A bit of a kamikaze play there. As now Mystic have control, have the countdown, have a 2-gem lead, which I think should be enough already, but I mean, they might as well go for one more, I guess, even though it did seem a little bit risky there. They'll take the game, they'll take the set, and that's going to be a set lead now in favor of Mystic. 1 away from qualifying, 1 away from beating Tribe Gaming.
I did see it back, but Lenan went in with a super, but I just don't recall whether he was... I have to check it back. I thought he was going to be going in for the gem carriers, which again, I mean, I'm sure that the Janet was one of them. We would have taken the skies, of course. Maybe the Bonnie as well could have jumped away if that was the other gem carrier, but it was kind of happening so quickly, I couldn't quite see. But I think the reset potential was there for Tribe for sure. I mean, you can see how low everyone was towards the end, but I mean, certainly, it can't be denied. Mystic Esports, the former Kazaki team, have got the momentum flowing massively now. And that was the set that they wanted to secure. Now they got the lead by a set. I mean, 2 games away from securing themselves into the challenge season. And that's huge for them. A team that have not really necessarily had their big break to be especially as consistent as they were throughout the split 1 stages, to come second in split 1 on terms of points. This is huge. And I feel like at this point, considering how much work they put in, going into this next set, they've got so much going for them, Teddy.
I'm with you, man. I'm highly impressed. I mean, I praised the team, then I was a little bit harsher. I'm back to praising, man. I mean, I let the results speak for themselves, and so far, it's looking really solid on there. And the first set was a little clunky, but after that, it was looking better and better and better. And now they have a chance to actually end things right here, right now. But they need that next set here. I don't think it's very favorable for them to go all the way to a 5th, just because that means that, Tribe has built some momentum to get there in the first place. And I feel like under heavy pressure, Tribe should be able to be in a better position. So if I was them, I would go all in now, and make sure that this one is secured. Get that ticket to the challenge season, and I mean, that would be a very, very big win for them, because we talked earlier about how important those community events, especially ESL, can be, because it's a way for you to tell your parents, like, look how much I'm making now. I might, you might want to take me more seriously about what I love to do, every day. So all that sort of thing is just ever so valuable, I think. And I think it's a driving force as well for teams like Kozaki that have that opportunity right here, right now.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, how are Tribe feeling about this right now? You know, because ultimately that first set was so comfortable. The draft was spot on. I didn't necessarily mind the draft and double swoosh, but I felt like the way that they were playing it better in that last game and just fell short a couple of moments where they really should have tied up some of the kills. You know, there's a lot of low HP, not just in the final seconds, but prior to that as well, where just one shot would have really kind of like allowed them to have that time reinvested elsewhere on the map. And I think there's those moments there which, you know, when you look back upon it, it's just like one single shot that would have maybe made the biggest of differences in terms of being able to defend that advance away from the spawn. I think that Tribe will be kicking themselves over that set more than any of the others so far. I think in Safe Zone, I think it was a much better draft for Mystic Esports, and therefore, you know, I feel like this one has got to be on point. Again, if this one's not, then Tribe are in the lower bracket tomorrow, and that's not where they want to be.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be an important one for Tribe to actually pick up. But, I mean, the ball is in their court. It really is. I do feel like their drafts have been somewhat questionable so far. Like, there's some ideas I like more than others, but I do feel like Tribe can do a little bit better when it comes to the draft. But yeah, as I said, the ball is in their court. This is their chance to you know, avoid such a tricky situation.
Wow. We'll soon be seeing the draft at the moment. I've got different visuals on my screen, so I can't quite see what's going on. The teams will be getting themselves ready and prepared for making sure to give themselves the best edge possible going into this next matchup for Tribe. Obviously, so much is on the line here, and they've got to really get this one right. They've got to take this all the way now, or else this could be, not the situation that they were wanting to find themselves in at the end of today. Of course, if they can bring this around, then, you know, one of these two teams is going to be able to, you know, have done everything that they need to do and not have to come back tomorrow. That's the thing. Tomorrow is just the lower bracket stages that we're going to be covering. So for them, you know, I'm sure they'd like to take the day off, Teddy, in that respect. But at the rate that Mystic Esports are going, they might not be giving them that luxury. And that's a scary prospect. Again, we haven't seen these two teams ever face off. Not just in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but to my knowledge, ever before. I'm trying to think back to when I have. Either way, it's going to be open zone for Hot Zone up next, and the draft is inbound then for Tribe. They're banning out Poco, Crow, and Bonnie, picking B, Amber, and Otis. For Mystic Esports, it's banning of Stu, Janet, and Squeak, and they're picking the Max and the Penny. Third and final pick coming in now.
Okay. I mean, I think I like what I'm seeing. I'm curious to see what Mystic are gonna bring in. The belt, okay. I feel like this is fairly even across the board, especially considering it's open zone. I like the Max a lot on open zone. I think it can make it a lot easier to get like a couple cheeky percentages, you know, and juking nicely in the in the zone. I'm still curious about Otis. We did see it work really nicely earlier against the Crow here. Yeah, some slightly chunkier opponents this time around with a little bit more HP to melt through, which shouldn't be too much of a problem. So I think this is pretty doable for both sides as we jump in just about now. Let's find out. It's kind of the cheeky percentages I was talking about as well. You just get some free percentages here and there, but in the end, it's a 2v1 in favor of Mystic, and a few cheeky percentages can very quickly become somewhat scary.
There's another example there, really, for me, of where Tribe don't secure the kill. I mean, Lennon picks it up there, but they're just not able to sometimes just get that last shot off, and it kind of it serves to waste a bit of time and can allow then, of course, the chance to survive the interaction. So good break there from Tom of the Bush, and the burn will obviously provide a strategic advantage there. Missed super there from Lennon. The Starfish of Seal did not connect and can allow Mebius to keep going on the aggressive. Low HP for everyone in Mystic, but this is the thing, the survivability has been prominent in these previous sets. The fact that they're continuing to display it in a game mode like Hot Zone, for me, is very concerning for Tribe here, and they've really got to up their game.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Damage gear also just doing wonders for Mystic. So often, as you mentioned, very low HP and still taking the fights and still winning them as well. Which really goes a long way. A nice burn onto X should dissuade him from being over-aggressive on that right side, at least for a second or two. But again, you see, like he has 400 HP, and he's the one pushing forward on Tom that has like 5 times his HP. It's just a lot of aggression, despite being low HP. Just really utilizing that damage gear very nicely on the side of Mystic and making sure that like there's just no need for a reset. They'll just keep fighting. Worst case, they'll lose, and best case, they hit that extra damage that goes a long way in securing more eliminations. And right now, I mean, it nearly gets Mystic on match point.
It can be done. It can be done, but Drage goes down there, and none quick to follow after it. Tom cannot defend us on his own. It's going to be Kazaki, or now Mystic Esports, surely going on to match point, and 1 game away from securing a place in the Challenge Finals. This is huge. This is genuinely massive, Teddy. Tribe came 3rd in Season 1. No, only just shy of 2nd if they just managed to get the edge over SK Gaming in the Challenge Finals. Kazaki, or now known as Mystic Esports, seemingly out of nowhere to many, I'm sure, watching at home, but if you've been watching through the qualifying stages, you'll see just how much this team have done to earn their place. I mean, they will have earned it, absolutely so. They've had huge wins over FA Poland. They've had huge wins over so many people. Team Kesso were the only team really, alongside Dogs to Lobster, that were able to get wins over these guys. Pretty much everyone else they were able to beat along the way. Now, Tribe have really got to up their socks.
All right, well, it's a better start, but is that going to be enough to turn the tides in the second game? Match point here for Mystic. A nice pick up from Mab. Drage taking a fair amount of damage. Nice shot from Drage, but he does end up going down in the end. Quite low HP himself. Will fall, and that Team White gives a fair bit of control here for Tribe. They have a big lead already, over 40% in their favor. Can they close this one out? It seems more and more likely, as I think that Mystic may have upset them.
Definitely Tribe are just playing a little bit off. There's a lot of shots that just like they would normally be hitting, but they're just kind of not quite connecting with. But this is better. This is definitely better, and it's going to be a saving grace, but they are not out of the woods. Not by a long shot. It is still match point to Mystic Esports EU. And, from what I've been seeing, kind of rightly so, there we were seeing Otis kind of thriving a bit more. Massively. I mean, like, it can be a product that works. But you do have to hit those shots, especially the supers as well. You've got to land those starfish, actually technically known as Seal. I mean, like, it's kind of new territory because we haven't really seen much of Otis at all since his release. But yeah, that is the name of his starfish. But you got to land the shots to get the value, and that's where Tribe has struggled. They got to get a good start here, and Drage 2v1 has got to. Yeah, wow. That's when you need to come in clutch. This is the 3rd shot there, but should be the pickup there. Nicely done. But again, we need to see more.
Yeah, Drage really wants that free day tomorrow. Not having any of that. He said, like, you guys play this game for fun? Like, this is work. Well, so far, it is fairly even in this one. Mystic gonna overtake the lead, but it's very early stages for this game. Now does fall, though. Oh, Nub was a nice spears there. Takes down Tom as well. And this is a big opportunity for Mystic to extend that lead furthermore, put Tribe in uncomfortable territory, and they are so far, but they are playing their own game, taking those fights despite being very low HP, and it seems to be paying off here for Tribe, but they're all so low. The slow onto Map is big, but Drage is not able to capitalize, and instead a flank from Map takes him down, and that falls next as a team wipe, and that is huge for Mystic. They'll get another 20% just off that. And as Tom falls as well, it's a very poor timing, giving the man advantage here for Mystic and just extending that lead furthermore, double the percentage of Tribe now.
I think Lennon might be running Dormant Star, actually, now I see a bit, where you place the mark on the map somewhere, but let's see now. This is a great opportunity. The slow is going to be punishing here for Tom, but Drake's just trying to come in to help out. But realistically that would have been 2 versus 1, and they should have been able to both heal up by now, and can't do so as the aggression comes back in. That max speed so crucial for that respect. X on the right hand side has to heal though here, and Nob goes down to Drage, trying to cycle his way through, and this is Tribe just hanging on for dear life, but they are doing so. Amplified shot for Drage, can't quite connect it, does so with the second. Tom coming in, they've got to hold their own here. They've got a great opportunity, but my word, Mystic Esports are making them work for it, Eddie.
Oh my, Tribe just barely getting away with this one, I think. Map trying to make something happen, but he's burning down, and there should the chances for Mystic to end it in 4 sets. Wow. Well, Tribe take the set. We're going to set 5, but I feel like Tribe are putting themselves in situations that are dangerous, very dangerous. I do also feel like, to a small extent, Mystic choked a little bit. Like, I think Tribe popped off, don't get me wrong, but it did feel like they should kind of have had it at some point. Like, they were at like 80% or so, and Tribe was still far behind. But they all died at once, and I think that's the risk as well. When you're playing so aggressive, even when you are low HP, you know, just a shot connects and you die, and the odds of that happening to 2 or 3 players at the same time can be quite high, because it doesn't take much to get a team wipe in those sort of situation, and I feel like Mystic somewhat got beaten at their own game.
Well, the stats pretty similar on both sides. Not really too much to talk about, just very, very close. And yeah, I kind of agree. I think that on one side, Mystic Esports should have wrapped it up there, but I do and have got to say that I think they're playing better at the moment. Like, if you're watching Tribe and the way they're missing some shots and not finalizing these moments and kills to really give themselves a clear edge, these are things that they don't normally make mistakes on. They're normally very like precise, very clinical in their approach. This was a huge lifeline. I mean, like, that was too close. I'm sure that they'll be the first to say it themselves. This is not normally the position that they would find themselves in. They do not want to go down to the lower bracket tomorrow, and that was, like I said, yeah, and that's why I kind of agree with you, Teddy, that I think there was a bit of a choke, because I felt like it was pretty much all over. It should have been more comfortable for Tribe. They have now got a little bit of a cushioning going into this 5th and final set. I'm kind of pleased that we've managed to make it to this for the last match of today, actually, because I feel like regardless of who wins, they've both earned it. So I feel like it's going to be a nice way to round up the day no matter what. And I mean, you know, if Mystic were to go to the lower bracket, I don't think that they're going to necessarily struggle that much, even if it happens. If Trigon has the lower bracket, you got to remember, being behind such a reputable org can sometimes combine a lot of pressure, a lot more pressure than you're necessarily wanting on your shoulders. But this, Teddy, is going to be a spot-on draft for both teams going into Bounty and Shooting Star.
I think it's an interesting first pick of the comp, to be completely honest. Not something you see necessarily every day on Shooting Star. It's going to be a Bonnie and, a Bell and a Jean on Tribe. Just to remind the bans, it's Bonnie, Piper, Nani for Tribe. Mystic banning are B, Max, and Fang. So all of the more aggressive brawlers out of the mix. But also, most of the sharpshooters, very long-range brawlers, maybe still something like a Brock or a Byron might make an appearance. Maybe even a thrower, although we don't see them very often anymore on Shooting Star. So, yeah, Janet makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't even hate something like a Lola, perhaps, or an Otis. Why not? Let's see what they actually commit to.
I'll post the Brock here myself. We saw Byron being played earlier here by SK, and it kind of worked out okay. But again, Janet, Carl, there is the Byron. Yeah, I mean, it is a very fierce comp. You know, Carl can go in flying hook and just get those last moments. Janet can take to the skies. Byron can just keep everyone in the mix and thriving amongst it. This is not going to be an easy comp for Tribe to get the better of, I feel. You know, combining with this, you know, I don't know what they're going to be picking, to be honest. You said Otis. I didn't want to like down talk after you said it, but now it's here. I don't know. I mean, it can. The one saving grace I've got to say, however, is the fact that Mystic Esports don't have a wall break. I mean, if they did, then that would have been a different story altogether. The thing is that I assume that Janet is going to be placing her drop the base in the center of the map to get the most value and to keep back Tribe and that side of things. But then again, with Otis, you've also got the Fat Splatter gadget as well, which can get that taken down relatively easily. So I assume that Otis is going to be playing in the mid area, but then there's also Gene, and that's not a bad brawler to have in the mid either. So Tribe lack a little bit of range. They get that Gene pool, and that's obviously a big deciding factor. Lenan just helping out Drage to really win that center position there, and it's gonna struggle against the Carl. You know, the ability to swing the pickaxe around those corners is something that Tom is gonna have to help out a little bit. And I don't know, who do you think has got this draft, Teddy? Because I'm a little bit on the fence.
I think it's a tough call because when I said Otis, I didn't think I like Otis. I thought they like Otis. Just making
Fair
it
enough.
like clear, you know. But yeah, that was a bit of not quite the play. There's not even. It's not like they have like like magic puffs or something to heal. They were just hugging each other, and yeah, nice dodge actually. I think still map should be going down. Yeah, it will indeed gives the lead back to Tribe. But yeah, a bit of an unfortunate bell bounce there from Mystic earlier. A nice pull from Drage. Nob might try to commit to get that kill, but is not able to get the reset. But nearly gets the 9 instead. That was a little bit scary for a second. And that shut down. Wow. Lenan. I mean, I said I didn't like it. I do like Lenan. So I feel like that kind of like makes up for it, you know?
Oh, my word. I mean, what you got to say about what we've seen so far in this final set is this is how we expect Tribe to play. This is what we've been lacking all day, and there must have been some serious pep talk after that 4th set, because this is looking so much more convincing, much more like we saw in the first set. The question is I feel like this one's pretty much all over. Yeah, I mean, it is now. That was the start that Tribe needed in this 5th and final set. But if the next game does not have that same explosive start and momentum, and we go to match point, and Tribe get overconfident in this scenario, because that's the risk that they run, and it's a big risk because they got out of the woods just in that 4th set. More teams than not would not get a second chance at this, so they've got to still remain so composed if they're going to be able to take this all the way and secure that 4th place from the upper bracket stages of today in the challenge season.
I have to say, though, that they lost the lead in pretty dumb ways on the side of Mystics, like hugging with the bell shot, and later on as well, like I think it was Map that got kind of like stuck on the right. Like there were a couple avoidable deaths. So if those are thrown out of the mix, like it could be a different story. Mark is going to be missed there by Tom as well. And now is going to go for a cheeky... Oh, that was a cheeky gadget. that was so sad. Actually, so sad for Nob. Not much he could have done there. But in the end, we do have some nice kills going the way of Mystic. I mean, they find 3 here. So that is going to be 6 stars in their favor now.
I feel Tom got so short-changed then, honestly. He got so many good taps into X, and then the hill splash just kept him alive, but then the flying hook came in, and he was just caught out of position there. Nob as well, very low. If they can get Nob taken down, then that will be a huge bounty to secure here. But Lenana's used up all that utility early on, and they were great utilities to use. He had Nob in the corner for such a long time there at the early outsets. Missed pull there as well. This is, again, these mistakes that have been festering with Tribe today. Missed marks, missed Gene hands, and it's all coming crumbling down, but they have got a chance to secure it if they can stay in position. Tom is so low, though, and it might not happen. Nob takes to the skies. There was a takedown there onto X. Now, what will happen when Nob lands here? It is body blocked beautifully by X. Oh, my word, though! The shot from the dark is 12-12. The blue star is what is going to take Mystic Esports here to match points, and we are going all the way.
My goodness, double match point here for this final match of the day. And, this is what I was saying earlier. If you're not giving them free kills, I think the draft from Mystic is fairly solid here. Like, I think it really is. I wouldn't say they have like a big advantage or anything, but I definitely think it's winnable. They get the blue star for free. This time around, it was at the expense of you know, Mep's life. So not quite as free this time around. But still, I think they have a draft that can make it work, that has some clutch potential too. Let's see if they can turn around the lead, as they are a star behind.
Got to work on their synergy more, and they've got to, you know, really connect these supers better. Down goes to drop the base, which will allow Leon to get back into the mix. But again, you know, this Janet pick is such a great one here, and I feel like there's so much defensive capabilities of it, and also aggressive capabilities as well to really put Tribe to the test here. Just that 1-star separating these two teams in a much different approach. As you know, Tribe not going too aggressive too soon. Missed mark again by Tom, but I felt like actually it was a pretty decent juke there from X, and now the clustering up is going to be the thing that's going to help serve that Bell pick. But again, these shots not connecting, and it's going to allow a bit of a push forwards here from Mystic.
Strange just sitting on that pool. Goes for a blind pool then. Not sure if that was the play. Gadget from X does not find any connection. Some low HP players there. Very low HP, very dangerous, but I don't know if Mep can like fully commit to anything. Does get a kill, actually. X finds the other, and that's 3 stars in favor of Mystic with 20 seconds left in this game.
Mystic pop there, but there's enough time for the defense there, but Tribe got to get a takedown. It can't be Nob, it's going to be Nob and someone else. Cos or X rather than on top left would be the ideal person, but Tom goes down. That's going to extend the gap massively so, and now he goes to the pickup. Nob takes the skies, Cos goes down, but the stars are flying in for Mystic Esports, who lock themselves in for the challenge season, Teddy.
Wow. I mean, this would have been one of the more on paper clear-cut quarterfinal matches. And yet it was nothing like that. Mystic Esports catching everyone off guard with this one. But honestly, they play well. They play well. I think it was a bit of a mix as well of, you know, Tribe underperforming somewhat and Mystic popping off. And that's the thing. It's not to take anything away from Mystic, because that's what you need to do. It doesn't matter how well your opponents are playing. You have to just play better, and today Mystic did exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to know kind of what went wrong on the Tribe, because again, that first set, you know, normally it's the thing that sort of sparks you off and sets you off for the tone, and Mystic reacted to it. I mean, again, they've had a phenomenal performance in season 2. They had, you know, 2 wins against FA Poland. One was a grand finals victory. I mean, they had 3 wins against Bax EU. You know, one of them was a grand finals victory. Victories against Sky, Locum, SCMN. I mean, like, the list goes on and on. I mean, it was just their best performance to date. I don't think there's any other way of putting it.
Yeah, no, I mean, Mystic just was the better team today. And I do think it has some to do with Tribe not playing too fantastically well. I think that they had some pop-off moments that kept them in it. I think Drage in Hot Zone was the reason it even went to a 5th set. But besides that, it was somewhat underwhelming from Tribe. And they had some good ideas, they had some good plays. It's not like they had a miserable performance, don't get me wrong. But still, Mystic still managed to be better. And, you know, usually you would just not really expect that if Tribe are playing at their highest level, which I don't feel like they quite did today. So I'm hoping that gets, you know, figured out for Tribe tomorrow, because it would not be quite the same challenge season without them.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I mean, it wasn't Tribe at the best. You know, there was a lot of missed shots, a lot of missed supers. I know it just didn't feel like they were themselves, to be honest. I mean, off the first set, I kind of felt like, you know, they're looking on top of things, and nothing really to concern me with, really. I mean, it was a very smooth sailing. And, you know, again, it's just credit to Mystic. Absolute credit to Mystic. A team that have been so under the radar, realistically, coming in, you know, but had a great great split one, second seed, and we're going to speak to them now as well on the line, because I mean, I'm sure everyone at home as well wants to know, like, how did they do it? Like, I mean, we can see from our side. Welcome, X or Uncle X. Yeah, we never say Uncle because like we see on the player, we see on the player rosters, but no one else at home knows. X, bro, incredible, a really commendable season. And you're in the challenge stages. I mean, for those of us at home that maybe didn't see how well you guys did in split one, it's been great to watch your journey. But I guess straight off the bat, congratulations to you and your team. How did it feel, going behind to Tribe in that first set and coming back the way you did?
Okay, thank you, Ark. I don't understand anything, but I try answer. Okay. Today Kazaki get triumph. I'm very happy, really. My hands right now, shaking. Understand? And
yeah.
And we. Oh, sorry, I really волнуюсь. I'm worried now.
No,
sorry, bro.
No worries, man. It's just cool for us to get to see you. See your face. We haven't seen it yet,
Yeah.
so it's just exciting, man. I don't know if we should ask more specific questions. Do you maybe have some shout-outs you want to give to friends or family or shout-outs?
Yeah, I don't want really.
Okay.
Just hello everybody.
X,
I'm Uncle X. We are Kazaki. Oi, not Kazaki. Mystic Esports EU. New name, organization. Let's go. Today we were very strong, really. DJS Tribe, very good game. And see you.
I've got to say, huge congratulations again. It was honestly one of the highlights of the day to watch. And Teddy, I mean, Mystic Esports EU in a huge upset. And, Tribe tomorrow going to have to come back in the lower bracket, and they cannot, no more room for upsets. They've got to nail it tomorrow. Their job isn't far from done yet.
I just love the confidence, man. Like, he doesn't speak a word of English, and he's like, yeah, I'll do an interview. Like, I just love the idea, that it's like I want to do the interview. But it shows a lot about their personality, and how much it means to them. Because the emotions, it doesn't matter if it's in English or not. You see them on his face, and on his shaking hands as well. Like, I'm just super happy for them. Not as happy for Tribe, and I don't think they are either. They do have that second chance tomorrow, as you rightly said, to make things right, and I would assume they will.
Well, we'll be finding out, how their options are going to fare tomorrow in the bracket stages, because here is the course of today. If you've just come in late to the stream, we started really strongly with Reply Totem having, they didn't drop a set, but it's got to be said, their match against Craze Clan was very, very close. Could have gone all the way, in fact. So look out for Craze Clan tomorrow. We're seeing more of them. Team Kester in that lower bracket. Dox Lobster in that lower bracket. Navi, of course, were victorious against Sky, and of course, able to turn things around against Dogster to be our second team in the challenge stages to join Reply Totem there. Tribe Gaming EU, as we just saw, got through that first stage very, very swiftly, but then Mystic Esports victorious. Huge surprise and upset to many, but again, to those that have been following their journey in those splits, thoroughly deserved. FA Poland up against Bax, led Bax through to face up against SK Gaming, where SK Gaming were victorious as well, locked in for the challenge season. SC MENA EU, FA Poland, Cutes as well. Huge teams tomorrow are in that lower bracket. And Teddy, these are the matches coming tomorrow. Talk us through it.
All right. Well, in the round of 16, although there's not really 16 teams anymore, you will have Cutes, FA Locum, SC MENA EU, FA Poland, Team Queso, Colossal Gaming, Humble, and Dr. Lobster. And the winner of each of these matches, respectively, will be facing Sky. I think Praise, Bax, and Tribe. So yeah, it's stacked. It's very stacked, and I don't know if I am ready to get traumatized tomorrow because I know that there will be heartbreaks, and I don't know if I will be able to recover from them. But I mean, I said I would do it, you know, so I might as well.
I am looking forward to it. Sounds terrible, doesn't it? You're saying how it's going to be heartbreak, and I'm just like, yeah, bring on the heartbreak. I'm all for it. But again, you know, this is why, you know, we're in a pretty decent spot, Teddy, because, you know, we can get to go home and, you know, not have to necessarily worry about the stresses of that particular job. But yeah, this is, in my opinion, one of the most stacked brackets we've ever had. And, you know, all the teams that are in it have had phenomenal performances. So you're right. There is going to be heartbreak, no doubt about it. But again, it's the nature of the game. Here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, it gets serious. And this is as serious as it gets. Day 2 tomorrow is going to be genuinely one that you are all not going to want to miss. One last shout out again before we close out the day, Teddy. Got to give a huge thanks to DHL, because again, the amount of support that we receive to be able to put on these shows and this kind of caliber of tournament would not be possible without them. And you know, we are so proud of all our partners here, and they are a big one. So yeah, again, huge shout out to DHL.
Yeah, Uncle X's hands would not be shaking right now if it weren't for DHL. So I mean, just think about it, guys. Just think about it. But more seriously, it is important. It is incredibly important to have the support from all of our partners, as a matter of fact, to make those sort of events possible. And with that, I'll give, you know, just some recognition to everyone behind the scenes that makes those events possible. Because I know you will ask me in a bit, Ark, you know, about, you know, who I want to thank for this show, but genuinely, you know, the admins, the Twitch mods, the social media manager, the players, the coaches, the viewers, like the analysts, my co-caster, the production team, the marketing team, like there's tons of them. This is the most extensive list I've ever made, and I'm sure I'm still forgetting some. That's how many people are involved in making such a project possible. And I mean, thank you to all of you guys.
You just saved me a lot of work. I appreciate it. After what's been a very long day, Teddy, smashed it. Absolutely smashed it. Make sure, guys, you tune in tomorrow because we pick up the stream around 5 p.m. CEST, but the first match will probably go live at 5:15. You do not want to miss day 2 of the Open Finals. The lower bracket is all still to play for. Today, Reply Totem, SK Gaming, Mystic Esports EU, and Navi are locked in for the challenge season. But we still need 4 more teams to conclude things, and this is where we really turn up the heat. Make sure as well that you're following all the social media so that you do not miss any of the action. We'll be back tomorrow for more Snapdragon Pro Series fun. Make sure to mark your calendars. Do not miss the stream tomorrow. Until then, it's goodbye for now.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.